the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 976 Black Zhen, and remember this, Fafnir was gravely wounded, and with all his servants decimated, Black Jean immediately considered retreating. She glared at Shen Fei with resentment, then glanced at White Jean below, signaling Fafnir to withdraw. Though furious, Fafnir obeyed Black Jean's command and turned away. Even with half a wing missing, it could still fly. Shen Fei naturally didn't stop Black Jean's retreat, but instead went straight to work on the wing he'd severed from Fafnir. This was Fafnir's wing, a true creature of the Age of Gods fantasy, its value far surpassing even that of the wyverns of yesteryear. Dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon scales, all of them were incredibly precious materials. Just look at Siegfried to see just how potent Fafnir's blood was. Bathing in dragon blood had granted him invulnerability and near immortality. If it weren't for the Bodhi leaf blocking a spot on his back while he was bathing in dragon blood, Siegfried's subsequent assassination would have been impossible. It's for this reason that the blood-stained Bodhi leaf became the holy relic for summoning Siegfried. Even though, due to the singularity in Fafnir being summoned by Black Jean, the effect of his dragon blood was greatly reduced, it still held extraordinary value. It might not be of much use to Shen Fei, but it was different for Fujimura Ritsuka, who was just beginning to learn magic. With it, her power could accelerate. The same goes for Mashu. For a heroic spirit, such a thing would be useless, but Mashu is a subservient with her own body. Her increased power would allow her to better unleash the might of the heroic spirit she had fused with. Why did you let her go? What was your purpose? As Shen Fei was collecting the materials from Fafnir, Da Vinci, who had been evacuating the crowd due to the enemy's retreat, came over. We'll talk later. Help me now. This is Fafnir's blood. For a modern magus, materials from fantastical creatures are rare, and such a large amount could fetch a considerable price. Considering the need to travel to other parallel worlds in the moon world, it would be beneficial to collect more. Even though Shen Fei had no shortage of wealth, gold bricks were sold by the warehouse. In the moon world, materials were the true currency. Some things might not sell no matter how much money was offered, but the same couldn't be said for materials. Just like Shen Fei had previously believed that Director Miraspoli had purchased Chaldea's spirit particle computer, the Trident Hermes, from the Atlas Academy using money created by the Holy Grail. However, after speaking with Olga Marie, Da Vinci, and others in Chaldea, he learned that he had actually acquired it in exchange for a contract. The Atlas Academy had issued 7 contracts. Possessing one of these contracts allowed anyone to demand anything from the Academy, including the release of its 7 hidden weapons. These were the 7 forbidden weapons of the magic world, each said to possess the power to destroy the world. I wonder if I can cultivate a Gudako? Gudako was Fujimura Ritsuka, but this Fujimura Ritsuka was different. He was a human evil capable of tearing apart heroic spirits with his bare hands. He was the 8th evil, Chaos Evil, after the 7 great evils. Black Jean isn't a reversal of Joan of Arc, but rather Gildred's idealized Joan of Arc, created from the Holy Grail. After collecting the materials from Fafnir, everyone gathered. And Shen Fei directly explained Black Jean's origins. Gildred, seeking revenge on Joan of Arc, had decisively killed her, leading to Black Jean's appearance. Upon hearing Shen Fei's account of Black Jean's origins, White Jean's expression became deeply complex. As a heroic spirit, she naturally knew what Gildred, once a marshal, had done after his death. The legend of Bluebeard referred to him. Joan of Arc was truly a saint. Summoned only 3 days after her burning, she harbored no resentment at all, truly remarkable. Joan of Arc, Queen Marie tried to comfort her, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. As heroic spirits, they all knew that Gildred's transformation was primarily due to Joan of Arc's burning. What's your purpose? Da Vinci asked after a moment's silence. It's simple. As a heroic spirit created by the power of the Holy Grail, she's different from you. You disappear and return to Valhalla, but she can't. Once she disappears, she's gone forever. So I want to take her away from here. Honestly, Shen Fei wasn't entirely convinced. After all, he wasn't the suppressant, and he didn't know much about Valhalla. Furthermore, it seemed like Black Jean was also in Chaldea, as if Fujimura Ritsuka had summoned her back then. In that case, it seemed like she was in Valhalla again. It all depended on the suppressant, but regardless, this was a rare opportunity. First, ensure her safety. Perhaps later, they could negotiate terms with a suppressant to allow Black Jean into Valhalla. She's a brand new life now, a newborn child. But because she's been imbued with Joan of Arc's memories and guided by G-Virus, she's become this way. With proper guidance, she'll become different, so I want to give her a chance. I didn't expect this to be the case. Roman's voice sounded deeply moved. After a moment's silence, Roman continued, so the Holy Grail isn't in Black Jean's hands, but in G-Virus's, right? Yes, what do you think? Thank you. Bai Zhen's expression suddenly grew firm, and she said to Shen Fei, leave her to me. I'll make peace with her. Although Black Jean wasn't her alter ego, she was born out of her own creation, and as a saint, Joan of Arc knew she wouldn't leave her alone. In fact, in the original storyline, Bai Zhen was aware of Black Jean's situation at the end, but at that time, she had no other solution besides defeating Black Jean. Now, with Shen Fei's appearance, another solution has emerged. Of course, this closure didn't involve killing Black Jean. After learning Black Jean's origins, Jean couldn't possibly kill her. Just as Shen Fei had just said, even though the other party possessed all of Jean's memories, they weren't Jean. Naturally, none of the other servants objected. The factions present all belonged to the good camp, sacrificing themselves to save the people. For example, Siegfried, in a certain world, voluntarily gave his heart to an artificial being, transforming him into a normal human. And Siegfried's death was actually voluntary. Otherwise, even if his body wasn't completely invulnerable and immortal thanks to the blood-stained Bodhi leaves, it wouldn't have been possible for anyone to get so close and plot against him. No problem. The next step is simple. Just go after them. Fafnir, leave the other enemies to you, and I'll take care of G-Virus. That's settled, but first, let's lift Siegfried's curse. With the combined efforts of Joan of Arc and St. George, Siegfried's curse was quickly removed, returning him to normal. The real moon world was vastly different from the game. In the game, strength was measured by star rating, but in reality, there was no such thing. Siegfried was a 4-star in the game, but in reality, his strength rivaled those of powerful 5 stars. Oh no. When I think about Siegfried's heart being dug out, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if he had given it to Mash. Looking at the fully recovered Siegfried, Shen Fei suddenly shook his head vigorously. Mash's IVF condition was somewhat similar to that of a certain android. Frankly, if he told Siegfried that, after defeating Fafnir, he would actually do it. After all, he was a heroic spirit. Once the restoration of human nature here was complete, he would disappear. So, it didn't matter how he disappeared. But it was obvious that Mash would never agree to such a thing, and neither would Shen Fei. He had simply thought of this scenario. Before deciding to directly confront Black Jean and G-Virus, the group planned to rest for the night and resume their action tomorrow. The heroic spirits had all released their noble phantasms in the previous battle, requiring mana recovery. Even with the contracts they had signed with Fujimura Ritsuka and the summoning circles with spiritual veins to replenish their mana, it would be difficult to fully recover their mana in such a short period of time. So you've been preparing for this all along. During their break, Da Vinci approached Shen Fei. She finally understood why Shen Fei had previously focused on studying command seals and the summoning of heroic spirits. Shen Fei and Da Vinci were learning how to sign contracts, transfer command seals, and insert and remove magical gear. Da Vinci was extremely skilled in this area. Not bad, Shen Fei nodded. Indeed, he had originally learned these things for his own purposes, and he also learned some magical gear for disguise and concealment. These magical costumes are used to disguise and conceal the presence of servants. Naturally, the Holy Grail War is inevitable in the Moon world, but in this world where the restoration of human nature is incinerated, it's impossible to fight. However, this is different in other worlds. Your portal can go to Chaldea, right? It's a rare break. Why don't we go to Chaldea? As Shen Fei and Da Vinci were conversing, Elizabeth and King Ji suddenly arrived, arguing loudly. They were finally united in their opinion, but this one left Roman feeling somewhat uneasy. It's not impossible, Roman said after a moment's silence. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Normally, during the restoration of human nature, one couldn't return until the mission was completed, let alone return with a servant. However, with Shen Fei's portal, it became possible. Upon hearing this news, the Chaldean staff and Olga Marie were thrilled. After all, these were legendary heroic spirits. The great hero Siegfried, Joan of Arc, St. George, the legendary composer Mozart, Queen Marie, and so on, each one a legendary figure. That's not impossible. Let's go to Chaldea and have a look. With their agreement, the group returned to Chaldea. Looking at the heroic spirits, Roman sighed helplessly. The quest to restore humanity, which should have been incredibly intense, felt completely transformed with Shen Fei's arrival. The arrival of the heroic spirits in Chaldea immediately caused a sensation. Since they didn't need to monitor the surveillance cameras, many people gathered to watch, some even pulling out pens and paper for autographs. This would be a great place for a concert, Elizabeth thought after taking a quick look at Chaldea. While many Chaldean employees were enthusiastically in favor, Fujima Ritsuka quickly dissuaded them from the idea. These employees were unaware of the power of Elizabeth's voice, but Ritsuka was well aware. If Elizabeth continued with her concert, most of the staff would likely be unable to work for a short period. By the way, how exactly are those heroic spirits summoned in Chaldea? While Olga Marie was conversing with Joan of Arc, a curious thought welled up in Shen Fei's mind. It was common knowledge that Chaldea was one of the 4 new evil forces in the moon world. With such a title, it was impossible for it to have only one subservient like Mashu. In fact, Chaldea had a large number of late-stage servants, and Red A was working as a cook there. Chaldea was designed to accommodate a large number of heroic spirits, so the facilities were naturally sufficient. After all, their original plan had 48 masters, each summoning one heroic spirit, 48 in total. Indeed, Chaldea's previous method of saving the world was to rely on sheer numbers. 48 masters and 48 servants, including the 7 members of Group A, would encircle and attack the enemy. If this continued normally, the restoration of humanity would likely be a different story. There's nothing wrong with your health, don't worry. Having returned to Chaldea, Da Vinci took the opportunity to examine Mashu. Due to her health, Mashu received daily checkups while in Chaldea. This should make a decent dragon blood potion, right? While Fafnir's blood could be used directly as a bath, as Siegfried did, Da Vinci had a better way, to create a potion. This feels a little different from the way I imagined human restoration. Roman had unexpectedly appeared in Da Vinci's workshop. Chaldea should have been extremely anxious at this point. After all, humanity was destroyed, and the burden of saving humanity fell on them. But now, with Shen Fei's presence, the situation changed. Even if Chaldea was currently short of supplies and couldn't obtain them from the outside world, it could certainly be replenished from other parallel worlds. This left Roman, who had diligently studied for 10 years to save human society, somewhat bewildered. Isn't this great? Since you have so much free time, why not go chat with Magical Mary? Solomon, such a brilliant man, had fallen flat on his face with Magical Mary. Shen Fei was deeply curious about how the former Solomon would react after revealing Mary's true identity. While everyone else was completely out of touch, Magic Mary's homepage was updated daily. Even Olga Marie noticed something was amiss, but Roman remained stubborn. This was probably his only hope. It had to be said that Merlin was too idle. He had long ago created the identity of Magic Mary to trick Roman. By the way, Mary Chan, Roman's expression changed immediately at the mention of Magic Mary, and he couldn't wait to leave. It's time for the decisive battle. Let's begin. Chapter 977, Tao Sakharin, Part 1. Berserk Vlad III, and Berserk Dian. It seems even with the Holy Grail, we can't summon heroic spirits infinitely. After a night's rest, the group set out the next day directly for Orleans, once Jean's hometown, now the Black Jean's base. They were met with numerous wyverns and dragonfang soldiers, but only 2 servants. It was unknown why no additional servants were added, but it was likely impossible. While this singularity wasn't the Holy Grail War, and heroic spirit summoning wasn't subject to the restrictions of the Holy Grail War, it wasn't possible to summon servants indefinitely. Otherwise, with the magical power of the Holy Grail, the enemy could summon dozens of servants, and there would be no need to fight. Having arrived in the moon world, Shen Fei was naturally very interested in the Holy Grail War and the summoning of heroic spirits. He discussed this extensively with Da Vinci. Having spent so many years in Chaldea, Da Vinci was naturally well versed in the Holy Grail summoning ritual. Chaldea's heroic spirit summoning was a modification of the Holy Grail War, allowing heroic spirits to be summoned without the Holy Grail. While Chaldea claimed to have improved the heroic spirit summoning circle for the Holy Grail War, Shen Fei, privy to the secrets of the moon world, saw this so-called improvement as merely a return to the true purpose of the heroic spirit summoning. The heroic spirit summoning wasn't intended for the Holy Grail War, but rather for responding to human disasters. The 7 deadly evils corresponded perfectly to the 7 great crowns. It was only because they had just met that things felt awkward. Otherwise, Shen Fei would have asked Da Vinci to create a summoning medium, much like the suitcase Da Vinci had created after the restoration of the Rhine reburn. Diane, leave him to us. Queen Marie and Mozart immediately approached Diane. He was also an acquaintance of theirs, a knight of Queen Marie's, sworn to her loyalty. As the Queen of France, Queen Marie naturally wanted to personally liberate such a figure, much like she had done with Samson before. Leave this to us, Mash, St. George, and the others faced off against Vlad III, a renowned figure in history, known as the Impaler and Dracula. However, he abhorred this kind of power and would not use it even at the risk of his own life. Of course, if his master used a command seal to force him to use it, that would be another matter. The Dragon Slayer is truly formidable. His mere aura was enough to immobilize the Wyvern. Shen Fei had intended to dispatch the Wyvern, but Siegfried gave him no chance. Simply relying on his Dragon Slayer aura, he caused the Wyvern to lose its grip and fall. As it hit the ground, its body trembled, its inability to fight evident. Roar. As Siegfried's Dragon Slayer aura emanated, a deafening roar echoed from the castle ahead. It was Fafnir's furious roar, but Shen Fei could hear the fear tinged in his voice. Upon hearing Fafnir's roar, Siegfried immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. How impatient. Looks like I'm the only one left to deal with these Dragonfang soldiers. The Wyverns had lost their fighting power, but the Dragonfang soldiers hadn't. The title of Dragon Slayer hero seemed to have little effect on them. Just as Shen Fei was about to strike, the sound of several artillery fires suddenly rang out, followed by thunderous shouts. Attack! Stop them! A middle-aged man in silver-white armor, brandishing a longsword, arrived with hundreds of soldiers and nearly 10 cannons. Shen Fei knew who he was. This was Gilderd of this era. After the royal church was completely annihilated by the Black Gene, he was now the highest-ranking official in France. It was he who stopped the army from rebelling against the Black Gene and stopped the slaughter. He was also a firm believer that the Dragon Witch, the Black Gene, was not the true Joan of Arc at this time. Gilderd was a man of great integrity, and it was hard to imagine him later becoming Bluebeard. Bai Zhen and he had met before, but due to their appearance, they hadn't spoken in such a way. After all, Black Zhen's face was identical to his, and she was the only one who, like Gilderd, firmly believed Black Zhen wasn't the Dragon Witch. Others, however, mistook White Zhen for the Dragon Witch upon seeing her. This was why he had brought reinforcements. Gilderd had no way of dealing with servants, but he could handle ordinary Dragonfang soldiers and even wyverns. It seems I'm no longer needed here. Seeing the soldiers holding back the Dragonfang soldiers, Shen Fei immediately rushed towards the castle. The evil dragon has fallen, and the world is ushering in dusk. Shoot it down. Fantasy Great Sword. The Devil's Fall. As Shen Fei entered the castle gates, he saw Siegfried wielding his noble phantasm. A blue light shot skyward, severing Fafnir, who, overcome by fear, had lost the will to fight and attempted to flee, with a single blow. Meanwhile, Mashu and Queen Mary each unleashed their noble phantasms, ending the battle. While Vlad III was formidable, St. George was no slouch either. Even though he was only a 2-star servant, he stood firm against Vlad III, a 5-star servant. In fact, due to his status as a saint, he even managed to suppress Vlad III, a 5-star vampire. What a waste. Thinking this, Shen Fei immediately began collecting the materials from Fafnir, especially the dragon blood, which was a crucial ingredient. Da Vinci hadn't followed him this time, but he was incredibly fast, having already collected most of the materials by the time Mashu and the others arrived. This place is so brutal. Mashu and Fujimura Ritsuka's expressions darkened as they entered the castle and took in the bloodstains surrounding them. This place was more like a prison, a torture chamber, than a castle. Black Gene and Gilder's revenge wasn't simply about killing those people. Directly killing them would target ordinary people. Gilder would not let those nobles and church members who had persecuted Gene go to waste. For example, the bishop of a particular church, who persecuted Gene most ruthlessly, was tortured by Gilder before being burned to death by Black Gene. Looks like they were all church members. No wonder, seeing nothing but the bodies of church members along the way, Shen Fei understood G-Virus's reasoning. The church had burned Jin for heresy and witchcraft, which was why G-Virus hated the church and God so much. His subsequent crimes were, in fact, attempts to blaspheme God. Mr. Shen, why is this happening? Mash asked, puzzled. It's simple. The church is the true murderer of Jin. Shen Fei glanced at Jin and began. For the church, they were the only ones who could convey God's commands. And then a country girl came out and claimed to have received divine revelation. This was a devastating blow to the church's faith. I don't need to elaborate on the rest. The church didn't receive divine revelation, but a country girl did. It's easy to wonder if the church has been abandoned by God. Perhaps members of the church approached Jin at that time, perhaps trying to recruit her into the church, but given her personality, she naturally wouldn't agree. And the outcome became clear. Those bastards, Fujimaritsuka started to say, but the sight of Baijian stopped him. These guys are disgusting. I'm going to blow them away. As they advanced through the castle, Isabella, disgusted by the large number of zombies gathered, prepared to activate her noble phantasm to blast them all away. The so-called zombies are essentially similar to zombies, the difference being that one uses magic to power the corpse, while the other uses a virus to power the body. The zombies weren't particularly powerful, but the sight of their shattered eyeballs, heads, and black fluid was incredibly unsettling. Everyone else was fine, but Fujimaritsuka was practically vomiting. He'd seen zombies before, but those bodies were relatively intact. But none of the bodies in this castle were intact. Mashu was also feeling unwell, but she was a heroic spirit after all, so even if she felt unwell, her body wouldn't react. The other heroic spirits, naturally, didn't react at all. Every one of the heroic spirits present, including the heroic spirits, was battle-hardened and had seen every kind of horror. A mere zombie wouldn't frighten them. We found you. So you're summoning new servants. They continued their advance, eventually finding Jill and Kurojeong in the castle's basement hall. Kurojeong was standing atop a massive summoning circle, apparently preparing to summon a servant, and she succeeded. Ha ha ha, you're finally here. You won't have another chance this time. Kurojeong was thrilled as she watched the new servant emerge. In contrast, Shen Fei, Mashu, Fujimaritsuka, and Roman of Chaldea remained silent. They all recognized a newly summoned servant, Black Arthur, whom they had previously encountered in the Fuyuki Singularity. What's that? I don't remember her being in the Singularity. Is it a butterfly effect? Seeing Black Arthur again left Shen Fei speechless. Thank goodness Lancelot has disappeared, otherwise these two might have fought. Among the servants previously summoned by Black Jean was the Berserker-class Lancelot. Upon seeing White Jean, he launched a desperate attack, but was ultimately defeated by Mashu and the others. That shield? I see. Young lady, let me see if you're worthy of holding it. Black Arthur glanced around, his eyes immediately fixed on the shield in Mashu's hands. As King Arthur, even in his reversed state, he was naturally familiar with his own dining table. Excalibur, he said, raising his noble phantasm, a vast amount of magical power converging on the sword. No, G-Virus saw the summoned King Arthur unleashing his noble phantasm and shouted frantically to stop him, but it was too late. A blazing black light instantly filled everyone's sight. Deploy your noble phantasm. Mashu immediately stepped forward, attempting to activate it to block Black Arthur's attack. Wait, this isn't the place for a fight. It's a room, a slaughterhouse. Shen Fei hurriedly stopped Mashu, then used the power of the surgery fruit to instantly escort everyone out of the basement. With the power of King Arthur's noble phantasm, even if Mashu could block it, the castle would be doomed. Remember, they were in the basement. Boom. Just as Shen Fei and his group emerged outside the castle, a pitch-black light instantly split the castle in two, splitting it in half. A massive crack appeared across the ground for hundreds of meters. Even though Black Arthur lacked the Holy Grail, her master was Black Jean, and her magic power was still abundant. Even if she couldn't use her noble phantasm continuously, she could still unleash it 2 or 3 times without any problem. Who is that? Such a powerful attack made Siegfried and the other heroic spirits curious about the identity of this heroic spirit. Siegfried, in particular, could clearly sense that the attack was significantly more powerful than his previous noble phantasms. King Arthur, Shen Fei immediately said. It's the legendary King Arthur. I never thought she was the real one. Everyone present knew the legend of King Arthur, but not many knew his gender. Even the heroic spirits didn't know until they had seen him. Valhalla seemed to separate all the heroic spirits. Except for a few with powerful clairvoyance, the rest were completely inaccessible. Leave King Arthur to us. Black Jean is up to you. Watching the three men emerge from the ruined castle, the group immediately decided on the next battle. Mash, Fujimaritsuka, Siegfried, St. George, Isabella, and Kyoheim would team up to deal with King Arthur, while Shen Fei and White Jean would deal with Black Jean and G-Virus. As for Queen Marie and Mozart, they watched from the sidelines, ready to provide support. Then I'll help you separate King Arthur from them. Room, slaughterhouse. Having made his decision, Shen Fei immediately used the Operation Fruit's special displacement again, removing King Arthur from Black Jean and G-Virus. Siegfried then confronted King Arthur. Both were powerful heroic spirits. The ground trembled as their swords clashed. Mash and the others soon joined the fray, and the battle of 5 heroic spirits against 1 began. While Siegfried and King Arthur were engaged in battle, White Jean, with a complex expression, approached Black Jean and G-Virus. "Ah, my saint, why do you still protect them when they treat you like this?" G-Virus' bulging eyes suddenly bulged even more upon seeing White Jean. "This is me, Gil, you're not me," Black Jean roared. "You said you were my dark side, but do you still remember your family?" White Jean's gaze shifted from Jill to Black Jean, and she asked. "Family?" Black Jean's expression immediately fell into confusion. She had no concept of family at all. "As I expected, you're not my dark side at all. You know, even the dark side should remember their family. And I believe my dark side wouldn't hate this country. G-Virus, all of this was your fault. You used the Holy Grail to create her, you don't hate her, I do. I wanted to use the Holy Grail to resurrect you, but that damned God wouldn't allow it. Now, even if you stood before me, you couldn't stop me from destroying this country." Seeing Jean again seemed to drive G-Virus even crazier. The magic book in his hand began to radiate immense magical power. Chapter 978, To Sakharin, Part 2. This guy would be a perfect relative of High-C, if they could ever meet. Looking at the giant octopus, or rather, sea demon, summoned by G-Virus before him, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of High-C he'd seen in Iberia, Terra. The two were so similar that looking at them too often would be mentally damaging. Because of High-C, Shen Fei had lost his appetite for takoyaki for a while. Now, seeing the octopus G-Virus summoned, I'm afraid this will have to continue for a while. This was the power of the book in G-Virus' hand, his noble phantasm, the Ryanjo textbook. Made of human skin and housing a powerful magical core, it could summon monsters from other worlds, ignoring the user's magic power. The Moon World not only contained parallel worlds, but also numerous other worlds, such as the Fairy Kingdom, the Shadow Kingdom, and Avalon. With the magical core of the Raccoon City textbook itself, and the added power of the Holy Grail, the sea monster summoned by G-Virus this time reached a massive size, far surpassing even the previous Fafnir. King Arthur's noble phantasm had originally only split the entire castle in two, but after the appearance of the sea monster, the entire castle was completely destroyed. Seeing the monster G-Virus had summoned, Jean prepared to use her noble phantasm. Although Jean had been engaged in combat before, she had never deployed her noble phantasm. "Let me do it, Jimmy." Shen Fei casually stopped Jean, signaling her to retreat, then leap into the air. A crimson sword appeared in his hand, and in an instant, the sky turned a brilliant crimson. A sea of blazing fire descended from the sky, engulfing the entire sea monster. While the sea monster summoned by G-Virus' noble phantasm was powerful, that was only true against those without powerful group attacks, such as the Lancer Koch Yulain and the Conqueror King Iskander. They would have had difficulty defeating the sea monster. Even if the Conqueror possessed the king's army, the same would apply. Sea demons, as long as they had mana, could regenerate infinitely. With the aid of the Raccoon City textbook, they could regenerate infinitely. Unless there was a fatal attack, preventing the sea demon from regenerating in time, Earth undoubtedly lacked such a means of attack. Heroic spirits, on the other hand, depended on compatibility. Even powerful heroic spirits could be countered by weaker ones. For example, the Great Emperor couldn't deal with sea demons, but King Arthur could. However, if King Arthur were pitted against the Great Emperor, he wouldn't necessarily win. While her sword of promised victory was powerful, it clearly couldn't match the power of golden glitter. With tens of thousands of heroic spirits under his command, the Great Emperor could wear down King Arthur. However, Shen Fei naturally had no shortage of such offensive means. Against a monster as mentally damaging as a sea demon, The Heavenly Fire Judge was undoubtedly the most suitable, as was Jeanne d'Arc's Red Lotus Saint. Gildered, you lose. Hand over the Holy Grail. After destroying the sea monster with a single blow, Shen Fei instantly appeared before Gildered, the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire, directly at his neck. In close combat, Gildered was a complete wretch. At such close range, even if he wanted to draw upon the Holy Grail's power to unleash his noble phantasm again, it would be too late. Gil, she's telling the truth, Black Jeanne finally snapped out of her turmoil. Gildered, who had been about to protest, fell silent upon hearing Black Jeanne's words, his concentrated magic power dissipating. If Jeanne weren't around, Gildered would have undoubtedly claimed it was all fake, but in front of the real Jeanne, he couldn't deny it. Ha ha ha, so I'm just a fake. No, you're the perfect saint in my heart, Gil said quickly, watching Black Jeanne's somewhat maniacal laughter. He meant what he said, with his decisiveness and ruthlessness. Black Jeanne, who no longer believed in gods, was indeed the perfect saint in his heart. No, you're not a fake. You're Black Jeanne, and she's White Jeanne. You're completely different individuals, so how could you be fakes? Do you want to start your life over? What do you mean? Shen Fei's words drew the attention of both Black Jeanne and Gil to him. I've made it very clear, Shen Fei said, then looked at Gil and continued, Gil, you should understand the situation now. If she disappears here, she'll be gone forever. But I have a way to keep her alive, so hand over the Holy Grail. Are you pitying me? Black Jeanne said, furiously charging at Shen Fei, brandishing both swords, unconcerned that Gil was currently being held hostage. With dragon technique, seeing Black Jeanne charging at him, Shen Fei had no choice but to temporarily let Gil go and use the wood dragon technique to restrain Black Jeanne. Given Black Jeanne's personality, it would be difficult to convince her quickly. Time would be the only way to gain her understanding. I'm not pitying you, but you're truly two different people. Even if you share the same memories, your different choices represent your differences, just as no two leaves are exactly alike. Even if they were imbued with the same memories and placed in the same environment, no two humans have identical personalities and thoughts. Let me go. The bound Black Jeanne struggled desperately, but Shen Fei ignored him. Gildered, though wanting to rescue her, hesitated for a moment, perhaps remembering what Shen Fei had said earlier, before ultimately holding back. I'll take her to Chaldea, where she can continue to exist. So, hand over the Holy Grail, okay? After a brief hesitation, Gildered immediately agreed. To him, the incineration of human nature was nothing compared to even a strand of Jeanne's hair. As he spoke, he immediately pulled the Holy Grail from his body. Is this the Holy Grail? How many have spent their entire lives pursuing it? Shen Fei took the Holy Grail from Gildered and felt a wave of emotion as he felt the rich magical energy within. A certain righteous comrade had been pursuing this very thing. Unfortunately, even if the Holy Grail could grant a wish, it wouldn't achieve his goal. Forget the Holy Grail, not even a full set of Infinity Stones could bring him the desired outcome. The only wish that could bring about world peace was the extinction of humanity. To Shen Fei, the Holy Grail looked somewhat similar to the Infinity Stones, the only difference being the amount of energy they held. Transfer the command seals. This was why Shen Fei didn't kill Gildered outright. In a sense, he was Black Jeanne's master. Even if he couldn't use the command seals to restrain Black Jeanne, he was still the master. If he took the initiative to transfer the command seals, things would be much easier. If he tried to forcefully seize the command seals, it would be more difficult. Alright, kill yourself, goodbye, my Jeanne. Gildered spoke these words to both Jeannes simultaneously, before his body began to disintegrate into golden glow and dissipate. Mashu, watching Gildered dissipate, Shen Fei called out to Mashu, who was battling Black Arthur. Perhaps King Arthur had spotted the Holy Grail in Shen Fei's hand and halted his attack. Here you go. The Singularity's restoration seemed to be based on Mashu placing the Holy Grail into her shield. Sure enough, after Mashu placed the Holy Grail within her shield, the bodies of the heroic spirits present simultaneously radiated a golden light. How could this happen? I still wanted to go to Chaldea. Master, don't forget to summon us. Elizabeth and King Ji watched the dissipating body, feeling deeply annoyed. Their original plan was to go to Chaldea after restoring this humanoid, but they hadn't been given the opportunity. Mashu, Fujimaritsuka, thank you for fulfilling our wishes. We'll see you again someday. Queen Marie and Mozart vanished with this. Queen Marie had always wanted to hear Mozart play, while Mozart had wanted to play for her. However, Due to a series of twists and turns, neither of their wishes were granted. However, yesterday in Chaldea, their wishes were granted. "I believe you can save humanity," Siegfried and St. George said, also vanishing. "Are you Jean d'Arc?" Perhaps noticing Jean's imminent disappearance, Gildred rushed to her side, gazing at her with anticipation. This Gildred was, of course, the one from the land. "Gil, just think of this as a dream." Looking at Gil, Jean sighed softly. She knew Gildred's fate well, but as a heroic spirit, she had no power to change it. Even if she warned Gildred here, once the restoration of humanity began, he would forget everything Jean had said in the story of the Dragon Witch. Therefore, everyone killed in this singularity would be resurrected. Okay, the restoration of humanity is complete. Mashu, Fujima Ritsuka, Shen Fei, thank you for your hard work, Roman said, initiating a spirit particle transfer. It's time for us to go back too. Shen Fei then returned to Chaldea with a bound black Jean. Alright, stop being so mad. Being alive is always a good thing, isn't it? Besides, you might even run into Jean in Chaldea. Don't you want to see her expression then? To save black Jean, Shen Fei had to temporarily sell out white Jean. You're such a tsundere, you know? Sorry, I can only temporarily seal your magic so you can travel to Chaldea. Black Jean was, after all, a top-tier heroic spirit. Mashu was the only one in Chaldea who could stop her, and since Mashu couldn't be around her all the time, he had no choice but to temporarily seal her magic and let her spend time with Mashu, Fujima Ritsuka, Da Vinci, and the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend time with Black Jean, but he had things to do right now, like exploring the parallel worlds of the Moon World. Given Black Jean's personality, if she went there and started acting up, it would be troublesome. But once this was over, he'd have time. Here's Fafnir's materials, 1/3. That should be enough. After entrusting the matter of Black Jean to Mash, Fujima Ritsuka, and the others, Shen Fei immediately sought out Da Vinci and gave her some of Fafnir's materials. One portion was for supporting Chaldea, and the other was for Da Vinci to help him craft a magical ceremonial garment. You were using projection magic before, it's similar. But unfortunately, it's not. Da Vinci mistakenly misinterpreted his manifestation of the holy judgment of heavenly fire as projection magic, which naturally surprised her. As everyone knew, projection magic wasn't of much value in the magic world. I see. We were able to complete the restoration of humanity this time thanks to your help, but I need your assistance with something else. After listening to Shen Fei's explanation, Da Vinci nodded gently. He didn't ask what that ability was, but changed the subject. Low supplies? I see. After bringing back the Holy Grail, Chaldea's electricity problem was temporarily solved. Da Vinci used the newly acquired Holy Grail as an energy source. While the energy was sufficient, the supplies were not. Because Chaldea was located atop the snow-capped mountains of Antarctica, which were over 6,000 meters high, supplies were regularly delivered from the Magic Association. Now that the outside world was completely deserted, there was naturally no one to deliver supplies. This was the biggest problem Chaldea currently faced. Because of the previous explosion, many people in Chaldea were killed or injured, and all the masters were frozen. The remaining supplies could be used sparingly to last for a while. If Shen Fei wasn't there, Roman and Da Vinci would naturally continue to be frugal. But with him around, there was no need to be so stingy. Supplies are running low. Is that guy not delivering them? Is he refusing to deliver them just because I'm here? He's so stingy. I don't want to see you. Shen Fei knew some of Chaldea's current situation. Even with careful budgeting, the remaining supplies wouldn't last a year. It was someone's continued, secret support that allowed Chaldea to overcome this difficult time. That person was naturally Merlin, hiding in Utopia. Then I'll trouble you with Black Jean. Fortunately, Chaldea had figured out how to provide magical power to heroic spirits, allowing Shen Fei, as Black Jean's master, to leave Black Jean and travel to other parallel worlds without worrying about her magical power. This is the house. I didn't expect a portal would open here this time. In Shen Fei's room in Chaldea, after arranging Black Jean and receiving the shopping list from Da Vinci, Shen Fei opened the mystical portal and appeared in a villa that looked very neat and clean, but very empty. I wonder which parallel world this is. Shen Fei was just thinking this when the door to the side suddenly opened and a familiar-looking girl walked in. She had black twintails and wore a red coat, though she looked rather disheveled. Oh my god, why is it raining so hard all of a sudden? The girl complained, placing her umbrella on a nearby rack. She also took off her red coat, which was mostly soaked by the rain, and hung it on a nearby hanger. Then, she picked up a dry towel and began wiping her black twintails. She seemed completely unaware of the new presence in the room. Shen Fei couldn't help but cough when he noticed the girl unbuttoning her shirt. If he didn't say anything, he feared she might expose herself. While this was a perk for men, as a gentleman, he naturally wouldn't take advantage of it. The sudden sound made the girl freeze, and she turned quickly, like a startled rabbit, to look at Shen Fei. "Who are you?" The girl's face flushed slightly, not knowing if it was anger or shyness. "Well, if I say I came in to avoid the rain, would you believe me? You think I'm an idiot." Chapter 979, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the girl's voice was so loud it echoed throughout the hall. While Shen Fei's excuse made some sense, considering the pouring rain outside, the girl was incredibly vulnerable to the situation at his home. Even if he was trying to hide in hers, it was impossible. "Mr. Thief, your luck seems to be terrible today," the girl said, a hint of eagerness crossing her face. She clenched her fists, poised to strike. "Badgequin," Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully at the girl's stance. While it was different from the Badgequin he knew, it still had some recognizable elements. "I'm not a thief, and there doesn't seem to be much to steal here." While the villa looked quite large, judging by the size of the hall, there wasn't much furniture inside. "You?" Shen Fei's words made the girl's face flush even redder, this time in anger. Without further ado, she leaped in front of Shen Fei and delivered a Badgequin punch to his abdomen. "Not bad, but you're truly kind-hearted." Shen Fei gently raised his left hand to block the girl's attack. Judging from her previous swift steps, he knew she was no ordinary person. However, the power of her punch was relatively weak, evidently indicating she didn't want to hurt him. How could this be a command seal? The Holy Grail War hasn't even begun yet. The girl paid no attention to Shen Fei's words, staring blankly at the command seals on his left hand. These were the ones from his contract with Black Jean. "Sorry, I forgot about them." "You actually recognize them? You seem to be ambiguous, too." The girl's words reminded Shen Fei of the command seals he had always had. He then looked curiously at the girl before him, who looked so familiar. Most people would mistake command seals for tattoos or something. Anyone who could recognize them was undoubtedly ambiguous, and ambiguous fighting the Holy Grail War. "Who are you?" the girl said, stepping back a few steps. She pointed her right index and middle fingers at Shen Fei, sensing the concentration of magical energy. Clearly, this time, she was serious. "Yin Ki Bullet, before asking someone who they are, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Haha, don't play dumb. You're standing here, how could you not know who I am?" Rin Tosaka of the Tosaka family. Despite her previous rudeness, the girl still revealed her name. "So it's her. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. I really don't know what to say." Upon hearing the girl's name, Shen Fei's face suddenly lit up with realization. He had never expected to arrive directly at the Tosaka family in this parallel world of the Moon World. It was truly unbelievable. From what she said, the Fifth Holy Grail War hasn't even begun yet. What a coincidence! The Holy Grail War with Rin Tosaka participating was undoubtedly the Fifth Holy Grail War. The Holy Grail War is held at different times in different worlds. For example, the previous singularity should have been the Fifth Holy Grail War based on the timeline. After all, the Second Master was still there, but in reality, it was only the Fourth Holy Grail War. "Tell me who you are and what your purpose is." Seeing that Shen Fei seemed to be lost in thought, S.H.I.E.L.D could not help but urge him. "Formally introduce myself. I am Shen Fei, the Master of Phoenix Chaldea, the Humanity Continuation Guarantee Agency." Shen Fei thought about it and immediately reported his identity. Shen Fei's self-introduction made S.H.I.E.L.D a little confused. As one of the famous three great families in the Far East, she knew a little about the organization of magicians, but she had never heard of such an organization. To put it simply, I come from a parallel world. In order to save the world, I need to buy some supplies here. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's confused expression, Shen Fei immediately gave a brief account of the situation in Chaldea. His previous introduction was not a lie. Now he is indeed one of the masters of Chaldea. A parallel world, saving humanity? You think I'll believe it? I know you won't. "So, do you want to join Chaldea?" Shen Fei said as he opened the golden mystical door. Although he had just arrived and was about to leave, it was the quickest way to convince Rin of the reality. After all, Simply telling someone they were a time traveler or possessing psychic powers was incredibly unbelievable. It was like someone in your past life claiming they were a time traveler or possessed of esoteric powers. People would dismiss them as someone with a chunyabao, likely a chunyabao, and wouldn't believe them. Back so soon? Who is this? Da Vinci, Mash, and the others were all surprised by Shen Fei's swift return, and they all looked at Rin with curiosity. This is Chaldea, a parallel world. How could it be so easy to travel to? Rin stared at Chaldea in disbelief. As the current head of the Tossica clan, she knew more about parallel worlds than the average magus. After all, the Tossica family had a connection to the jeweled old man, and they even kept the designs for the magic ceremonial weapon, the jeweled sword. This is Rin Tossica, whose family was among those who founded the Holy Grail War. The Holy Grail War was founded by the three great families, each responsible for a portion of the war. Chaldea's founding also stemmed from this, as Marispoli established Chaldea after investigating the Holy Grail War. This is Da Vinci, a servant, as you might imagine. Da Vinci, how could that be? Rin Tossica looked at Da Vinci with similar surprise. She had never imagined Da Vinci would appear like this. Don't be so surprised. I simply descended into perfect body. Seeing Rin's surprise, Da Vinci explained briefly. Different worlds have different circumstances. I've even met Einstein and Tesla, who lived to the present day. They were also women. In the collapsed world, many famous historical figures were women, many of whom had traveled through time. You haven't mentioned this before, but I'm becoming increasingly curious about other worlds. You'll have a chance to meet them. Mashu, Ritsuka, why don't you take Tossica for a tour? What's up? Watching Mashu and Fujimura Ritsuka leave with Tossica Rin, Da Vinci immediately looked at Shen Fei. She knew he was deliberately letting Tossica Rin leave. The Fifth Holy Grail War is about to begin. Are you interested? It's about to begin over there. If it doesn't interfere with things here, I'd love to go and see it. Da Vinci was naturally interested in the Holy Grail War, but her interest wasn't in the Holy Grail itself, but in the rituals of the Holy Grail War. When she was summoned, she had been about to leave, but it was Malesperi who persuaded her to stay by using Chaldea. Then I'll come find you, at the Tossica mansion in Fuyuki City. After Tossica Rin had briefly toured Chaldea and met Algamari, Shen Fei returned with her. He had originally intended to bring Mashu and Fujimura Ritsuka with him. But Mashu had never seen the outside world, not even the singularity. However, after thinking about the two pleasure seekers in Fuyuki City, he decided not to let Mashu come for the time being. If she really wanted to come, she could wait until he went to the clock tower. There was no need to rush. The Holy Grail War was still some time away, so he could go to the clock tower and find a princess to systematically learn the magic of this world. Although he, Da Vinci, and Olga Marie had already learned some magic, the best teacher in the moon world was undoubtedly the princess. Even though he was limited by his own qualifications and strength, that didn't stop him from teaching powerful students. If possible, perhaps he could bring him to Chaldea to teach Mashu and Fujimura Ritsuka. Olga Marie and Da Vinci also taught, but they were certainly not as good as the princess, who was very skilled in teaching students according to their abilities. This was the reason why the Almeloi classroom became one of the four major evil forces in the moon world. Mashu and Fujimura Ritsuka could handle the seven singularities, but not the final singularity. Facing Gosha, even Shen Fei, now unsure, wasn't sure, especially with his noble phantasm. It could be argued that in the original plot, without the doctor's sacrifice, the human fever would have been impossible to repair. Therefore, if they wanted to prevent the doctor, they had to prepare now. Now you believe it, right? It's hard to believe, but you're a magician. The Chaldea trip finally convinced Tossica Rin what Shen Fei said. Seeing is believing, and because of this, she looked at him with a different look. I guess so. He had no idea how powerful the magicians of the moon world were, but he believed that even if he encountered the Jewel Man, he wouldn't be unable to fight him. This villa is nice, but she probably sold all the valuables. No wonder she was so angry when I said that before. That's probably how she learned to cook, because it was raining heavily outside. Shen Fei couldn't go out, so he and Rin Tossica sat on the second-floor balcony, enjoying the rain. Rin Tossica brewed a pot of black tea. The Tossica family's magic is gem magic, a kind of magic that only the rich can afford. Think about it, every battle requires throwing several valuable gems. Even Tenten, who mainly throws ninja tools, can't withstand such consumption. The price of ninja tools or gems is obvious at a glance. What's more, Ninja tools can be picked up after being thrown, but gems cannot. In order to continue studying gem magic, Rin Tusaka is very frugal. Just look at the villa, where only the necessary furniture is left. If Toshimi Tusaka could see this, he would probably not say it is elegant. That Kotamine guy must have embezzled the Tosaka family's wealth. With the Tosaka family's assets in Fuyuki City, even if Tosaka Tokayami were dead, Rin Tosaka wouldn't be living this seemingly impoverished life. Don't worry, there won't be any incineration of humanity here. Hearing Rin's concern about the incineration of humanity, Shen Fei shook his head in assurance. The core of the incineration of humanity is the Holy Grail War. Given the current state of the Holy Grail War, Marisbury has no way of using it to establish Chaldea. Without Chaldea, there would be no MASH, and Leif would commit suicide, naturally preventing the incineration of humanity. Tosaka Senpai, the next day. As Rin Tosaka was leaving for school, the students who greeted her along the way all looked at Shen Fei, who was walking side by side with her, with a hint of curiosity. Many of their gazes were filled with burning jealousy. If ice could kill, Shen Fei would have been incinerated by now. And these jealous looks came not just from the boys, but from the girls as well. "What are you doing here with me?" Rin Tusaka said hello to the students with a kind smile, but secretly complained that Shen Fei followed her and made her the focus of attention. "There are some things I need to confirm." Following Rin Tusaka to the school was naturally to solve a problem. The first thing to do in the moon world was to find a certain old bug. He didn't have the chance in the singularity before, but now he had the chance. Senior Tusaka, at the school gate, a girl with short purple hair immediately stepped forward and greeted her with a smile after seeing Rin Tusaka, and at the same time looked at Shen Fei with curiosity. This was the first time she saw a man next to Rin Tusaka. "It's Sakura." Seeing Sakura, Rin Tusaka smiled back. Because Sakura had been adopted into the Matao family, it was not convenient for her to get too close to her. In this regard, Magus families are much stricter than ordinary families. While ordinary people, even adopted children, are not prohibited from interacting with their original families, Magus families are not. The primary reason for this is that continued interaction with the original family could easily lead to the coveting of the family's magic secrets. Magus families absolutely forbid outsiders from coveting family secrets. Anyone who attempts to gain access to them will become a sworn enemy. Just as Shen Fei was intrigued by the Agamori family's celestial magic, he couldn't ask. Similarly, when Agamori taught Fujimura Ritsuka, she only taught the basics. Family magic was never taught. Therefore, even though Rin Tosaka is the only member of the Tosaka family now, and despite her deep concern for Sakura, she can only do so in secret. Tosaka, who is this guy?" Just as Matao Sakura was about to speak, someone suddenly ran over angrily and shouted at Rin. It was a young man with blue hair. "Brother, shut up." Sakura, standing nearby, was about to say something when the blue-haired boy's furious roar cut her off. This caused a flash of anger to flash across Rin's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. "Who is this guy?" Seeing Rin ignoring him, the blue-haired boy pointed his middle finger at Shen Fei and shouted again. "I'm her boyfriend." "Why are you blocking my girlfriend?" Shen Fei said, reaching out with his left hand to grasp the blue-haired boy's finger, gently pinching it. "Ah!" A shrill scream escaped the blue-haired boy's mouth. From Sakura's words alone, Shen Fei knew who this guy was, his target, Matao Shinji. However, because Rin, Matao Sakura, and many other students were present, Shen Fei couldn't use too much force. He simply pinched the finger, barely breaking it. "Do you know who I am?" Matao Shinji, who had withdrawn his finger and rubbed it, was about to yell at Shen Fei, but the next moment, he screamed again. "You're a person this big who still pisses his pants." Chapter 980, Pest Control. Everyone who heard Shen Fei's words glanced at Matao Shinji's lower body, where traces of water could be clearly seen spreading down his legs. Almost everyone looked at him with disdain, and many even hurried a few steps, as if fearing they might be infected. "What did you do?" Matao Shinji's expression made Tosaka Rin frown. She approached Shen Fei and whispered. Matao Shinji, though arrogant, was no fool. He was certain he would never do such a shameful thing in front of so many people. "I didn't do anything. You were just watching." In reality, it was Shen Fei who had done it. He had merely released a fleeting ray of murderous intent at Matao Shinji, but it had unexpectedly frightened him to the point of peeing. Brother, Matao Shinji wasn't just frightened to the point of peeing, he was also stunned by the fleeting murderous aura. He stood there frozen, only to regain consciousness after Sakura called him several times. Upon waking up, Matao's body felt something was wrong with his lower body, a warm, wet sensation. He looked down and froze again. "You bastard!" Matao Shinji, regaining consciousness, immediately twisted his expression as he roared and swung his fist at Shen Fei. Although he had no idea what was going on, he knew it was definitely the person in front of him, and he was right. Bang! Facing Matao Shinji's attack, Shen Fei immediately pulled Tasakarin aside. The next moment, due to the excessive force, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, causing the onlookers to burst into laughter. Matao Shinji was a well-known figure at Konohara Academy, the type most people disliked, the complete opposite of Tasakarin, Matao Sakura, and Emilia Shirao. However, due to the influence of the Matao family, most people would not provoke him, which fueled his arrogance. Now that someone was humiliating him, he naturally enjoyed watching the fun. Of course, because he's quite good-looking, and he's the son of a wealthy family, Matao Shinji is quite popular among some girls. Brother, Sakura saw Matao Shinji fall and tried to help him, but he pushed her away, yelling, "Get out of here!" Looking at Sakura being pushed away, Shen Fei sighed inwardly. He'd arrived at the wrong time. If it had been before the Fourth Holy Grail War, Sakura could have been saved. It was too late now, but that didn't stop him from killing the old bug. What a stinky smell! Watching Matao Shinji get back to his feet, Shen Fei deliberately fanned the air with his hands, as if to diffuse some kind of smell. Some of the others followed suit, mimicking Shen Fei's movements, causing Matao Shinji's expression to contort even further upon witnessing this scene. Shinji Matao hated being looked down upon. Because he had no talent for magic, he felt completely ignored at home. That's why he took pleasure in bullying Sakura, and why he was so arrogant at school. Even so, deep down, he still harbored a sense of inferiority over his lack of magical talent. You, Shinji, about to continue his attack on Shen Fei, saw the mocking looks around him and his soaked pants, and immediately turned and rushed back inside the school, where there were changing rooms. Tausaka, Sakura, what's wrong with Shinji? As Shinji left, a young man with short, reddish-brown hair approached with a puzzled expression. This man was, of course, the famous Emilia Shirao of the Moon World. Nothing, he just fell and left because he felt embarrassed, seeing Sakura's hesitation. As if unsure how to start, Shen Fei spoke first, giving Emilia Shirao a careful look. Avalon is within him. I wonder if this noble phantasm could withstand Gosha's. Gosha's noble phantasm was undoubtedly powerful, but Avalon was equally formidable, possessing an absolute defense that even the 5 great magics couldn't reach. Is that so? Shirao nodded, but said nothing more. At Konohara Academy, Shirao was also a well-known figure, but he was known for being a good guy. Clubs and clubs across the school would come to him to fix anything that broke. Come here. Just as Sakura was about to say something to Rin Tasaka, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen Fei's arm. They quickly walked back inside, and soon the two of them arrived at the school rooftop. Don't you think you've gone too far? On the deserted rooftop, Rin Tasaka looked a little angry. Although she also disliked Matao Shinji's usual bullying of Sakura, she felt that Shen Fei's behavior today was still too much. Though born into a prestigious family of magicraft, Rin Tasaka has inherited none of the traditional magus ideals. Instead, she possesses a strong sense of justice, which is what Shen Fei admires most about her. He believes the Moon World's magicians have a profound flaw: the vast majority lack moral principles, resorting to extremes in pursuit of the truth. He keeps a respectful distance from such magi. Fortunately, there are also decent magi here, Rin Tasaka and Olga Marie. If Olga Marie were the kind of person willing to sacrifice everything for the truth, he wouldn't have saved her. I don't think it's excessive. In fact, if you knew what he did, I think you'd probably kill him. What do you mean? There's something I feel I need to tell you, but this isn't the place to talk. Please excuse me. I'll tell you in detail when I get back. I understand. Rin Tasaka nodded and left, apparently preparing to ask for leave from her teacher. You go back first. I have something to do. I'll be back soon. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shinji Matao, having changed his clothes, immediately left the school. Having humiliated himself so publicly, he naturally couldn't face staying in school any longer. He might not even go to school for a long time. It's all that guy's fault. It's all that guy's fault. In a deserted alley, Shinji Matao hammered the wall with a distorted expression. From his mumbling, it seemed he was blaming someone for his humiliation. "Hi, see you again, it's you." Seeing Shen Fei appear, Shinji Matao was about to say something when he felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed. Only after Shinji collapsed did Shen Fei withdraw his finger, having just used the Yin-Ki bullet directly on his heart. "Enjoy the last days of your life," Shen Fei said, knocking him unconscious with a slap. This is the Matao residence. It's truly enormous. Rin's place seems rather shabby by comparison. After knocking Shinji Matao unconscious, Shen Fei followed the map to the Matao residence. Unlike Rin's modern villa, the Matao residence was a manor, significantly larger in size. I wonder what the Eansburn castle will be like. The Eansburn family, though headquartered in Germany, also had a vast estate in Fuyuki City. Of the three great families, the Eansburns were the wealthiest, perhaps due to their alchemical heritage. In the Moon world, the Eansburns were the pinnacle of alchemy, surpassing even the 12 lords of the Magic Association, who were, after all, close to the third law. Of course, this was only on the surface. It's worth noting that the Atlas Court was also known for its alchemy. Why did you capture him? At the Tasaka family villa, after Shen Fei returned, Rin was about to ask what he was about to say when she saw Shen Fei throwing out the unconscious Matao Shinji. "It's about him. You should know that I can enter and exit different worlds, so I know a lot of unknown information. This matter is related to your sister, Matao Sakura. Do you know what her life is like in the Matao family?" Shen Fei continued before Rin could ask. "I know she's not doing well there, but she's already a member of the Matao family. A magician's family has its own rules. Her life isn't just bad, in fact, every day is a living hell. It's all your father, Tasaka Tokiyami's fault." Looking at Rin's dejected expression, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. The Tasaka family's ancestral legacy had failed at a crucial moment. Tasaka Tokiyami usually seemed quite astute, but he made two major mistakes in succession: his daughter's adoption and the Holy Grail War. Not only did he ruin himself, but he also pushed Sakura into a pit of fire. By comparison, while Rin Tasaka also faltered at crucial moments, her luck was better than Tokiyami's. Compared to the Fourth Holy Grail War, the Fifth Holy Grail War felt like a game of family. Few of the participating masters were determined to obtain the Holy Grail at all costs. "It all starts with your father, Tasaka Tokiyami. He's the culprit." Before Rin could open her mouth to defend her father, Shen Fei recounted the dark side of the Matao family and Sakura's fate. Snap! Before Shen Fei could finish, Rin Tasaka's palm, involuntarily exerting force, forcibly pried off a corner of the table in front of her. Magic circuits appeared on her palm, clearly indicating her extreme anger. The current head of the Matao family, Matao Zhaoqin, is actually an old monster who has lived for over 500 years. His reason for adopting Sakura is simple: no one in the current generation of the Matao family has the talent to be a magician. He has no way of changing bodies, so Sakura is the body he chose. In the Moon world, inheritance is extremely important for magicians. Therefore, upon discovering that both of his daughters possessed exceptional magical talent, Tasaka Tokiyami was deeply troubled. The Tasaka family's resources were insufficient to train two outstanding magicians. These resources didn't refer to gemstones, magic, or the like, but rather magic seals. This was a rare opportunity, as the Matao family lacked an heir in their current generation. "Tasaka, why are you here, you bastard? Get away from me." In a small forest not far from the Matao residence, Matao Shinji woke up and was surprised to see Tasaka Rin standing before him. Then, seeing Shen Fei nearby, he immediately rushed over with a look of anger. The girl seemed incapable of learning her lesson, and was kicked away by Shen Fei. "Shinji, let me ask you, what exactly is your family's magic? What did you do to Sakura?" Rin's words stunned Matao Shinji for a moment, then he burst into a frantic laugh. The laughter from his distorted face made your brain tremble. "Haha, you know everything. I thought you'd never know. You know, that guy, relying on his qualifications, actually looked down on me, so bang." Just as Matao Shinji's face twisted and he was about to continue, Rin's fist struck him in the face. The force of Bajiquan twisted his face, his teeth popping out, and his body flew dozens of meters before crashing into a tree trunk, stopping only then. This was Rin's venting of her rage. "You're not dead yet. You're still quite resilient. By the way, before you die, let me tell you something. Do you know why you're not valued in the Matao family? Do you know why you have no talent for magic? It's because you're not of the Mutao family's bloodline at all. You and your father were merely adopted. Shen Fei walked over to the collapsed Mutao Shinji and said to him with a smile. The current Mutao Zhaokan, your grandfather, is actually a monster who has lived for over 500 years. To survive, he devoured his own bloodline. Long ago, the Mutao family's bloodline was completely devoured. The remaining Mutao family members were all adopted by him to conceal his true identity. Impossible, Grandpa, don't worry, I'll send your grandfather to see you soon. Goodbye. Shen Fei said this, and with a flick of his right index finger, he tapped directly onto Mutao Shinji's heart. A ball of flames then enveloped Mutao Shinji. He had wanted to torture him further, but considering Rin Tosaka was nearby, he had to give up. Next, it's time to find that old guy. By the way, let's scare that old guy. You pretend to be the master and I'll be the servant. As he said that, Shen Fei drew a fake command seal on the back of Rin's left hand. At the same time, he took out a magic costume made by Leonardo da Vinci that could emit the aura of a servant. That's why Sakura doesn't want to go home. I'm really not qualified to be a big sister. At night, under the street lights, Mutao Sakura walked slowly towards the Mutao family's house alone, with no color in her eyes. She had just come out of Imaya Shirao's house. Since she met Imaya Shirao, Sakura's life focus has been Imaya Shirao. She would get up early in the morning to go to Shirao's house to help cook and clean, and most of the time she would have dinner at his house before going back. It's not your fault. You don't know these things. In the final analysis, it's all Tokiyami's fault. Rin Tosaka's understanding of Sakura's difficult life stems mainly from Sakura's adoption into the Mutao family, stealing Mutao Shinji's inheritance rights. For a family of magicians, those without magical talent couldn't inherit, which is why Mutao Shinji bullied Sakura. Father, Rin Tosaka had always admired Tosaka Tokiyami, but Sakura's story made her realize that this father wasn't perfect. Go to sleep. When you wake up, everything will change. As Sakura turned a corner, Shen Fei suddenly appeared behind her, causing her to faint. Shen Fei and Rin Tosaka had previously discussed how to handle the situation. The final decision was not to reveal the matter, but to keep it a secret. Chapter 981 Avalon. Haha, isn't this the girl from the Tosaka family? How rare, you're here. Shortly after Shen Fei and Tosaka Rin entered the Mutao residence, a short, bald man with a face and limbs resembling a mummy emerged from the hallway. Combined with the dim lighting, the hallway created a terrifying atmosphere, and Tosaka Rin couldn't help but lean closer to Shen Fei. This man was none other than Mutao Zhaokan. Who is this? Mutao Zhaokan asked, his eyes inevitably turning to Shen Fei. Tosaka Rin arriving at a Mutao residence so late at night with a stranger left him somewhat puzzled. But it was only a hint of doubt. He hadn't considered that he had already exposed himself. This man was a master of hiding, having lived there for over 500 years. Once, he had held great ideals, but now, sadly, his only hope was survival, with no other pursuits. There are many ways to achieve immortality in the moon world, such as becoming a dead apostle, a method with relatively few side effects. Unfortunately, Zhaokan Mutao feared being hunted by the church and refused to become one. After achieving immortality by devouring his offspring, he largely remained hidden within the Mutao household, rarely appearing publicly. He feared the Magic Association would discover his secret and seal him away. Given Zhaokan Mutao's current situation, if Shen Fei were to report him to the Magic Association, the sealing designation enforcers would likely arrive in a moment. Sealing designation involves the detention and capture of magi possessing rare talents or violating taboos, under the guise of protection. For example, magi like Imaya Shirao, capable of defying heroic spirits, are subject to sealing designation. Others, like Aozaki Taoko, Emilia Kiritsugu's father, and Araya Soren, are also subject to sealing designation. Of course, this is only theoretical. Whether or not one is actually sealed depends on their strength. If a magi are sufficiently powerful, the Magic Association will not hesitate to confront them. Just like Emilia Shirao, if they truly wanted to seal him, the clock tower would have to pay the price of at least the decline of several royal families. Of course, this was theoretically speaking. In reality, few in the clock tower knew Emilia Shirao could hold his own against heroic spirits, so sealing him was out of the question. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you've committed a crime. By order of the Magic Association, Mutao Zhaokan, no, Machire Zorjan, you are sealed. Mutao Zhaokan, everyone, Matao Zhaoqin's expression changed immediately, not only because of Shen Fei's words, but also because of the movement around them. As the two spoke, a purple, transparent barrier appeared around the Matao residence. This was the four-purple flame formation, a barrier Shen Fei had summoned to prevent the old bug from escaping, using 4 shadow clones. Matao Zhaoqin was a master at escaping. I didn't expect you to find me, little girl from the Toxica family. I underestimated you, Matao Zhaoqin said, looking at Toxica Rin with a cold glare. He believed that his exposure was due to Toxica Rin. After all, if no one had reported him, the Magic Association wouldn't have come to the Far East, a remote place they considered, on their own initiative. But you two little brats think you can capture me? You're looking down on me. This is my workshop. As he spoke, countless insects suddenly appeared around the corridor. The dark mass made Toxica Rin involuntarily approach Shen Fei. At the same time, 3 gems of different colors appeared in her hands. Toxica Rin was afraid, but as a magician, fear did not make her lose her strength to resist. It's just a magic workshop. You think I'm afraid, Shen Fei said, activating the magic costume that exuded the aura of a servant. Toxica Rin had previously specifically warned him about the magic workshop. As a magician not born and bred in the moon world, Shen Fei was not very familiar with the battles of magicians there. However, Rin Toxica was different. After all, she was a native magus, and she knew many of the unspoken rules of magic. For example, most Magi's mansions doubled as their magic studios, including the Toxica family. Unfortunately, due to Toxica Tokayami's early death and Rin's lack of knowledge, the Toxica family's current villa was just an ordinary one. Heroic spirit? How is that possible? Sensing the aura of a heroic spirit emanating from Shen Fei, Matao Zhaoqin's expression immediately changed. If it was someone designated by the Magic Association as a seal executor, he wouldn't be so frightened. While the term seal designation sounds impressive, in reality, the Magic Association has successfully sealed very few individuals. Those who are considered dangerous, such as Imeyakaratsugu's father, who was apparently killed by Imeyakaratsugu. Araya Soren was killed by Ryoji Shiki. Perhaps Aozuki Taoko was the less dangerous target of the seal designation, but her seal designation was eventually revoked. Nothing is impossible. Machirazuljan, all creation is reduced to ashes, Ryujinjaka. As Shen Fei spoke, a flaming katana appeared in his hand. The next moment, blazing flames instantly spread throughout the Matao family compound, instantly vaporizing all the crest insects and winged blade insects summoned by Zhaoqin. Such a powerful blow instantly transformed Zhaoqin's body into countless crest insects, which desperately burrowed underground. Surrounded by flames, escape was clearly impossible, so he had no choice but to go underground. Although Zhaoqin was deeply concerned about the appearance of the heroic spirit, his life was at stake, leaving him no time for further consideration. Want to escape? It's too late. Shen Fei paid no attention to Zhaoqin's flight. Surrounded by the 4 purple flame formation, escape was impossible. He wielded Ryujinjaka, intent on incinerating the entire Matao family. Houses, earth, rocks, and pools of water vanished without a trace beneath the searing flames. The heat even caused lava to form on the ground. Matao Zhaoqin, keep running. Shen Fei and Toxica Rin cornered Matao Zhaoqin in a corner of the Matao residence, which had become a vast pit. He had previously planned to escape through the sewers, but unaware that they were already sealed off by the 4 purple flame formation. As a last resort, he tried to escape from above, but the result was the same. Now, Shen Fei had trapped him inside with a circle of fire. You're not from the Magic Association, I guessed it. Yes, I'm a servant she summoned. Her purpose is simple, to kill you. But I have a better idea. Do you know what this is? Shen Fei said as a syringe appeared in his hand, filled with a strange-looking purple liquid. This is something called Superman drug. It can speed up a person's senses. 1 second is equivalent to hundreds of years. What do you think that person will become? Matao Zhaoqin's face suddenly changed. As a magus, he immediately understood the terrifying power of this drug. The Magi of the Moon world actually have a very close relationship with scientists. Just like Toxica Rin, despite being just a high school student, her knowledge of minerals and gemstones far surpasses that of ordinary people. I can't believe I'd die here. Don't act so pretentiously in front of me. I know you have a backup plan, but do you think we wouldn't know that now that we've found you? Aren't you surprised that Matao Shinji, Sakura, and the others haven't returned? Okay, goodbye. Mcharaziljan, Shen Fei immediately threw the syringe in his hand, startling the other party into transforming into countless insects in an attempt to evade them. The next moment, a circle of fire erupted around them, incinerating all of them. It's time to deal with Sakura. After killing Zhao and Matao, Shen Fei immediately took the unconscious Sakura out of the devouring sac, carefully examined her body, and then used the power of the Operation Fruit to extract all the crest worms from her body. Sakura, looking at the crest worms extracted from Sakura's body, Sakurin trembled all over, her fists clenched, and her expression tense. It can be said that if Tusaka Tokiyami were here now, she would definitely punch them. Hello again, Mcharaziljan, enjoy the taste of the Superman potion. No, that's really scary. I'm not going to let you go. Although using the Superman potion to deal with him is a good way to deal with him, Shen Fei would rather see him destroyed directly. I will heal her body. As for her memories, let's do as we agreed before. After completely dealing with Zhao and Matao, Shen Fei immediately used the Black Abyss White Flower to completely heal her body, and then used Yuduchin to change some of her past memories. Another gas explosion. What a tried and true excuse. Shen Fei shook his head helplessly, watching the news. The Matao family might live in a remote area, but that was just a little bit. He'd destroyed the entire compound, turning it into a massive crater. Even in such a situation, he'd used a gas explosion as an excuse. And it seemed few in Fuyuki City suspected it. Perhaps they were used to it. But that's true. 10 years ago, such devastation was ended with a gas explosion. Compared to that, this one is nothing. The fire caused by the black mud leaking out after King Arthur chopping of the Holy Grail during the Fourth Holy Grail War was recorded as being caused by a gas explosion. I have to say, this gas company is resilient. Thank goodness Sakura got home late, otherwise, Fujimura Taiga, watching the news nearby, looked with lingering fear at Sakura, who was helping Imaya Shirao with his meal. After restoring Sakura's body and altering some of her past memories, he and Tasakurin took Sakura to Imaya Shirao's place and settled down there. Okay, let's eat. Let's not talk about this anymore, Imaya Shirao said as he brought the food over. He gave Fujimura Taiga a look, telling her not to bring it up again, lest Sakura get upset. Is dinner ready? Looks like I'm back just in time. Just as they were set to eat, Tasakurin walked in, looking exhausted. Sister, Sakura immediately stood up and went to the kitchen to get her a set of dishes. Thank you, Sakura. Is it settled? Shen Fei asked as he ate Imaya Shirao's meal. It had to be said that Imaya Shirao's cooking was excellent. No wonder Red A was so versatile around the house. It's settled, Tasakurin nodded gently. She had rushed over from the church. With such a major incident happening at the Matao household, Katamin Kaori, who was in charge, naturally had to go and ask about the situation. Considering Rin's personality, Shen Fei held off on telling her that Tasaka Tokiyami had been murdered by Katamin Kaori, planning to wait until the Holy Grail War was about to begin. Imaya Shirao, I have something I want to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? It's a personal matter. This way. Seeing Fujimura Taiga and Tasakurin both looking curious, Shen Fei immediately gestured for Imaya Shirao to go outside. Imaya Shirao's current house was also very large, purchased by Imaya Kiritsugu from Fujimura Taiga's family. Fujimura Taiga was also a remarkable figure, with considerable martial prowess. The Imaya family was full of heroes, no small feat. Ace, to some extent, was also considered an Imaya. What is it? It's about a noble phantasm left in your body by your father, Imaya Kiritsugu. The two of them arrived at the front hallway and sat down in the corridor. Shen Fei gave him a brief overview of Avalon's situation. He didn't lie to him about this, though it would have been easier if he had. Do you know Kiritsugu? Imaya Shirao didn't care about noble phantasms at all, but he was very concerned about Kiritsugu's affairs. I don't know him, but I know him. Can you tell me something about Kiritsugu? His affairs are mostly related to the world of magic. It's best if you don't get involved right now. If you really want to know, I can tell you later. Kiritsugu also told me that I don't have a talent for magic. Imaya Shirao nodded gently, recounting some of what Kiritsugu had said to him back then. If your talent isn't good, no one will have a good one. As the first generation of magi, he had suppressed the millennia-old magi families. If his talent wasn't good, the clock tower could be disbanded. You need that noble phantasm, right? Take it yourself, are you sure? I told you before, it's priceless. You're going to use it to save the world, aren't you? It won't work with me anyway, so why not use it to save the world? It had to be said that S.H.I.E.L.D was incredibly kind. Anyone else probably wouldn't have believed what he said before. Then I'll be polite. Don't worry, it won't affect you. Shen Fei wanted to continue, but thinking of S.H.I.E.L.D's personality, he decided not to continue. At worst, he could find a way to add a few magic circuits to him later. With the Operation Fruit, adding magic circuits would be easy for him. This is Avalon, a secluded utopia. Looking at the golden scabbard in his hand, Shen Fei felt a surge of excitement. In the moon world, this was an absolutely magical item. More importantly, with it, he could summon King Arthur, Altria. Next, it's time to go to the clock tower. Perhaps we should try to find the relic of the goddess of Venus. With the Fifth Holy Grail War approaching, relics are crucial. While summoning heroic spirits without relics is possible, it's entirely a matter of luck. Of course, such summoning also depends on personality compatibility. For example, the sunny boy Ryunosuke summoned G-Virus, which was a perfect match. Speaking of which, Tasuka Tokiyami's random summoning during the Fourth Holy Grail War was even better than his summoning of the King of Heroes. Of course, Rin Tasuka wasn't included in this list. Her identity was somewhat of a relic. Theoretically, she could not only summon Red A, but also bring down a certain goddess. However, the chances were too low. If she had a relic, it would be easy. Since he was here, there was no need for Red A to cause trouble. Furthermore, if a certain Venus goddess was summoned, he was curious about how the Streetlight King would react. Chapter 982, Stripping the City, Part 1. The Magic Association's clock tower, on the surface, looks no different from an ordinary university. Shen Fei stood in the hallway of the Modern Magic Department's office, observing the young men and women walking through it. If it weren't for the location of this place, he would probably mistake it for an ordinary university. After reclaiming Avalon from S.H.I.E.L.D and settling some issues with the Matau family and Sakura, he and Rin Tasuka arrived at the clock tower in London. Sakura's main concern was the Matau family inheritance. With Zhaokan Matau and Shinji Matau both dead, Sakura was naturally the sole heir. This was a vast fortune, far richer than the Tasuka families. With this, Sakura and Shira would have no worries about food and clothing. Originally, Rin Tasuka had planned to wait until her senior year of high school to study at the clock tower and receive her university diploma. Yes, the clock tower issued university diplomas recognized by ordinary people. However, thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, she arrived at the clock tower early. Of course, she would return to participate in the Holy Grail War. Because she wanted to study modern magic, El-Meloi greeted her. Shen Fei had been in the office, but since they were both going through paperwork, he felt bored and left, heading out into the hallway to see if he could run into anyone he knew, like Gray. Okay, you may come in. About a quarter of an hour later, Rin Tasuka emerged from the office and called Shen Fei in. Apparently, the discussion was over. As the current head of the Tasuka family, she didn't need to take any exams to enter the clock tower, and there was a recommendation available. Naturally, the person she recommended was Shen Fei. Mom, is there anything else? El-Meloi asked curiously, seeing Rin Tasuka, who was supposed to be leaving, re-enter. Yes, Mr. El-Meloi, I'd like to make a deal with you. Deal? What kind of deal? El-Meloi glanced at Shen Fei with some surprise. He had assumed Rin was the one leading the two, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Still, he was curious about the deal. Since ascending the throne of El-Meloi, he's made numerous deals, contributing significantly to the El-Meloi family's continued reign as monarch, even for the weakest monarch. The clock tower boasts 12 monarchs, and even the weakest is still a monarch, unattainable for ordinary magi. Even when Tasuka Rin spoke to one, she spoke with great seriousness. I have some items I'd like to sell at the clock tower. I wonder if Mr. Second could be of assistance. Her visit to the clock tower was partly to enter Second's modern magic department and partly to sell materials she'd acquired in the Singularity. While she could sell items under the Tasuka family name, her connections weren't as strong as Second's. After all, Tasuka Tokiyami had been dead for nearly 10 years, and his connections had long since dissipated. After all, magi are known for their practicality. When a person leaves, the tea gets cold, and relationships change like turning the pages of a book. This is the true nature of magicians. The El-Meloi family is a cautionary tale. Shortly after Kenneth's death, his family members immediately began to split up, plundering the majority of the family wealth and then throwing the burden of the family onto then young Rhinus. Normally, the position of Lord of the Clock Tower would be coveted by countless. But Kenneth's death was so tragic that his magic seals were almost irreparable. Furthermore, he borrowed a large number of magical ceremonial equipment to participate in the Fourth Holy Grail War, all of which were destroyed in the Holy Grail War. This amounted to a massive debt. To inherit the position of Lord would inherit this debt, and no one else would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Therefore, Rhinus was pushed out to take the blame. Others believed she wouldn't last much longer, likely facing assassination soon. However, to everyone's surprise, Rhinus found someone to take the blame, and this person proved surprisingly formidable, effectively keeping the El-Melloi school afloat. Even today, despite the El-Melloi family's heavy foreign debts, few dare to underestimate them. This is due to the second's exceptional teaching skills. Over the years, graduates from the El-Melloi school have generally reached the rank of Diane or higher. This skill is crucial for a Magus family whose heritage is paramount, and it's for this reason that many families, including the other Clock Tower monarchs, will protect him. The ranks of Magi, from highest to lowest, are Crown, Color, Diane, Priest, Kai, eldest son, and youngest son. Kenneth, who participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War, was a Color, demonstrating the second's exceptional ability to mentor his students, many of whom were considered problem children by the other Clock Tower teachers. Advancing the rank of a Magus is incredibly difficult. Just look at Fujimura Ritsuka, who managed to save and reshogun, yet ultimately remained a mere Chi-rank Magus. Some materials from fantasy creatures, like this, Fafnir's blood and scales, Shen Fei said, producing a black scale and a vial of dragon blood. Impossible. How is that even possible? Upon hearing Shen Fei mention scales and blood from the evil dragon Fafnir, the second emperor immediately objected. With the separation of humans and gods, even fantasy creatures were considered legendary, let alone creatures of Fafnir's caliber. However, upon seeing the aura emanating from the scales and dragon blood, the second emperor's expression immediately changed. For a Magus, these were legendary materials. Tao Sikarin, standing nearby, remained remarkably calm. She had seen this before, but unfortunately, the Tausika family specialized in gem magic, and such materials were of little use to her at this point. Brother, you have a guest. Just as the second continued to gaze in amazement at the dragon scales and dragon blood, the door suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with long, dazzling golden hair and skin as pale as a porcelain doll walked in. From her address, it became clear that she was the second's adopted sister, Lannis. Hello, brothers, Lannis smiled and greeted Shen Fei and Tosikarin, then turned to the second. But just as she was about to say something, she was stunned by the items in the second's hand. The scales and blood of the evil dragon Fafnir, those are truly remarkable items. You're planning to auction them off? Yes, we need some money, this was the truth. Chaldea needed money to purchase supplies, and Shen Fei was planning to open a company here, which also required startup capital. Although he had a considerable amount of gold, he didn't need to use it since he could exchange it for things he didn't need. You have to remember that he had captured the entire body of the evil dragon Fafnir. So what he had taken out now was just a tiny fraction. Scarcity makes things valuable, though. If a large amount of dragon scales and blood were taken out all at once, the value would undoubtedly drop significantly. That's easy. There's an auction going on soon, but the monarch's name isn't so easy to borrow. You can handle the handling fee. Shen Fei immediately understood what Rhinus meant. He knew Rhinus's personality well, a scheming, cheerful girl. Then, happy cooperation, Rhinus said, extending her right hand towards Shen Fei. The materials from fantasy creatures could be a huge profit if handled well. Even though El-Melloy's position was somewhat stable now, it didn't mean they didn't have to repay their debts. An additional income could greatly alleviate the El-Melloi family's difficulties. To pay off her debts, Rhinus sold everything the El-Melloi family could, keeping only a villa for show. The second lived in a modest apartment, even resorting to the occasional guest role of Sherlock Holmes to solve problems for the Magic family and earn money. Originally, the second could have lived in Rhinus's villa, but he moved out because he didn't want to share a room with her. Given Rhinus's personality, happy cooperation, Shen Fei took the opportunity to grasp Rhinus's delicate, fair hand, a vastly different sight from Tosikarin's muscular, devilishly muscular hand. Seeing Shen Fei's reluctance to let go, Tosikarin couldn't help but cough. Okay, we have things to do next. Time to go. Something? I don't know what it is, maybe I can help. Rinus gave a seemingly kind smile, but to those who didn't know her personality, it seemed quite deceptive. It's about the house. Perhaps because of Rinus's smile, Tasakarin directly stated what they were going to do. Since they were going to school in the clock tower, they naturally needed to live there. Considering the Tasaka family's wealth, they could only rent. That's right, so we're hoping you can move quickly. We need money to buy a house, but that was Tasakarin's idea. Shen Fei, on his part, planned to buy a villa outright. Since he could enjoy it, he naturally wouldn't let himself suffer. Just that dragon scale and that vial of dragon blood could easily fetch tens of millions of dollars, more than enough for a villa. Buying a house? I think I can help with that, thank you. After all, Lannis was the legitimate heir to the Malloy family, and her connections in London were far superior to Tasakarin's. With her help, the two of them quickly found a nice villa about 2 blocks from the clock tower. They could settle down there first. As for the money, they could wait until the auction was over. The Malloy family could still provide that. While Lannis was shopping for the house, Shen Fei offered her materials like the teeth of a non-killing wyvern and asked her to help liquidate them. This was a quick process, as they weren't as valuable as the materials from Fafnir, so they didn't need to be auctioned. Buyers could be found quickly. After settling into the villa, Shen Fei immediately brought Mashu and Fujimura Ritsuka over from Chaldea. Although the second singularity had been detected, considering Fujimuru's condition, he decided to let her train for a few more days. Meanwhile, Da Vinci was busy researching the dragon blood potion, which would significantly increase both Fujimuru and Mashu's strength. So Shen Fei brought them here for a vacation, along with Da Vinci and Black Jean. Da Vinci was curious about the modern clock tower. Although she had been summoned in modern times, she had never ventured out of Chaldea, so now was the perfect time. You're going to France. You're not seeking revenge, are you? You should know that times are completely different now. Black Jean's idea of going to France troubled Shen Fei. With her strength, if a disturbance erupted, who knows how many people would be killed or injured. I know, I just wanted to go there and take a look. Shen Fei immediately understood what Black Jean was referring to. It was Jean's hometown. She, who held all of Jean's memories, couldn't completely forget about it. I'll go with her. I'm also planning a trip. Perhaps sensing Shen Fei's embarrassment, Da Vinci spoke up. Okay, I'll cover your travel expenses this time. The two quickly departed after receiving the money. The telephone booth, the streets, the double-decker buses, the cakes, the ice cream, all of this is real, senior, not just a simulation of what we saw in Chaldea. Mash, seeing the streets of London for the first time, was amazed and excited by everything she saw. Even though she had seen many of these things in simulations in Chaldea, reality and images were always vastly different. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to learn later. Let's go get something to eat first. The mirror is another world. Inside the Malloy classroom, Second Master was explaining today's lessons. After a few days of his lectures, Shen Fei began to understand why Second Master could teach so many talented students. He analyzed the roots of magic. Of course, these roots weren't the roots of type moon, but the roots of how magic was used. Without so many restrictions, focusing solely on how to use and apply it would surely irritate many Magus families. For most, the older the magic, the more mysterious it was. The magic of this world is truly fascinating. Even though celestial magic, with advances in technology, has allowed for greater certainty about the workings of celestial bodies, magic based on celestial bodies hasn't reached the point where it can no longer be used. Shen Fei's learning of magic was primarily based on reference. There were many concepts in magic that were very useful to him. For example, celestial magic was incredibly powerful. With sufficient magical power, even heroic spirits were no match. For example, Kirsch used celestial magic to defeat numerous heroic spirits with a single move. Besides the magic used in the battles, Shen Fei was more interested in practical magic for everyday use, like the cleaning puppets in the clock tower and Lannis's lunar marrow efficacy. She created a mage-shaped lunar marrow efficacy with her own personality. Then there's gem magic, which can store its own power and is perfect for forming barriers. Gray, you really have a saber face, but the princess is so interesting. It's just that because King Arthur killed Kenneth, he's come to hate this face, and even his own disciples can't bear to look at it directly. A few days into his time in the Malloy classroom, Shen Fei finally met Gray. The origin of their encounter was an assassination attempt against the second. Chapter 983, Stripping the City, Part 2. The assassination attempt originated from a black cat. The other party took advantage of the kindness of the second generation and used the black cat to perform a cursed assassination. For most magicians in the moon world, all living things, including humans, can be used for sacrifice. Only a few people have normal values, and the second generation is undoubtedly one of them. However, this normal value is considered abnormal among magicians. After all, everyone around you is abnormal, and you are the only one who is normal. As a result, you are naturally abnormal. If it were any other magician, the curse would not be successful. But for the second generation, it was different. The second generation was very angry about the curse, because someone actually used a curse to assassinate him. This was completely disrespectful to him. You must know that for magicians, preventing curses is a compulsory course. It is very difficult to use a curse against a magician, especially when the other party is a monarch. It is clear that the other party thinks that his strength is too weak and cannot even rebound a curse. This is the downside of curses, they can easily backfire. For example, when the second had simply cursed the other clock tower monarchs, saying they weren't magicians at all and were only focused on power struggles, this might have been a casual insult to an ordinary person, but to a magician, it could be seen as a curse. The curse then rebounded on the second. This rebound effect wasn't particularly harmful, merely causing a few days of bad luck. The black cat incident occurred during a period of bad luck for the second, so he initially ignored it. It wasn't until Gray heard an unusual noise that the second noticed his shadow had transformed into a black cat. Gray was a gravekeeper, an expert on the dead, though she herself was afraid of ghosts. The second then summoned his two most talented disciples, Flat and Sven. While the second's own abilities were limited, they were no match for his disciples' strength. Flat and Sven were known as the twin pillars of the clock tower. With the help of these two disciples, the second quickly tracked down the source of the curse through a magic circle. This was another side effect of the curse. The connection created by the curse made it easy to trace the source. Finally, thanks to two disciples, the curse caster was apprehended, but that was the end of the matter. That person wasn't the ultimate mastermind, they were merely a pawn with altered memories. Finding the mastermind under these circumstances was impossible, and the second was well aware of this. He had too many people seeking to kill him to even begin to guess. The clock tower's weakest monarch would target someone else if not you. Even within the El-Meloy family, some were intent on killing the second. After all, once El-Meloy gained a foothold, Rhenus would exact revenge, and none of those who had plundered the family assets would escape. You want the El-Meloy family's moon marrow essence. What are you offering in exchange? After becoming somewhat familiar with Rhenus, Shen Fei approached her directly to discuss a deal. Rhenus, though somewhat surprised, didn't refuse outright. For a magician, aside from core items like magic seals, which were closely tied to family heritage, everything else was tradable. The only question was whether you could offer a price that would satisfy the other party. Forget Fafnir's scales and blood. If you give away too much at once, it'll be worthless, Rhenus added before Shen Fei could speak. While she didn't know exactly how many fantasy creature materials Shen Fei had, the amount he had provided was already substantial. Besides the portion Rhenus had auctioned, Shen Fei had also offered dragon scales and blood to hire the second as a tutor for him and Tosakurin. So what do you want? Money? You can name your price. The El-Meloy family owed approximately over $1 billion in debt, a figure Shen Fei considered modest. However, since they were not related, he naturally couldn't pay off the debt for her, not to mention the fact that he couldn't come up with such a large sum in such a hurry. I'm interested in the money, of course, but I'm more curious about where you got all the fantasy creature materials. In this modern world, after the end of the Age of Gods, fantasy creature materials are extremely rare. There's only one place where they can be found consistently, the spirit tomb of Albion. But even in Albion, creatures of Fafnir's caliber are hard to come by. Are you sure you want to know this? Shen Fei hesitated for a moment before retorting. Oh, can you tell me? Rhenus's interest was immediately piqued. She'd only asked casually. After all, if Shen Fei truly possessed the materials needed to obtain these legendary fantasy creatures, he'd naturally do his best to conceal them. So, she didn't expect an answer. It's simple. I'm a magician. Just because these fantasy creatures don't exist in this world doesn't mean they don't exist in other worlds. Considering the possibility of bringing the second to Chaldea later, telling Rinus about the situation ahead of time wasn't a big deal. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of covetousness. Your joke isn't funny at all. Rinus naturally didn't believe someone suddenly claiming to be a magician. The clock tower's most powerful backer was the second magician. Of course, most of the time, the second magician wasn't in the clock tower, and perhaps even in this world. The moon world had many parallel worlds, and not everyone had a second magician. A magician capable of traveling through parallel worlds naturally wouldn't stay in one world forever, just like him. In the moon world, only the second magician can travel to parallel worlds, and Shen Fei is clearly not one. I'm not kidding. Miss Lannis, would you like to visit a parallel world? Shen Fei said, standing up. Since he had already taken Tossakarin to Chaldea, Lannis wouldn't be a problem. She could become a heroic spirit in the future. My honor, Lannis said, rising as well. Even though she had no interest in pursuing the route, she wouldn't miss the opportunity to travel to a parallel world, assuming, of course, what Shen Fei said was true. Lannis was also a scheming and cheerful girl, but her joy differed significantly from Katamin Kairui's. Most of her actions were purely mischievous. Of course, more importantly, he was a beautiful girl. Chaldea, the burning of human principles. This is truly fascinating. After crossing the golden portal and arriving in Chaldea, Lannis suddenly laughed excitedly upon learning about the situation there. Will something like this happen to me, like Rin Tossaka? After learning of Chaldea's situation, Rinus also worried about the human incineration happening there. Don't worry, it won't happen in most parallel worlds. The human incineration was established on Chaldea itself, not in every world. For example, if the Holy Grail of the Holy Grail War were contaminated or the Greater Grail were stolen, Marispal would be unable to complete Chaldea. What strange people have you brought with you again? Olga Marie looked at Rinus with dissatisfaction. She was no longer a prosthetic body, but a cultivated one. Hello, I am Rinus Elmeloy Arkazolti. Rinus immediately gave Olga Marie a formal Magus' greeting. Olga Marie Smyrant and Amusfia. Olga Marie also formally introduced herself. As both were descendants of the Clock Tower monarchs, they naturally had much in common, something Rin Tossaka couldn't compare to. Elmeloy, I've never heard of you. In a world where Kenneth survived, Lannis wasn't well known. After all, she was born into a branch of the Elmeloy clan. Is Kenneth dead? Another little girl. You're so impressive, aren't you? Stop teasing me. Eat your strawberry cake. Besides, I'm doing this for Chaldea. Her adopted brother is a very powerful figure. Shen Fei recounted the second story to Roman. Actually, the second and Roman were very similar in one respect. They had achieved accomplishments far beyond the ordinary while in human form. Solomon's current human form was a truly ordinary one, without inheriting Solomon's talents. Humans are indeed quite interesting, Roman sighed after hearing this. You sounded like you weren't human, right? Okay, I've brought the supplies you requested. He had brought Lannis along to deliver supplies to Chaldea, primarily food. After all, they were all working to save the world, and since he had the means, he couldn't afford to treat them badly. Come, everyone, look here. Shatter, the Mirage, with all of Chaldea's personnel gathered, Shen Fei conveniently did what he had previously considered, hypnotize all of Chaldea's employees. Naturally, these people were now single-mindedly striving to save humanity. However, if humanity was successfully saved, there was no telling what would happen next. They would undoubtedly report his actions, and the clock tower would undoubtedly hold Chaldea in a different light. If humanity were to be completely wiped clean and something were to happen, it would be a real problem for him. He desperately wanted to see the first emperor. What did you do to them? Roman looked at the Chaldea employees, who remained completely unresponsive, and stared at Shen Fei with a serious expression. Don't worry, I harbor no ill will towards them. I'm just taking precautions. Have you considered what will happen if word of what I've done here gets out once humanity is restored? Those people at the clock tower couldn't get their work done, and instead were locked in endless bickering. Fujimaru Ritsuka's feat of saving humanity was deemed a sham by those people, who refused to acknowledge it and even investigated him. The clock tower's discussions on how to handle the Chaldea situation dragged on for a year. Is that so? Roman nodded, saying nothing more. Having become a normal person, he naturally understood the human situation. Come over when you're free. You can visit your younger self. Let's talk about it when things are better here. As they were preparing to leave Chaldea, Reince's relationship with Olga Marie seemed to have taken a step forward, with Reince even inviting her to meet her parallel self. "You're truly amazing." Olga Marie was known for being difficult to get along with, but Reince had become close friends with her in such a short time. This demonstrated Reince's ability to make friends, or perhaps, to see into others' hearts. This was a skill she had cultivated over the years. As someone who inherited the throne of El-Melo at a young age, there were as many people seeking to kill her as there were the second. As a child, she often had to dodge assassinations and move from place to place. Her suitcase contained not only Luna Marrow efficacy but also a large amount of food. This wasn't out of sheer enjoyment, but rather out of fear of poisoning. With such experience, she naturally fared better than Olga Marie, a young lady who had a smooth life. Parallel world, Chaldea, I can't believe it, but I'm curious why someone like you would be interested in Luna Marrow efficacy. While the Luna Marrow efficacy magical item possessed considerable power, its control required it to be wielded by few within the clock tower. Otherwise, the El-Melo family would be in jeopardy. Didn't you see the second didn't have Luna Marrow efficacy? It wasn't because Renish was stingy, but because he couldn't control it. Otherwise, Renish would have provided him with Luna Marrow efficacy to protect him. However, for Shen Fei, who had reached the level of a magician, this was naturally nothing. To be more precise, I'm more curious about the power you gave him as a virtual personality. Are you familiar with computers? Of course, don't think the clock tower is full of old-fashioned people. While there are some, there are also many who keep up with the times. Lannis was right. Although many magi resisted telephones and computers, Tasuka Tokiyami, for example, used to have a phone for communication, but he resorted to magic. But things were different in the clock tower. Thanks to the Department of Law and Politics, computers and phones were widely available. Even more important, online shopping, which was only just beginning to take off in the ordinary world, had already been prevalent in the clock tower for years. This allowed magi to purchase what they needed from afar, especially knowledge of techniques, from the clock tower, eliminating the need to travel thousands of miles to buy them. There's something called artificial intelligence in computer technology, just like your Trinwa. Just give it a command, and it can do whatever you want. Shen Fei couldn't create an android, but if it was a virtual personality similar to artificial intelligence, then there wouldn't be so much concern. And I also want a mate who is always by my side. Lannis's Tramo can do many things, such as making black tea, snacks, etc. In this regard, it is undoubtedly much more convenient. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Lannis stretched out her small white right hand towards Shen Fei, and her smile looked rare and sincere. Lannis is a smart person, a real smart person, so even if she knew Shen Fei's identity and strength, she did not think of using him. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Using someone who has reached the level of a magician is undoubtedly courting death. Of course, if you can't use him, you can still take advantage of him a little. Stripping City Adler, yes, its owner is a person who is very good at repairing magic seals. I think you should be interested. By the way, be a bodyguard for your sworn brother, right? No problem. I'm interested. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 984, Stripping the City, Part 2. I say, your stamina is incredibly poor. You're a magician, after all. On the mountain road leading to the peeling city of Hydra, Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the second, who rested for about 10 minutes every few kilometers. Although he'd known second was weak, he hadn't imagined him to be this weak. Nearby, Tasukarin, initially in disbelief, now had a remarkably calm expression. Even the weakest magician, with only one magic circuit, was no match for the average person. It was a qualitative difference. But even the average person's stamina wasn't as poor as second. Second listened to Shen Fei's words and tried to retort, but ultimately remained silent. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but rather that he simply didn't have the energy to speak. He could only gasp for air. Haha, that's right. Such a weak magician is quite rare, echoed Gray, though it wasn't Gray's voice. Yard, Gray said, her left hand waving wildly. Stop, Gray. After several vigorous twirls, the sudden voice ceased. Gray held second in deep respect. She wouldn't say anything when Shen Fei mentioned second, but the presence within her was no exception. Shen Fei knew exactly where the sudden voice came from. It was the legendary noble phantasm, the sealing ritual of S.H.I.E.L.D, which shines in the Spear of Doom. He delighted in teasing Grey. After becoming familiar with second and Grey's S.H.I.E.L.D naturally became apparent to them. Why is this road so bad? After a short rest, the four of them continued on their journey. Second complained constantly along the way. It wasn't that he was complaining about the remote mountainous location of S.H.I.E.L.D city's Adela. For ambiguous, residing in remote areas is common, considering factors like spiritual sites. Not every ambiguous can find a spiritual site within the city like the Tosaka family. Just look at the Matau family, also located in the suburbs. The second's complaint was that the roads were too bad for cars to pass, forcing them to walk. Seeing his distress, Grey had suggested she carry him on her back, but he refused. This was his only remaining pride. Even if he needed a break after a short walk, he wouldn't let his disciples carry him. That would be too humiliating. Okay, stop complaining. It's just up ahead. Turning a corner, the four of them immediately spotted a gray castle on the other side of the cliff. Upon seeing the castle, the second sat down on a rock nearby, preparing to rest before continuing. He needed to gather himself before meeting the others, as he couldn't let anyone see him looking breathless. After resting for about 5 minutes, the second stood up and led the way across the cliff's suspension bridge to the castle's gates. It's a nice place, but it's incredibly inconvenient, and a bit disgusting. Honestly, the location of Quinjet City, Adela, is quite good. It's shielded from the outside world by a cliff in front, flanked by lakes and forests, and backed by a garden. Add to that the numerous angel statues, and the sunlight shimmering and interweaving, and it feels like entering a fairy tale castle. Quinjet City is a world of angels, with statues of all sizes and shapes scattered throughout. Nearly 100 angels line the path from the drawbridge to the castle gates. The walls and roofs of the castle are also covered in carvings of angels of all sizes. Judging solely by its appearance, it's a perfect place for a vacation. If transportation were better, perhaps allowing cars to drive directly to the castle via the drawbridge, it would be even better. Of course, that's just the appearance. Underneath, as Shen Fei had said, it's incredibly disgusting. However, few can see through its true nature. Even the second generation merely frowned at the multitude of angels, not noticing anything unusual. Grey, on the other hand, has been trembling since entering. Calm down, don't look at those angels, Shen Fei said, patting Grey's shoulder to calm her down. He wasn't surprised Grey noticed something was wrong. After all, she was a gravikeeper. Sorry, one invitation only, one person. Just as the second emperor took out the invitation and prepared to lead the group inside, he was stopped by a castle servant. Hearing the servant's words, second emperor frowned. Invitation, huh? I have one here, Shen Fei said, taking out an invitation and handing it to the servant. As the servant looked at Shen Fei, the servant's right hand drew a rune in the air, a magical suggestion. Shen Fei, of course, didn't have a real invitation. The Quinjet City always prepared invitations in advance, so how could he possibly have one? However, that didn't stop him from using a magical suggestion to enter. The servant was just an ordinary person, so the suggestion was easy. The four of them immediately entered the hall, a magnificent and splendid space dotted with angel statues. Angels graced the walls, the handrails of the spiral staircase, and so on. Long time no see, Your Excellency Elmeloy. The four entered the hall. The young man from the spiral staircase across from them immediately approached, followed by a lovely girl, looking only 8 or 9 years old, with long golden hair. She bowed respectfully before the second. Even though the second didn't value his title of monarch, in the eyes of others, he was still one of the 12 monarchs of the clock tower, one of the pinnacle figures. Add the title of second, it's too heavy for me to bear. Your Excellency is too modest. With your contributions to the clock tower, you deserve the title of monarch. Technically, the second's contributions to the clock tower surpassed those of Kenneth. Many considered his title of monarch well-deserved, but the second couldn't get over it. You're too polite. Honestly, it's you, Hina Istri, who's held in high esteem by the clock tower's greats, Shen Fei, Tao Sakarin, and Grey didn't recognize the newcomer, but the second knew who he was. He was a leader of the younger generation. Strictly speaking, the second was also from the younger generation, but because of his status as monarch, he naturally wouldn't be considered one in this situation. And if it came down to pure strength, he wasn't quite up to par. "This is my sister, Rosalind Eystery. Come, this is L-Meloi." The young man then pulled the blonde girl out from behind him. Upon exiting, she immediately performed standard aristocratic etiquette for the second before hiding behind her brother. I didn't expect the new monarch to arrive. As the two exchanged pleasantries, a sound of grinding metal emanated from another spiral staircase. Then, the group saw an elderly man in a wheelchair, being pushed by a young man. The main hall of Peel Castle, besides the main entrance, had 3 spiral staircases in 3 other directions, all leading to the second floor, but in different directions. Mr. Orlock, looking at the old man's face. A trace of nervousness flashed across the face of the second. He naturally knew who the other person was, and it was precisely because he knew him that he was nervous. L-Meloi, you are a monarch after all, but you have never been able to be promoted from the priest position. You are so shameless to come to the castle of my friend. The old man was not polite to the second. The old man's words made a trace of disappointment flash across the face of the second, but the second did not say anything to refute, because it was a fact. With his strength, the priest position was already the highest level, and the pawn position and color position were out of the question. Even this priest position was obtained because of his contribution. The pawn position and color position had a hardcore standard, and that was strength. Gray's face was angry when she heard the old man's words, but she couldn't say anything at this time. "Oh, it's a beauty, it's really rare." Just as the second was about to speak, a young man in bizarre attire approached from the 3rd spiral staircase. His words were so frivolous that Gray couldn't help but lean back against the second. Meanwhile, the blonde girl clung to her brother's side. "I'm sorry, you scared me." Hina, watching the young man approaching, immediately radiated a different, sharp aura. His words revealed his deep love for his sister. "Brother, don't be too controlling, or you'll get disliked." "I'm sorry, Rosalind can't possibly dislike me. You're so confident, young lady." "I wonder what your name is," the young man said, turning his gaze to Rin Tasaka. "It's none of your business," Shen Fei said, glancing at him coldly. "Is she your girlfriend?" "I'm truly sorry." The young man then turned his gaze to Shen Fei. "Who's his girlfriend?" "Don't talk nonsense." Rin's voice betrayed shyness and annoyance. "Brother, since she's not your girlfriend, don't you think you're being too controlling?" As the young man spoke, he suddenly took a step back and raised his right hand. An object flew out of his hand and shot towards Shen Fei. The sudden attack made Hina on the side want to stop it, but it was too late. This is a bowl. In response to the young man's sudden attack, Shen Fei simply stretched out his left hand and caught the object that was shot at him. Only then did he realize that it was a metal bowl about the size of his palm. This scene made everyone present focus on Shen Fei. Everyone present could block the young man's sudden attack just now, but it would be difficult to catch it as easily as he did. "It's the flying bowl technique," Hina explained. This young man in strange clothes came from the same place as Tusaka. The other party belonged to a Buddhist sect. The so-called bowl was used for begging, but the other party obviously used it as a magic ceremonial costume. "What are you doing? You suddenly attacked me." Tusaka-rin looked a little unhappy when she saw the young man attacking Shen Fei. "It's just for fun. Besides, as a magician, there is no such thing as a sneak attack. Magicians in the moon world are somewhat similar to ninjas. Being killed is a sign of lack of strength, and being attacked by surprise is also a sign of lack of strength. Just for fun, huh? Let's have some fun then," Shen Fei said, tossing the metal bowl to the young man. Amidst his stunned expression, a ruby the size of a fingernail suddenly appeared in his left hand. With a flick of his finger, it shot towards the young man. Considering this was the moon world, Shen Fei didn't resort to attacking methods like the flying finger gun, but instead employed gem magic. Many families in the moon world practice gem magic, but only 2 primarily used it, the Tosaka family and the Luvia family. After all, it was a costly art, and those without money wouldn't dare resort to it. However, this wasn't a big deal for Shen Fei. Furthermore, his Operation Fruit allowed him to freely cut and combine gems, making it an excellent aid. For those who practice gem magic, cutting the right shape was a must. In fact, in the moon world, the Operation Fruit offered a more suitable magic, the artificial mystic eye, created using gems. In the L-Meloi classroom, the second had a student from this family. Artificially crafting mystic eyes is generally very difficult, even for a family renowned for their crafting. However, for him, possessing the operation fruit, the most difficult problem was actually the simplest. Flow. Just as the ruby was about to strike the young man, Hina suddenly attacked. With his soft chant, the hall's floor began to shift dramatically, instantly forming a stone wall in front of the young man. Boom! As the ruby struck the stone wall, blazing flames erupted, instantly shattering it. The powerful impact sent the young man flying backwards. How dangerous? The young man, flung back, hit the stairs behind him, then used them to twist his body and leap upwards, instantly reaching the second floor. Only then did he gaze at the shattered stone wall with lingering fear. Without the stone wall to block the blow, a direct blow would likely not kill him, but serious injuries would be inevitable. Let's stop here. Don't forget our goal. After a brief silence, Hina finally spoke. He too was startled by the power of Shen Fei's gem magic. Even if he were to take a direct hit, he would have a hard time escaping unscathed. This is your new disciple. Orlok's expression was similar to Hina's, and his gaze towards the second had also changed considerably. I guess so. The second's voice sounded somewhat dejected, and understandably so. In his eyes, Shen Fei and Tyrants were the kind of magicians with extraordinary talents, capable of easily achieving things he would never achieve in his lifetime. This was a talent he envied and hated the most. Is it bustling here? I guess I'm late. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the hall, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. 3 figures entered from the main door. Although there were only 3 people, most eyes were fixed on the one in front. A swan-like beauty, dressed in a vibrant blue dress with a matching ribbon, her hair curled in French curls, clutched an ivory-handled parasol. Although Tyrants is also a beautiful girl, she is completely overwhelmed by him in terms of temperament. This temperament is that of a noble lady. Tyrants was also born into a noble family, but she does not have the temperament of a lady at all. Instead, she has a tsundere temperament. This guy, as soon as she saw the visitor, Tyrants' eyes immediately changed, because the visitor gave her a feeling of a nemesis. The visitor also stopped after seeing Tyrants. The two looked at each other, and then snorted coldly at the same time and turned to look away. It's her, no wonder, this is the devil muscle Rin against the Lady Crane. Although it was the first time he saw the visitor, Shen Fei still recognized him immediately. After all, in the moon world, there was only one person dressed like this, and that was Tyrants' nemesis Luvia. Chapter 985, Stripping City, and so you finally arrived? Were you drawn here by the dazzling treasure, the 7 flavors? Just as the group was stunned by the visitor's appearance, Orlok's voice echoed with disgust and disdain. It was clear from his words that he was extremely displeased with Luvia. What's the problem, old man? Luvia smiled at Orlok, seemingly oblivious to the meaning of his words. It's indeed that lowly bloodline, Luvius Arenta Edelfelt. Orlok's words were as blunt as ever, yet simultaneously revealed the visitor's identity. It's truly an honor. Despite Orlok's insulting words, Luvia's expression remained unchanged. Luvius Arenta Edelfelt, truly a remarkable figure. The second's expression shifted slightly after learning the visitor's name from Orlok. Teacher, do you know her? Gray whispered beside him. They're a famous Finnish family of gemstone magicians. It's said the previous head has been largely invisible, and family affairs are largely run by their daughter. This could be her. As one of the monarchs of the clock tower, the second was naturally well aware of the magic world's rising celebrities. I didn't expect even an immature monarch would know about them. They're just some upstarts from the Renaissance, rising to prominence through hyena-like tactics. Orlok suddenly laughed. The Renaissance was hundreds of years ago. Is that the magic world's contempt chain? Hearing Orlok's words, Shen Fei immediately understood why Orlok looked down on Luvia. As everyone knows, the older the magic world, the more mysterious it becomes. Powerful magic families generally have a history of around 1,000 years, so naturally, they look down on newly established magician families. Back then, the second, also known as Weber, was a subject of ridicule. Weber's family was only 3 generations old, making him a complete newcomer in the magic world, at the very bottom of the contempt chain. The magic world's hierarchy of contempt generally divides people by 100 or 500 years. With a 1,000-year history, Orlok's family naturally holds the right to look down on Luvia's. In fact, what fuels his disdain for Luvia's family, beyond their age, is their methods. Edelfelt made his fortune through plunder. Magical attire, magic tricks, anywhere there's something good, S.H.I.E.L.D is likely to be found. Furthermore, his family's lineage consists primarily of women, earning them the title of the world's most graceful hyenas. However, Orlok was the only one present who dared to treat Luvia with such disdain. The other magicians lacked his confidence and greeted her with smiles. Even the young man, who previously flirted with beautiful women, remained silent. Mr. Sismad, I am sincerely happy to receive such an evaluation from you. This shows that you are afraid of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. I really don't understand why such a person would reveal his true face when he saw Tusakarin. Are they really natural enemies, and it's just because of the conflict between their gem magic? Looking at Luvia, whose every move seemed like the daughter of a wealthy family, Shen Fei was really curious. Why did she abandon her disguise when she saw Tusakarin? Orlok snorted, then spoke again. How dare someone like you come here? Is there something wrong with the family's magic seal? Rest assured, old man. There's nothing wrong with the S.H.I.E.L.D family's magic seal. But your presence here, old sir, has taught me something. Even very old magic seals will get moldy. Hyena. Orlok's face changed. Magic seals are crucial to ambiguous. Once word of a problem spreads, it's bound to cause endless trouble. Just look at the El-Meloy family. If the El-Meloy family's magic seal had been passed down intact, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Of course, then, Rinus wouldn't have had to deal with it. Luvia's words didn't just change Orlok's expression, everyone else's. This was Peeling City, whose former owner was a renowned restorer in the magic world. Most people who came here were here to repair magic seals. The second king, however, didn't react. The El-Meloy family's magic seal was a well-known secret in the magic world. Since it's not a problem with a magic seal, why are you here? Of course, to acquire such a valuable technology for the S.H.I.E.L.D family's collection. The statement was utterly arrogant, but few present doubted it, for this was how the S.H.I.E.L.D family had risen to prominence. Of course, this didn't mean plunder, but rather spending money. For ambiguous, money is crucial. With a large sum of money, anything can be sold, except for fundamental items like magic seals. For example, if Luvia were to spend a large sum on Lanise's moon marrow elixir, Lanise would surely agree. In the magic world, plundering is permitted, but it must be done covertly and unnoticed. Few would be willing to deal with a family that relied solely on plunder. On the other hand, relying on vast wealth is a different story. Precisely because the S.H.I.E.L.D family is so generous, many desperate families are willing to sell their wares to them. The S.H.I.E.L.D family is extremely wealthy, rumored to control several gemstone mines. Looks like everyone's here. Just as everyone was silent, a beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in a kimono, silently emerged from the spiral staircase in the middle of the second floor. The butler, who had been standing nearby, immediately stepped beside her. Excuse me for waiting, everyone. I'm Kanano Hisari from the Law and Politics Department of the Clock Tower, appointed administrator of Jiri and Ashbourne's estate. Her introduction immediately stirred the magicians present. With the exception of Rin Tausaka, whose expression remained unchanged, everyone else's brows furrowed in unison, including Luvia and the second. The Law and Politics Department is a prestigious department within the Magic Association. As everyone knows, the Clock Tower has only 12 monarchs, but within it, there are 13 departments. After spending some time in the Clock Tower, Shen Fei had a good understanding of the Law and Politics Department. It was the department responsible for managing magicians, and for most magicians, dealing with it was the most distasteful. It was like dealing with the school's discipline committee. Students generally disliked dealing with them, and being approached by them was a sure sign of trouble. But before the will is read, there's something I need to mention. Someone seems to have arrived uninvited. As she spoke, Kanano Hisari immediately glanced at Shen Fei and Tusakarin. Shen Fei's hint magic could cue the butler to let them in, but it couldn't change the total number of invitations issued to Peel City. Have we been discovered? Sorry, we're here as bodyguards for Lord El-Meloy. You all know he's relatively weak, and it would be terrible if he were ambushed here. As someone in the Law and Politics Department, you know he recently faced an assassination attempt. Since Kanano Hisari had discovered him, Shen Fei didn't mind. Yes, although being called weak by Shen Fei made the younger brother a little upset, it was the truth. Now I will announce Jirian's will. Kanano Hisari gave the second a deep look, then glanced over Shen Fei and Rin Tausaka. Then, as if nothing had happened, he took out a letter and opened it. Strange, the Law and Politics Department is so easy to talk to today. Kanano-Hisari's behavior surprised some of the magicians present. With so many things going on, the Law and Politics Department would create trouble even if there was none. As for giving face to the second, that was even more impossible. Other monarchs might have had this face. Their guess was not wrong. What prevented Kanano-Hisari from pursuing the matter was not the second's face, but the second Tausika-Rin's face. The Tausika family held a very special position in the magic world, a target that the clock tower did not want to provoke. The reason was simple: one of the ancestors of the Tausika family was a disciple of the second magician. The clock tower's most powerful backer is the second magician. Strangely, no one wants to become his apprentice. This is because, in the clock tower, being his apprentice is practically akin to being rendered useless. This magician's unbridled sexuality is unbridled. Even if someone were to become his apprentice, perhaps using him as a backer, few would pursue him. To be considered worthy by the second magician, one must be a genius. He disdains mediocrity. However, geniuses are often arrogant, creating a cycle of contradictions. As the current head of the Tausika family, Rin Tausika is connected to the second magician. With this connection, no one would normally confront the Tausika family over trivial matters. Normally, no one would care much about the generations of descendants of their apprentice. However, the second magician is unusual. In the original future, the second magician had vouched for Rin, sparing her from the clock tower's punishment. Of the three great families, only the Matau family is weaker. The Tausika family is connected to the second magician, while the Eansburns are connected to the third magician. Ask for the name of an angel. Those who cannot answer will have their angel stripped from them. Whoever captures my angel will inherit my legacy, Kanano-Hisari paused. That's all. After a long pause, seeing Kanano-Hisari didn't continue, someone couldn't help but ask. Yes, that's all. There's no set deadline, but the reminder has been sent to everyone. Check your invitations. After Kanano-Hisari finished speaking, those with invitations immediately took them out, only to discover that something had suddenly appeared on them that wasn't there. The magicians were extremely careful to check their invitations, trying to avoid others from seeing the contents. That's your angel name. You may proceed to your rooms. In the meantime, your food and lodging will be provided by the servants here. With that, Kanano-Hisari immediately turned and left. Led by the butler, the servants led the magicians to the second floor, where each angel's name was written. Doesn't this directly reveal everyone's angel name? With a little research, anyone with a sense of wit could have discovered the angel names of the group, with the exception of Shen Fei and Tausika-Rin. I want to share a room with the teacher. On the second floor, within the second's room, Shen Fei and Rin Tausika were assigned a room because of Kanano-Hisari. There were no rooms with angel names, so the four of them had two rooms. Originally, Shen Fei wanted to share with second, but Gray insisted on staying by second's side, wanting to protect him. Whatever you want, it seems we'll be sharing a room. The bed is mine, the sofa is yours. Since Gray insisted, Shen Fei and Rin Tausika didn't force it, but Rin immediately claimed ownership of the room. After the rooms were assigned, the four of them discussed the will and asked second to introduce other magicians. Shen Fei and Rin Tausika were unconcerned about this. That Hina is a genius from the alchemy family. He previously served in the church. Second introduced a brother and sister. The elder brother was a genius, but he didn't want to inherit the family's magic seal, so he went to the church. However, due to his talent, his family summoned him back. Mr. Shizamut is a user of butterfly magic. By the way, stand up Edelfelt. Their family and yours do have some connections. Finally, while discussing Luvia, the second emperor recounted an incident to Tausika-Rin, one related to the Third Holy Grail War. After the Fourth Holy Grail War, hoping to meet the King of Conquerors again, the second emperor conducted a detailed investigation of the war. While the First and Second Holy Grail Wars were so distant, with little information available due to their lengthy passages, the third allowed him to uncover a significant amount of information. It's said that two of the seven masters at the time were from the Edelfelt family. Unlike most mage families, which inherit only one lineage, the Edelfelt family relies on sisters for their magical abilities. After the Holy Grail War, the younger sister was unable to return. Judging by Tausika-Rin's bloodline, she likely married into the Tausika family at the time. The quarter of her foreign blood in Tausika-Rin likely stems from this family. Is that so? After hearing the second emperor's story, Tausika-Rin didn't react in any particular way. After all, this relative was a distant one, and they had never interacted before. Angels, the zodiac, the angels of this world, I really don't know what to say. After sharing the information about the other magicians, Second World began to ponder the meaning of the angel's name on the invitation. He was determined to obtain this inheritance. After all, it might be the opportunity to fulfill one of the conditions he and Renish agreed upon, repairing the El-Meloy family's magic seal. Renish had sought out numerous magicians skilled in this area to repair the magic seal, but unfortunately, the damage was so severe that even if they started now, they said it would take at least 3 generations to complete, which meant at least 200 years. How could such a good thing happen? Shen Fei gently shook Second World's persistence. Although he didn't know much about Peeling City, his main knowledge being the mystic eye train, the nature of Second World's case files made it clear that there would definitely be casualties in Peeling City this time. After all, Second World's case files made him act like Sherlock Holmes. Furthermore, Shen Fei's understanding of the Moon World's magicians confirmed that they would never leave any legacy to their descendants. For example, if a family sacrifice is required, then the root cause is clear. At least 70% of the Moon World's magicians would do it without hesitation, 20% would hesitate and then do it, leaving 10% of them to refuse. Tasuka Tokayami is one of those 20%. For a magician like this, asking someone to inherit his estate is nothing but a conspiracy. Chapter 986 Magic Seal, Part 1. What a massive dining table. As night fell, the servants called Shen Fei, Tao Sakarin, second, and Gray to the second-floor hall. Upon arriving, Shen Fei's first sight was the rectangular granite dining table in the center, capable of seating at least 20 people. It was the first time he had ever seen such a large table, having only seen it on television. Greetings, Your Excellency El-Meloy. I apologize for not being able to greet you formally earlier. At the table, Hisari Kanano of the Law and Politics Department seemed to be waiting for second. Upon his arrival, she immediately came forward and saluted. You're welcome, Miss Kanano, second replied earnestly. While the Law and Politics Department held considerable authority within the clock tower, that authority primarily focused on ordinary magi. While second, despite his own relative weakness, was one of the clock tower's 12 monarchs, he couldn't afford to be too dismissive. Your Excellency, you can just call me Hisari, said Kanano Hisari, flashing a charming smile to the younger brother. The moment this smile appeared, the two young men at the table froze in surprise. Kanano Hisari was an extremely attractive woman. Her beauty and mystery combined made her a deadly attraction for men. Even Shen Fei was stunned for a moment, causing Rin Tasuka to cough. Rin's looks were certainly comparable to Kanano Hisari's, but after all, she was only a high school student, while Kanano Hisari was a mature woman. Miss Kanano, I'm sorry, I'm timid by nature and not good with beautiful women. While Kanano Hisari was alluring, that only applied to other people. The younger brother had no desire to be with her. As the younger brother spoke, the two young men at the table regained their composure and immediately turned their heads away. While Kanano Hisari was certainly beautiful, her status didn't make her any more attractive to them. She's truly worthy of being a princess. Facing such a beauty, she shows no reaction at all. Shen Fei couldn't help but admire the second emperor, who remained completely unmoved by Hu Yilingli. While he certainly wouldn't do anything to Hu Yilingli, it was nice to have a beautiful woman in front of you to feast your eyes. The second emperor, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the emperor. Oh, you've got a very cute attendant with you, and you're wearing a hood even in this room. Are you trying to hide her lovely features? This was naturally referring to Gray. Even with her hood, even a casual glance was enough to reveal that Gray was a rare beauty. I just don't want to see her face. That's very interesting. I'd like to talk to you after we return to the clock tower, Hu Yilingli said, a smile breaking out on her face once again. Leave me alone. I'd be very uncomfortable if I became acquainted with the Law and Politics Department. As a monarch, the second naturally had no fear of the Law and Politics Department, but as a magus, he was deeply unimpressed by it. In fact, all Orthodox magi disliked the Law and Politics Department, because they considered a Law and Politics Department that didn't pursue the principles of magic to be heretical. The philosophy of the magi in the Clock Tower Law and Politics Department was actually very similar to that of magicians. To them, magic was merely a tool, a means to an end, a means to an end. What was that? Was it something you could eat? You're not someone who cares about that kind of reputation. There are many Clock Tower favorites in the modern magic department, They just dump their problems on me. You're too polite. Before its fame, the LMLA classroom primarily housed problem students from the clock tower, students whom other clock tower instructors had dismissed as hopeless. However, after the second discovered their talents, the tide of change at the clock tower shifted. From problem children, they became the clock tower's favorites. Looks like our seats are here. Just as Kokino Hishiri was about to say something, the second spoke first, then quickly walked past Kokino Hishiri and came to a seat in front of the Elmeloi family crest. Gray followed suit and sat down. Dinner was already set in front of the two of them, an English-style dinner. The others also had dinner in front of them, according to the country of birth of the guests. This showed that Peeling City had made preparations in advance. As for the two uninvited guests, Shen Fei and Tasakarin, they had the same dinner in front of Kokino Hishiri, a dinner with the characteristics of the Far East. Kokino Hishiri's expression did not change at all at Second's actions. After Second sat down, she also walked to her own seat. Very well prepared, huh? As he spoke, Luvia appeared with her servants and quickly found her own seat. Mr. Shizumut is dining in his room, then let's begin. After the butler announced that Orlok wouldn't be there, Hina glanced at everyone at the table and immediately spoke. Normally, for a meal like this, one didn't have to wait for others to arrive, so it didn't matter if they started first. However, perhaps out of courtesy, those who arrived first didn't start eating right away. You're Tasakarin? Just as Tasakarin was about to start eating, Luvia, who was sitting across from her, suddenly spoke up, her eyes tinged with a hint of provocation. It's me. What? Tasakarin said, unyielding. Their exchange immediately caught the attention of everyone else, except Junior and Gray, who seemed oblivious. Gray didn't seem to mind. Junior was just hungry, the journey had exhausted him immensely. Hey Junior, Gray, aren't you afraid the food might be poisonous? Junior and Gray, who had already been preparing to eat, paused, drawing the attention of the others, including Luvia and Tasakarin, who were locked in a stare-down. Poisonous? Young man, you're not kidding. A young man named Takedoja Rabo-Sijin, who had previously argued with Shen Fei, was the first to shout. It has nothing to do with you. I'm just warning them. Gray, Rin, I'm here to remind you that the vast majority of magicians are not good people. Be careful when you're out and about, especially when visiting other magicians' homes. Young man, I think you're a magician, too. Shen Fei's words were a complete insult to everyone present. I know, so I'm talking about the vast majority. I'm in the minority, Shen Fei said, not waiting for anyone else to speak. Of course, there are some good magicians here too. Sijin, who had been about to retort, immediately shut up. If he started to argue now, wouldn't that just label him as a bad person? What do you want to say? Hina spoke up as the others remained silent. Nothing, just a reminder to everyone not to expect such easy luck. I think you're all well aware of what a magician is like, judging by the various arrangements here, Shen Fei said, gesturing at the food in front of everyone, and then continued. The other party has already investigated you and knows that even if you knew of the trap, you wouldn't give up this inheritance. You may all be confident in your own abilities, but since they've already investigated, they must have been prepared for this. Perhaps there are spies among the people coming this time. That's why Lannis asked us to come along to protect the second. Our presence was definitely not part of their calculations. Shen Fei's words immediately silenced everyone present, and they began to observe each other. They had indeed considered the possibility of a trap in this so-called inheritance, but as Shen Fei had said, the temptation of repairing the magic seal was too great to compel them to come. However, they had never considered whether the visitor was a traitor. It could be said that Shen Fei's words planted a seed of doubt in everyone's minds. According to what they say, this probably doesn't clear you of suspicion. On the contrary, it might be the opposite. You came here without an invitation, so you might actually be the spies. Luvia glanced at Tasakarin, her gaze immediately focused on Shen Fei. It had to be said that what she said was indeed possible. You have a point, but there's one thing wrong. We came here with the second, and after all, he's one of the clock tower's monarchs. Who do you think would be capable of spying? That's right. Hey, you're not saying the food is poisonous, are you? Kingsun nodded in agreement, but then, seeing Shen Fei eating, he immediately shouted. I'm just saying it might be poisonous, not that it is. I'm just asking you to be careful, Shen Fei said, looking at Gray and saying, Gray, I know you've been reading detective books. Based on what they say, What do you think will happen next? Someone will die, and the murderer is among us, Gray said immediately after a moment's silence. That's right. So, according to the detective books, who's most likely to be killed? People who act alone, right? So from now on, you have to stay close to the second and don't let him out of your sight. I know. I'll protect you, teacher. In the second's room, after Shen Fei and Gray recounted the contents of the detective books, no one wanted to speak. They quickly finished their meal and left. What did you mean by that? I was just warning those people to prevent them from getting killed. Looking at the second's gloomy expression, Shen Fei couldn't explain it. In this case, you're Sherlock Holmes II, basically walking around with the dead, just like in some scientific world. He was mainly warning Hina, the one who came with his sister. As for the others, death is death. After all, those he knew would be safe. For example, Luvia, with her strength, would rarely be in danger. The power of a jewel magic user is proportional to the number of gems they possess. Rin Tosika's poverty prevented her from unleashing the full power of her jewel magic, but Luvia's family was wealthy, so naturally, she had no shortage of gems. Shen Fei suspected the suitcase she brought was filled entirely with gems. Just like Lannis, her suitcase contained numerous magical ceremonial items. It's fair to say that the second was somewhat pitiful. Due to his low power, he couldn't even use some of his magical ceremonial items, forcing him to create his own. For example, the cigar and suit he always smoked were his magical ceremonial items. And his long hair was also a way to conserve his magical energy, just in case. Look! Someone's been murdered. The next day, before dawn, the city of Peeling Castle was abuzz with activity. A murder had occurred. As the group hurried to the first-floor lobby, they spotted the body of Hano Hishiri, clad in a kimono, hanging from the sword of an angel statue. The sword was stained black with blood, indicating that he had been dead for some time. Ugh! Looking at the corpse, Rin Tosika suddenly turned and squatted on the ground. The horrific state of the corpse made her want to vomit. Although Rin Tosika was a magician, due to Tosika Tokiyami's early death, she had little exposure to the dark side of magic. Even having witnessed Matao Zoukin's disgusting behavior didn't make her immune to other things. The appearance of Kanano Hisori's corpse made Gray, the gravikeeper, cover her mouth. The side of her eyes being gouged out, leaving a hollow void in her beautiful, fair face, was particularly shocking. Shen Fei's words seemed sarcastic, earning many disapproving glances from the crowd. After all, this was a dead person. Mr. Hina, can you please put her down? At the younger brother's request, Hina attacked, severing the angel sword that had pierced Kanano Hisori, and then, using the falling body, gently placed it on the ground. Excuse me, the younger brother immediately began to examine Kanano Hisori's body. Here's what happened. Meanwhile, Hina explained the situation. He had been the first to discover the body. He had begun exploring the secrets of the angel's name the previous night, but had been unexpectedly attacked by a wild beast. During the fight, he arrived here and discovered Hishiri's body. It's definitely the mark of a beast attack. There's also a missing piece on the back. It could be a magic seal. While examining Hishiri's body, the second emperor unexpectedly discovered the invitation letter on her body. Upon opening it, he discovered the name of an angel. I didn't expect she was one of the invited heirs to the estate. The second emperor's words silenced everyone present. The jurisprudence department, acting as judges, had even been involved in the estate verification process. If Hishiri was still alive, it would surely cause quite a stir. Strange, why is that? I understand. I see, sir. What did you discover? The second emperor held Hishiri's invitation letter and then, examining her body, a look of sudden realization crossed his face, immediately catching Luvia's curiosity. I guessed wrong before. I thought angels referred to the 12 zodiac signs of the Kabbalah system. Now it seems they refer to parts of the human body, and her angel name corresponds to the eyeball. The names of the angels present were actually the names of the stars in the zodiac, so the second had always wanted to learn the secrets of the angels by comparing them to the celestial phenomena. Hina had also mentioned that his actions last night were intended to observe the celestial phenomena. Body parts? Doesn't that mean he's right? This is a conspiracy to steal our magic seals. Everyone present had a good understanding of the basic magicraft zodiac signs. It only took a moment to understand that their angels corresponded to the vital parts of their bodies. More importantly, these corresponding parts corresponded to the locations of each person's magic seal. The location of magic seals varied depending on the family and school of thought. For example, Tao Sikarin's magic seal was on her left arm. Hina unconsciously touched his left leg. His magic seal was located there, and his angel name also corresponded to that location. That's quite interesting. But since you want my magic seal, then come on. I want to see who's behind this. Orlok suddenly burst into laughter. If any of you want to give up, leave now and you can still save your lives. Everyone present remained silent in response to Orlok's suggestion. Although someone had died and the city's master's plot to strip the city was partially revealed, no one wanted to give up. To restore the family magic seal, these people would not give up even if there was even a sliver of hope. Furthermore, due to the magician's personality, cooperation was impossible. After all, who knew what the magic seal repairer was, and how many times it could be used? What if it could only be used once? Chapter 987 Magic Seal, Part 2. It seems no one wants to quit. I'd like to see who can take my life, Orlok said, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. In terms of strength, this magician is indeed the strongest among the magicians present. Below him is Luvia. Although Hina is more famous than Luvia, Luvia is richer. Of course, they are only magicians. Shen Fei and Gray are not magicians strictly speaking. Gray is a gravikeeper and wields the legendary noble phantasm, the Spear of the End, which can fight against heroic spirits. The fact that he has been able to go through so many things without any harm is all due to Gray's protection. The second generation found Gray in preparation for the Fifth Holy Grail War. The heroic spirits summoned in the Holy Grail War are, to some extent, spirits, so the second generation is looking for an expert in fighting spirits, and Gray is one of them. Seeing no response, Orlok immediately signaled to his young assistant behind him, who then pushed the wheelchair away. After he left, the second emperor finished his inspection and signaled to the servants nearby to carry away Kamar-Taj's body. The subsequent disposal of the body would have to wait for the legal affairs department to follow up. After the body was removed, the butler immediately came to inquire about the dining area for everyone present. Although the key to the city's stripping and the servants were ordinary people, perhaps because they had been trained, they were not afraid of the sight of the dead. Just like yesterday, everyone except Orlok went to the second-floor hall. The food was still exquisite, but no one was in the mood to speak. Tosika, Gray, this is good. Why don't you eat? Think about what happened just now. Don't worry about it. She's not really dead. If it were anyone else, Shen Fei might not have known the specifics, but Kamar-Taj wasn't so easy to kill. She had appeared on the Mystic Eye train later. What did you say? Shen Fei's words immediately drew everyone's attention to him, and the second emperor couldn't wait to ask. Why are you so excited? She's from the Law and Politics Department. Do you think someone from the Law and Politics Department would die so easily? It's not like a magician can't find a way to take someone else's place. No, I need to go check again. After a moment's silence, the second, not even bothering to eat, immediately stood up and rushed outside. Gray quickly followed, while Shen Fei and Tosikarin remained silent. It's definitely not a body. It wasn't long before Second and Gray returned. Seeing the others' gazes, Second immediately announced the result. Previously, Second had been too shocked, and preoccupied with the angel, to examine Kamar-Taj's body carefully. Now, with Shen Fei's reminder, he quickly noticed something suspicious about the body. Butler, what's going on? Luvia's gaze shifted to the butler beside him. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about, the butler said calmly. Don't ask. He won't know. Second immediately stopped Luvia from questioning. So, is the Law and Politics Department behind this? Furyuka's eyes were now filled with confusion. With things like this, he half wanted to leave, but he couldn't bear to do so. He had no particular thoughts about the magic seal. As a magus, he was well aware of his role. In reality, he had come here for one sole purpose, money. The legacy capable of repairing the magic seal was priceless. After a moment's silence, Furyuka immediately left his seat and headed towards his room. Luvia followed suit, along with her servants, followed by Kingsun, Hina, and their sister. Seeing this, the second couldn't help but sigh softly. He had been meaning to discuss the next steps with everyone. Tosika, let's go. We've finally made it here, let's explore this castle. After breakfast, while the second returned to his room to continue studying the angels and the Peeling Castle, Shen Fei and Tosikarin, uninterested in anything else, left the room to explore. Judging from Hana's previous actions and Kanano Hishiri's fake death, even if there were an attack, it would likely occur at night. There wouldn't be any enemies during the day. Toxica, don't focus all your energy on gem magic. Your attributes are powerful enough for other types of magic. While the Toxica family is renowned for gem magic, that doesn't mean they're limited to it. Take Toxica Tokiyami, for example, who excels in fire magic. Gem magic doesn't conflict with other types of magic, it even complements them. Gem magic isn't just for combat, it can also be used to store magical energy, drawing it back when needed. Toxica Rin holds 10 powerful gems she's accumulated over the past decade, each one possessing the power to perform A-rank Grand Mage magic. As for the ruby pendant in her hand, it's the Toxica family's most precious treasure, possessing the magical power of successive patriarchs. It was the powerful magic within the gems that allowed her to resurrect Imaya Shirao after he was killed by a spearman. In the moon world, with enough magic, anything is possible. The so-called wish-granting Holy Grail relies on immense magical power. The same is true of the Infinity Stones, which can wipe out half of all life in the universe with a snap of their fingers, relying on the energy within them. Rin Toxica's elemental attributes are the 5 elements, meaning she can learn in nearly every magic in the moon world. This is her natural talent. Sakura, while also quite talented, is a step behind Rin Toxica. I understand. I'm already learning, Rin Toxica nodded gently. Only after arriving at the clock tower did she realize how weak her foundation was. Fortunately, with the guidance of the second, and her natural talent, she made rapid progress. In the castle's front garden, Shen Fei and his companions encountered Luvia and Furuka, who had also come to investigate. It seemed they had teamed up, a magus driven by money, and a wealthy young lady, a perfect match. You're so leisurely, are you here for a date? What does this have to do with you? Hearing Luvia's teasing, Toxica Rin retorted unyieldingly. In comparison, while Shen Fei and the others were merely exploring, Luvia's side was truly investigating. Furuka would occasionally throw a flying knife at a certain location, while Luvia's side used gems. Divination, gem magic allows for the use of gems to perform many magic tricks, including divination, but Toxica Rin doesn't know how to do that and has no desire to learn. The other aspect is Leeline exploration, the foundation of the Luvia family's fortune. As for Furuka, he uses a flying knife for divination. The second had previously introduced him as a formidable magician. As the monarch of the clock tower, he needed to be aware of powerful magicians. If the clock tower couldn't perform tasks themselves, they could enlist the services of those magicians. I didn't expect the Toxica family to have fallen into such depravity, actually mixing with that despicable and shameless monarch. What do you mean by this, you golden drill? Since they had met, out of curiosity, Shen Fei followed Luvia to see what she was looking for. Luvia didn't care much about it. If it were someone else in the castle, it would probably be a different story. Hina secretly went to investigate alone at night because he was afraid that someone else would get there first. However, Luvia didn't care about it. But the problem was that after meeting Toxica Rin, her attitude changed a little. Everyone knows that the monarch rose to power by currying favor with young girls. There are even rumors that he murdered his own teacher, courting favor with young girls. So that's what the rumors outside are like. It's really interesting, although Luvia didn't say the whole thing, Shen Fei still got a general idea from her words and laughed uncontrollably. He never thought that there would be such rumors about the second emperor. It had to be said that it made sense logically. Judging by age alone, Rhianus is even younger than Rin Toxica. Few people know that Rhianus is actually a dark and cheerful person. Judging by her appearance alone, many people would believe that the second somehow managed to please her, and that Rhianus agreed to let the second temporarily assume the throne of the Almeloy family. Given Rhianus's personality, the spread of this rumor might have been due to her. Considering Rhianus's personality, Shen Fei felt that this was very likely. What are you laughing at? Shen Fei's laughter made Luvia frown. Nothing, you hate him so much, is it because of what he did? When the second was mentioned, Luvia snorted coldly and stopped talking. The reason why Luvia disliked the second was simple. The second immediately revealed the root of the Edelfelt family's gem magic. This is like a magician from the ordinary world mastering a particular trick, only to have someone quickly discover the secret. Once leaked, the trick becomes available to others. Perhaps this is also the reason why those in the moon world call themselves magicians. It's not surprising, many moon world magicians are famous magicians in the ordinary world. Some even appear on television, like the famous zombie cooking show, which focuses on making food that even zombies would find palatable. To ordinary people, the zombies appear to be humans in makeup, but in reality, they are real zombies. While the basics of gem magic are the same, the application varies greatly between different people and families. Found it, continuing their exploration, Furyuka finally made a discovery, a secret door leading underground, but it was locked with a magic lock that Furyuka couldn't open. Furyuka's most renowned strength as a magician is his ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune. He has escaped many dangerous situations unscathed thanks to his divination skills. Get out of the way, Luvia immediately ordered Furyuka to retreat, then pulled out a ruby, preparing to blast open the magic door. However, she had clearly underestimated the magic door's power, and the ruby didn't budge. Seeing Luvia's frustration, Tasakarin immediately laughed. Hearing Tasakarin's laughter, Luvia glared at her, then pulled out 4 gems of varying colors, each clearly priceless. Her eyes lit up as she looked at them. As a fellow user of gem magic, she immediately recognized them as top-tier gems, each one incredibly valuable. The 4 together would be worth millions. For Tasakarin, that was a fortune, but for Luvia, it was nothing. The parasol she'd been holding earlier was worth tens of thousands. You've never seen a gem this high, Luvia laughed at Tasakarin's look, knowing a bit about the Tasaka family. What's there to be proud of with gems of this caliber? As the saying goes, losing the battle is better than losing the battle. Tasakarin naturally wouldn't admit she hadn't seen one before. Boom. Just as Luvia and Tasakarin were facing off, a sudden loud noise caught their attention. The door, locked by the magic lock, flew open, and Shen Fei slowly retracted his raised left foot. How is this possible? Furyuka's eyes nearly popped out at the sight. Magicians can indeed enhance their physical fitness, strength, and agility through magical enhancements. Even someone as weak as the second generation could easily lift hundreds of kilograms once they used enhanced magic, but this enhancement had a limit. The fact that Luvia's previous gem didn't destroy the door was a testament to its strength. That smell, as the door was kicked open, a sickening stench rushed outward, causing Shen Fei to frown. Luvia and Furyuka's expressions changed again upon smelling the odor. Ugh! As they descended the sloping stone staircase deep underground, Rin Tasaka nearly vomited at the sight of the scene inside. The conditions here were 100 times more horrific than the death of Kanano Hisari. Could this be the place where the magic marks were repaired? Looking at the torture instruments on the surrounding walls, Furyuka's face darkened. Just by looking at the instruments and the dark bloodstains on them, one could roughly guess what had happened here. Or should I say, the place where the magic marks were removed. Luvia's expression suddenly grew serious, and for once, she refrained from confronting Rin Tasaka. Tasaka, you go up first. Yes, Rin nodded without insisting, and immediately went up. For a high school student, these torture instruments were far too brutal for her. In fact, Shen Fei, after glancing at some of the instruments, also had a grim expression. Even with his knowledge, some of the torture instruments here were new to him. He knew a little about the world-famous Iron Maiden. After all, he had seen Isabella. But he had never heard of the bronze bull of Phalaris. The other instruments were no less impressive. Is this the basic ritual for stripping the city? I see. Luvia ignored the instruments and gathered information around the room. She quickly found what she was looking for. Meanwhile, Shen Fei also found some of his own magic seals. They're quite similar to stigmata. Within the torture chamber lay a broken magic seal. Using the power of the surgery fruit on it, Shen Fei had gained some understanding. Magic seals are actually artificial organs, inherited. While he knew about them, this was his first time seeing them in person. Magic seals are extremely important to a magus. While Rin Tasaka had one on her left arm, he couldn't bring himself to study them. The reason why backlash occurs is because of the magic circuit. This is very simple for the operation fruit. Maybe I can restore Olga Marie's magic seal. Chapter 988 Magic Mark, Part 2. Although the magic seal is an organ, it's actually quite small, housing fixed magic circuits. Alternatively, it can be considered a kind of magic talisman. Having a magic seal significantly reduces the time required to perform magic, saving on chanting time. Olga Marie's magic seal vanished with the destruction of her body, but Olga Marie still exists in this world. If needed, a magic seal could be replicated from her. This presents a difficult task for the magicians of the moon world, but for Shen Fei, it's not difficult. He can even create new magic seals whenever he wants. Initially, They were implanted with materials from the bodies of fantasy species or fragments of magic talismans, gradually developing over time. Shen Fei has no shortage of fantasy species materials or magic talismans. So this is how they repair magic seals? No wonder there are so many torture instruments. From the remaining documents, even if they were incomplete, Shen Fei could roughly discern how the restorer named Jiren repaired magic seals, by plundering other people's magic seals and then filing them with the ones that needed repair. I understand. At this moment, Luvia seemed to have discovered something, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Then, she disregarded the contents of the torture chamber and left. No one wanted to stay in such a suffocating atmosphere unless necessary. It's best not to expose such things to the world. After Luvia and Furuka left, Shen Fei also left, casually using runes to set the room on fire, incinerating all the documents. According to the ethics of a magician, if these documents fell into the hands of someone would definitely not mind doing it. Even if it meant losing 10 or 20 magic seals to repair one, for a magician, it was worth it, provided they were not the one who suffered the loss. You're saying Jiren repaired the magic seals by plundering them from others? During lunch, Shen Fei bluntly shared his findings. Is there a method to repair the magic seals? Someone immediately asked. I don't know. There were only a lot of torture instruments there, some of which were disgusting, so I burned it down. Upon hearing Shen Fei's claim of burning it down, the magicians present didn't know what to say. They could blame him, his actions weren't wrong, but they still felt a bit resentful that they had finally discovered a clue and had it burned down like that. Don't worry, I figured out a solution to this farce. You'll just have to wait and see, Luvia said, wiping her mouth elegantly with a silk scarf. She stood up and left the living room, her servants and Furuga quickly following. Girl from S.H.I.E.L.D, you said you found a way. In the evening, Luvia summoned all the magicians present to her room, including the rarely seen Orlok, who immediately questioned Luvia upon his arrival. Indeed, while I don't know their true plans, as long as we overthrow this workshop, whatever they might do will be futile, Luvia declared with a look of pride. Overthrowing the workshop? You're quite imaginative, S.H.I.E.L.D girl. For Ambiguous, the importance of a workshop is undeniable, let alone one that has been run for decades or centuries. Even if the Magus is dead, they're still not easy to deal with. Old sir, don't use your shallow wisdom to speculate on the S.H.I.E.L.D family's actions. Since I've said this, I'm sure of it. Luvia revealed a top-quality gem in her palm. You want the second? Seeing the gem, seemed to have an idea. It seems your majesty has thought of it. Indeed, now that all the rooms in the city have been stripped clean and all the magic passages have been revealed, I've already buried the gems. Hey, it's me who's working hard, Furuka exclaimed from the side. All those magic channels. You're truly generous, a true nouveau riche. Even Orlok was stunned by Luvia's methods. He knew full well how vast the stripping city was. The number of gems needed to accomplish this would bankrupt any ordinary mage family. Tasakarin's eyes widened. As a fellow jewel magic user, she envied her generosity. She wished she could break a single gem into 10 parts. Her mastery of yin-chi bullet stemmed from her poverty. Because of her poverty, she avoided gem magic whenever possible. She desperately wanted to try Luvia's lavish use of gems. This way, once I take over the workshop, any hidden criminals or beasts will be exposed, no matter where they hide. Wait a minute, the second tried to say, but it was too late. Luvia had already activated the blue gem in her hand. Next, witness the unique skills of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. As her fair lips chanted softly, the blue gemstone shone with a blue glow. Simultaneously, gemstones appeared throughout the room, emitting the same radiance. Everyone present fell silent, watching Luvia continue her chant. Replacing a magic workshop with a centuries-old family heritage was no easy task, but it was a boon for everyone. Finding the mastermind behind the scenes was exactly what they wanted. Boom boom boom. As Luvia's magic continued, the city of Peel Castle began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. This scene shocked everyone. Hey, this can't really work, right? Furuka spoke. Although he had previously assisted Luvia in installing gemstones throughout the castle, even he hadn't expected it to succeed. After all, the power of the magic workshop was well known. I see, the second seemed to have noticed something, nodding thoughtfully. Here it comes. A greater tremor erupted, and the decorations on the walls began to fall off, even cracking and splitting. This situation made Luvia's expression even more excited, as it meant her magic was about to succeed. Be careful. Shen Fei immediately grabbed the somewhat unsteady Tosakurin, while Gray supported the second, and the others also grabbed the fixed objects in the room. Roar. But at this moment, a sudden roar made everyone in the room tremble. Then, a window could be heard cracking, and then a beast was seen rushing in through the window. Its sharp claws directly tore apart Orlok, who was close to the window. This powerful magician, faced with a sudden attack, seemed to have no time to react at all, and was cut into more than a dozen pieces by the beast. This scene surprised Shen Fei greatly. As the beast attacked, darkness suddenly emerged from behind Luvia, quickly engulfing her. Seeing this, the second reached out to pull her away, only to be swallowed by the darkness itself. Gray followed, and after the three were engulfed, the darkness vanished. Miss, Luvia's servants began to say, but then collapsed. Get lost. After the beast had killed Orlok and was about to pounce on Tosakurin, Shen Fei immediately drew a rune in the air. A ball of fire immediately struck the charging beast, its blazing flames causing it to roar in pain. You're courting death, seeing the beast, despite its injuries. Charging again, Shen Fei snorted coldly, this time drawing 3 runes in the air. But just as it was about to strike, he suddenly took a step to the left, carrying Tosakurin beside him, avoiding the attack from behind. It was you. Shen Fei was surprised to see the person who had attacked him. This person was Jirabo Sijin, who had just attacked Shen Fei with his flying bowl. And not only him, but also Rin Tausaka. Just as I said before, there's a traitor. Catching you will reveal everything. Just as Shen Fei was about to capture the two, Sijin suddenly attacked again. This time, however, his target wasn't Shen Fei and Rin Tausaka, but Hina and his sister Rosalind. Hina looked unable to move, forcing Shen Fei to rescue the siblings. Sijin then escaped through the window with the beast. It's the magic seal. Only then did Rin Tausaka seem able to speak. Shen Fei finally understood why she hadn't reacted. It was because her magic seal had malfunctioned after the beast's roar. An attack targeting magic marks? As expected of a restorer, you really know how to find a magician's weaknesses. After Tosakurin finished speaking, Shen Fei immediately understood why Orlok, a formidable magus, was killed without even a reaction. The same was true of Hina's lack of reaction. How could it be him? Even after recovering, Hina remained in disbelief, yet also felt a tinge of fear. He had never doubted King Sun before, and had even considered asking him to look after his sister while he was searching for clues about the angel. Fortunately, his sister would have been in danger. Thank you, Hina said after a moment's silence. If he hadn't intervened, he and his sister would have been in danger. It was truly dangerous. I wouldn't have come if I had known. Furayuka, on the other hand, looked relieved to have survived. An attack targeting magic marks, unless it involved a magus without a magic mark, would easily fall victim to it if they weren't aware of it. What should we do now? He looked at Luvia's fallen servant, Orlok's corpse, and the young assistant still standing quietly behind the wheelchair. He seemed unfazed by Orlok's death. Wait. I'm sure the second and the others will be fine. Let's deal with this first. Confident in second, and with Gray also present, Shen Fei wasn't particularly concerned about the safety of second and the other two. I didn't expect the magic seal to be targeted. We need to be careful next time. For a magus, knowing the opponent's attack is targeting the magic seal, it's natural to prepare a countermeasure. Otherwise, the next time they face off, they'll be at their mercy. They're out, Shen Fei began, just as Gray, second, Luvia, and the other two rushed back. What happened? Second asked immediately, and Hina quickly explained the situation. Oroxizamid, second nodded slightly, then looked toward the wheelchair and called out. Teacher, you? Gray looked at the second with some surprise. Orlok was already dead, so why was the second calling his name now? Hina and the others also looked over curiously. No, I'm not calling the corpse over there. You are the real Oroxizamid, the second said to the boy in the wheelchair. Interesting. I didn't expect you to figure it out. But you're wrong. I've only transferred my memories and personality. Part of the magic seal hasn't been transferred yet. The silent assistant suddenly looked up and smiled at a second. Although he looked young, his voice was still old. Perhaps this was why the boy hadn't spoken before. How could it be? The others present looked at the boy who had spoken and the old corpse on the ground in surprise. This body is an artificial life form cultivated with my blood. I originally wanted to transfer it slowly, but I didn't expect to encounter a sudden attack and was forced to move it. This is my butterfly magic, not a bad method, but not as good as Aozuki Taoko's. The others were very shocked by Orlok's resurrection method. It was the first time they had seen such a thing, but Shen Fei was not surprised. Looking at the moon world, among those who wanted immortality, only Aozuki Taoko's method was the most powerful. Matao Zhaokan was originally a righteous person, but because of his pursuit of immortality, he lost his soul and became a monster who only wanted to live. Similarly, Orlok's resurrection also suffered heavy losses. It seems that only Aozuki Taoko's resurrection has not seen any side effects for the time being. I want to discuss something with you. The second was the least surprised by Orlok's resurrection, or rather, he had guessed it before. Oh, you want to say something? I know everything about this place. Well, that's enough. At that time, Jirabo Sijin, or rather, Granite Ashburn, son of Jirian Ashburn, in the darkness, a figure preparing to attack Orlok paused at the sound of the second's voice. As the second spoke, the barrier concealing everyone vanished. The second's earlier discussion with Orlok was simple, using him as bait to lure Sijin out. What? Everyone present was surprised by the second's words. The inheritance of Stripped City was chosen because Jirian had no descendants. If he had, the inheritance would naturally pass to his descendants first. Magicians place much greater importance on descendants than ordinary people. Your Excellency, are you kidding? I don't understand what you mean. Chapter 989 Magic Seal, and... Hey, are you serious? Forget about the fact that this guy is the murderer. How could he possibly be Jirian Ashburn's son? Furuka exclaimed in disbelief, and everyone else's eyes were fixed on the second. While Sijin being the murderer was a bit surprising, it wasn't unacceptable to Omegas, but Jirian's son, that was a bit too much? That's right. I know full well that I'm the then Jirabo Sijin, Sijin retorted. Second Master, while I'm sure you have your reasons for saying that, he's from the Far East. How could he possibly be Jirian's son? Haina said. Haina's question echoed in the minds of the magi present. Well, let's start from the beginning. Speaking of which, we have to talk about the meaning of this invitation, Second said, pulling out the invitation to Peeling Castle from his pocket. Isn't this the invitation used to determine the heir? Luvia asked. Let me be more direct. That's why we've all been gathered here. To find the right heir, you know. A magician isn't a detective by nature. They don't have such a wicked taste. A magician isn't a detective. A detective, out of wicked pleasure, might create a puzzle to choose an heir, but a magician wouldn't. If a magician did that, it definitely meant they were hiding something. That's true, but you're becoming more and more like a detective. Isn't it more appropriate to have Sherlock Holmes possess you than Zhuge Liang? While the second emperor was discussing the nature of magicians, Shen Fei saw him acting more like a detective. After all, the detective books Gray was reading were originally in the second emperor's library. So, Your Excellency, what's the purpose of this gathering? Haina asked, glancing at Kingxuan. He was the least skeptical person among the group, believing Kingxuan to be Jirian's son. The magician simply wants his child to inherit the legacy. This simple statement silenced all the magicians present. This was the very essence of a magician. Wasn't the reason they all came here to pass on the magic mark? Haina had originally gone to the church, but he returned to his family to pass on the family's magic. It was the same with Kingxuan. Haina and Kingxuan had previously discussed how they both hated the magic mark because it disrupted their lives, but they felt compelled to inherit it for the sake of their family. Haina believed Kingxuan because of their previous conversations, and he didn't believe it was a lie. Kingxuan's family already had many heirs in his generation. He had dozens of brothers and sisters. Some magicians, in order to ensure the best offspring, would choose to have more women to bear children. If Kingxuan was Jirian's son, then wouldn't it be natural for him to inherit the legacy? Sir, I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but you're wrong this time. Jirian did have a son, but he's deceased. I personally attended his funeral. You're not trying to say he's a fake, are you? The youthful Orlok spoke. Indeed, it's precisely because of his death that today's events unfolded, the second said, his expression unchanged. What do you mean by that? Orlok looked at the second with confusion, as did the others. Gray and Tosikarin were both somewhat bewildered, their words seeming to have confused them. Sir, Jirian Ashburn, a restorer of magic seals, I wonder if you've heard of this. Patients who have undergone heart or liver transplants experience drastic personality changes after recovery. I've certainly heard of that. As an elder with over 100 years of life, Orlok's knowledge was far superior to that of other young magi. This problem arises because those who have received heart and liver transplants may also inherit emotional memories, the second continued. I didn't expect he'd even be interested in this kind of thing. Shen Fei understood what the second world was talking about. As a distinguished doctor within Marvel, he'd naturally come across numerous medical cases, many of which featured similar situations. While human consciousness is generally thought to reside primarily in the soul, that doesn't mean the body is unimportant, otherwise, there wouldn't be the concept of physical sanctification. However, the probability of such cases is extremely low, and in most cases, it doesn't affect a person's original personality. Of course, there are always exceptions, and some individuals experience drastic personality changes after receiving a heart transplant. Shen Fei once saw a case where the transplanted heart seemed to have been obtained from a human organ trafficking operation. This individual was the victim. In some ways, the victim had been resurrected through other means, and then came to seek revenge. It could be said that this subject could easily be used to make a blockbuster film, but perhaps due to the sensitivity of the matter, the files were eventually sealed. Shen Fei only came across them because of Red Queen's connections. Wait a minute, how does this relate to the current situation? Luvia asked, puzzled. I don't need to elaborate on what magic seals mean to magicians. Based on Shen Fei's previous research, you all know what Jirian used to repair magic seals, a magic seal. However, precisely because magic seals are magic seals, repairing them this way is extremely difficult. Although the second's words were somewhat convoluted and confusing, the magicians present all knew what magic seals were and quickly grasped his meaning. Even transplanting magic seals between direct bloodlines can present various problems, let alone between completely unrelated strangers. Using this method to transplant a magic seal would only cause it to go haywire. Not everyone is Aozuki Orange, able to plunder other magic seals for their own use. It's butterfly magic, Gray suddenly said. Yes, it is butterfly magic. There's only one way to repair a magic seal using this method, the transformation of a chrysalis into a butterfly. The second nodded approvingly at Gray. Mr. Orlok, you once conducted research with Jirian. What were you researching back then? What does this have to do with him being Jirian's son? Luvia continued. Just as I mentioned before, a transplanted heart inherits its memories and emotions. So does the magic seal. You once had the magic seal repaired here, then Jirabo Sijin. I think Jirian was thinking of using this method to resurrect his son. Impossible. Sijin's face changed drastically. Even he understood what the second meant. It's somewhat similar to the resurrection of the dead. The result is that the deceased granite ashburn was torn away and mixed with the material for the new magic seal, becoming a part of your body and surviving. Impossible. I'm Jirabo Sijin. Sijin was pale, trembling, his eyes vacant. This situation was truly horrifying for a person, unknowingly transformed into someone else. The people around him stared at Sijin, unsure of what to say. Roar. Just as King Soon was about to collapse, a sudden roar erupted, and a massive beast leaped out, standing beside him. As it roared, King Soon's expression changed, no longer pale, but instead appearing remarkably calm. As expected of the monarch known as the Star of London, I didn't expect you to figure it out. I'm curious how you knew. Although the voice came from King Soon's mouth, it was a completely unfamiliar tone. Who are you? Yes, I am Granite Ashburn. At this, King Soon smiled. To be more precise, it was Granite Ashburn who smiled. Roar. Following these words, the beast's roar resumed, a terrifying roar that transformed into a shockwave, striking the surrounding magi. However, the next moment, Granite Ashburn's expression changed, for this attack had not achieved the desired result. Surprisingly, why didn't this attack work? It's simple. Its roar can deactivate the magic seal because of the structure of this workshop. Although Miss Luvia Sorrenta Edelfelt's previous attempt to control this workshop failed, it's still possible to master some of her techniques, the second said slowly. Having decided to find a real culprit, the second naturally made every possible preparation. Want to escape? Gray, seeing the beast approaching, grabbing Granite Ashburn in its mouth, attempting to escape, the second immediately signaled Gray to take action. Let me do it. Just as Gray was about to free Yod, Shen Fei stepped forward and immediately drew several runes in the air. The next moment, several vines erupted from the ground, binding the leaping beast and Granite Ashburn and pulling them down. Roar. The beast, once on the ground, suddenly roared again, and it roared continuously. With its roar, Peeling City began to shake again, but this time, the shaking was not on the buildings, but in the countless angel statues. As the angel shook, countless white spirits poured out from the angel statues, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sky above Peeling City was completely covered in white spirits. Everyone's expression changed at that moment. As Magi, they were all well aware of spirits. A single spirit was nothing to Magi, but with such a large number of spirits, no Magi could claim to be able to deal with them. Such a large number of spirits also made it clear how many people Peeling City had killed to be able to imprison so many. Gray, looking at the trembling attic, the second couldn't help but sigh. He knew Gray was afraid of spirits, but with such a large number, only Gray could deal with them, using her noble phantasm. I understand, teacher. Despite her own deep fear of spirits, Gray immediately freed Yod to protect her teacher. Gray, jubilant, longing for depravity, engraved in me, digging your grave. As Gray chanted, Yod transformed into a strangely shaped sickle and appeared in Gray's hand. This is so delicious. I haven't enjoyed such a feast in ages. A mouth suddenly appeared on the sickle, absorbing the spirits voraciously. Yod, the simulated personality ceases. The magic output rate has exceeded the set value. The second stage limit has been lifted, although it was still Yod's voice, this time it was unusually cold. At the same time, the sickle in Gray's hand began to emit a golden light, which grew brighter and brighter. Ancient mystery, perish. Let this simple puzzle be reduced to nothingness. Holy spear, draw anchor, and shine in the spear of the end. The golden spear pierced the sky. Though it was dark, it was as bright as day. The dense spirits in the sky disappeared without a trace in the light, and half of the Peeling City began to crumble in the light. King Arthur, looking at the girl standing before her, holding the golden spear, Luvia suddenly whispered. Every magician knew King Arthur and that legendary spear. The other magi stared at Gray with similar shock. In this age of fading mysteries, who had ever witnessed such a devastating attack? It was considered an attack worthy of the age of gods. This is a noble phantasm, one that hasn't yet been freed. I wonder if I could borrow it. Shen Fei naturally had ways to deal with those spirits, but after seeing the second allow Gray to use his noble phantasm, he decided not to. He wanted to witness the power of the Holy Lance. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. My brother really does cause trouble. Shen Fei had been invited to Lannis's villa today. After the previous incident with the stripped city and Gray's attack, everyone had left at dawn. The true nature of the inheritance was to pass it on to his son, even if that son was a fabrication. Naturally, the Magi present lost interest. As for handling the aftermath, that was no longer their responsibility, but the responsibility of the Legal Affairs Department. With Gray here, he'd be safe even if I didn't intervene. It's because of you that no one died in this incident. Here's the follow-up, Lannis said, handing Shen Fei a document. When Shen Fei and the others returned to the clock tower, they soon met up with Hanano Hisari. She had consulted with the second regarding the follow-up to Peel City. I didn't expect this to be the case. This is truly unbelievable. Shen Fei was speechless as he read the contents of the document. It turned out that Granite Ashburn wasn't Jerian's son at all, but Orlok's. He had cheated on his friend, and when Jerian discovered this, he sought revenge, turning his wife into a monster. Earlier in Peel City, the monster had attacked Orlok first, seeking revenge, and had even prepared a killing move, but Shen Fei's intervention prevented it from being used. This is the magician. You didn't come to me just for this, did you? Although the subsequent events were somewhat interesting, Shen Fei was not interested in such melodramatic plots. The person who was arguably the most unlucky in the entire incident was Jirabo Sijin. He was now being detained by the Legal Affairs Department, probably for investigation. The auction is about to begin. Are you interested in going together? Of course I'm interested. The clock tower organizes an auction every once in a while. This is considered a grand event in the magic world. Because of the clock tower's guarantee, some uncommon magicians and magicians will appear at the auction. After all, no one can guarantee that there won't be good things at the auction. Chapter 990 Twin Princesses, Part 1. I didn't expect people would actually buy something like this. It truly is a magician's world. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised to see the items being auctioned. Previously, because Lannis had said it was a magician's auction, he had assumed the items being auctioned were all magic-related. However, upon arriving, he discovered that while most of the items were related to magic, a few were not. For example, The one currently being auctioned was a nuclear power plant located in France, belonging to a family of magicians. While the power plant wasn't particularly large, it was a nuclear power plant after all. Other items being auctioned included oil fields, land, and companies, all belonging to magicians, likely forced to sell them for cash due to financial constraints. A blood-stained Bodhi leaf. I didn't expect so many people to be interested in it. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have enough money. It seems like relying on Fafnir's blood and scales to exchange for money isn't enough. I'll have to find a way to get some money later. Looking at the blood-stained Bodhi leaf displayed in a magic box on the podium ahead, Shen Fei had originally considered buying it. This was a holy relic that could summon Siegfried, but the price quickly exceeded 100 million gold, completely exceeding his current funds and the value of the holy relic. How interesting. I can't believe someone would want to snatch food from that nouveau riche. Lannis looked at the three families competing for the blood-stained Bodhi leaf, a smile of pleasure on her lips, the smile of someone watching a good show. That guy paid a huge price for a spot in the Holy Grail War. Yes, that's him. He wants to gild his reputation, hoping he won't end up like my brother. The Fifth Holy Grail War is about to begin, and the clock tower has secured 2 spots. One of them has been purchased by the yellow-haired young man present. This man is Atram Gariasta, an upstart who has broken into the mage world. His methods are far more violent than those of the Luvia Edelfelt family back then. But his family is wealthy. In the mage world, money brings resources. Atram's family hails from the Middle East and owns numerous oil fields. The oil fields that were auctioned off were also purchased by him. In terms of wealth, Luvia's family is even inferior. In the moon world, those at the top are generally connected to the mage world. More accurately, it is the families of magicians who represent the wealthiest and most powerful people in each country. The reason is simple. Without this connection, even wealth wouldn't protect him. He didn't need sophisticated magic, mere suggestion and curses were beyond the reach of ordinary people. It's too easy for a magician to truly defeat ordinary people. Leveraging his wealth, Atram gained some fame within the clock tower. However, due to his family's short history of magicraft, less than a century old, he was naturally looked down upon by the clock tower's inhabitants. To achieve fame and gild his reputation, he paid a large sum to purchase a spot in the Holy Grail War, aiming for victory and impressing the clock tower. In this respect, Atram's initial intentions mirror those of Kenneth. As for the outcome, there's no need to elaborate. Even though the Fifth Holy Grail War was far less brutal and treacherous than the Fourth, victory wouldn't have been achieved with such a mindset. Furthermore, his incompatibility with his servant sealed his fate. In a Holy Grail War, compatibility between master and servant is crucial, even fatal. Kenneth and Tasaka Tokiyami, these were all precedents of masters and servants being incompatible, and this one was no exception. After briefly pondering the circumstances of the Fifth Holy Grail War, Shen Fei immediately understood who the other party was likely to have summoned, the magician Medea. From this, it can be seen that the other party probably doesn't have the blood-stained Bodhi leaf, but if he uses it, who would he summon? Sieg. After guessing which servant Atram had summoned, Shen Fei became curious about who the other party would summon if they possess the blood-stained Bodhi leaf. Siegfried, a sword rank. While the blood-stained Bodhi leaf could indeed summon a servant, there wouldn't be 2 sword ranks in a Holy Grail War. The sword rank had already been reserved by Altria, so it could only be Sieg, a magician rank. Are you determined to go against me, Luvia Edelfelt? As the 3 parties continued to bid, Atram began to lose his temper. His intention to purchase the relic for the Holy Grail War was common knowledge, and he hadn't paid much attention to it. It was all he had advertised. But what he hadn't expected was that someone would actually dare to compete with him for the relic, and someone equally wealthy. While Atram's family possessed greater wealth than Luvia's, it was family property, not his. In terms of personal wealth, Atram couldn't possibly match Luvia's. How could that be? This is an auction, the highest bidder wins. Are you running out of money? Luvia said, but after raising the price once, she gave up. She was merely trying to annoy Atram, not to pay such a high price for the blood-stained Bodhi leaf. Since Atram had already mentioned the price, it meant he was already feeling the pinch. If he raised the price any further, and Atram gave up, she'd be upset. Even though Luvia gave up, Atram ultimately failed to obtain the blood-stained Bodhi leaf because another person persisted. This surprised many, who initially assumed that the other person, like Luvia, was deliberately trying to thwart Atram. Though furious, Atram was powerless at the auction. In this underground auction, money was everything, even in the presence of a monarch. Furthermore, the organizers promised not to leak any information about the buyer or seller, even if the clock tower was behind the auction. This wasn't because attendees trusted the organizers, but rather because of the self-enforced contract. Many magi were willing to bring their items to the auction without fear of retaliation from the legal affairs department. Of course, circumventing the self-enforced contract was possible, as seen in Imai Akiratsugu's plot against Kenneth, but it came at a price. Unless the stakes were too high, the clock tower wouldn't risk the auction's reputation by selling information. Someone immediately assumed he was a potential Holy Grail War participant, seeking relics. After all, the Holy Grail War has 7 masters. Following the relics, the auction began with magical ceremonial garments and materials from fantastical creatures. According to Renus, many of these items were found in the Albion spirit tomb. Finally, Fafnir's blood and scales were offered. In this era, materials from fantastical creatures of this caliber were naturally the most sought-after items, especially for Magus families whose roots lay in alchemy. After the Fafnir blood and scales auction concluded, the auction dispersed, and the attendees quickly departed. Under the watchful eyes of the clock tower, even if someone had other ideas, they couldn't do anything. This amount isn't enough. I guess I need to talk to someone. After considering the auction proceeds, Shen Fei summoned a shadow clone and sent him to the eastern kingdom of the moon world to negotiate business. For a magician, there are many places to spend money. For example, the patented magic tricks in the clock tower all require money. After the death of Tasuka Tokiyami, Rin Tusaka can continue to perform gem magic. In addition to the Tasuka family's industry in Fuyuki City, there are also Tasuka Tokiyami's patents in the clock tower. But now because 10 years have passed, those patents have gradually become outdated and can no longer be sold for much money. Although there are very few exclusive magic tricks that can be bought in the clock tower, and no one will take out the exclusive ones, it is enough for Shen Fei. What he needs are these non-exclusive magic tricks. In addition to the fact that these magic tricks require money to buy, the magic eye train at the back also requires money. He wants to buy a lot of magic eyes. Come on, Tusaka, huh? I'm afraid of you. Facing Luvia's provocation, Tusaka bent her legs slightly, activated the magic seal, and with a loud bang, she rushed towards Luvia like a storm. The ground where her feet stood was shattered like a spider web because of her action. You must know that this is not an ordinary ground, but one that has been reinforced by magic. Although Luvia was on guard, she had never expected that Tusaka-rin's first attack would be so fierce. She could only block Tusaka-rin's first attack with both hands. Then Tusaka-rin found a floor and launched a set of Bajiquin at Luvia. The last blow even sent Luvia's body flying high and directly hitting the ceiling. Now you know how powerful I am. Looking at Luvia falling from the air to the ground, Tusaka-rin couldn't help laughing. It was a rare opportunity to beat up the person she hated so much, so she was naturally very happy. You really don't have any experience. You met him in advance. Seeing the complacent Tusaka-rin, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. Although she had taken the initiative just now, Luvia did not have full combat power. I got you. Sure enough, when Tusaka-rin was happy, Luvia suddenly appeared behind her and hugged her directly, and did a back hug and throw at her, not once, but 3 times in a row. 3 human-shaped holes appeared on the ground. Well done, come on. The students who were watching the game around waved their hands excitedly when they saw this scene, especially the male students. This was beautiful women wrestling, which was not common. You are not bad, are you? Rin Tusaka, who had escaped from the trap, looked at Luvia with some surprise. Rin Tusaka suffered a loss this time, just like when Luvia was hit by her with a set of Bajiquin before. It was all due to preconceived notions. Rin Tusaka did not expect that Luvia, a young lady who performed magic with gems, would have such powerful wrestling skills. After all, this was not in line with the style of a young lady. The same was true for Luvia. After all, Rin Tusaka was also a young lady. Why would a young lady learn Bajiquin? You are not bad either. As they were talking, the two fought again. This time, neither side underestimated the other. Bajiquin versus wrestling, the surrounding environment suffered immediately. The ground and stone pillars were constantly destroyed by the fight between the two. Hey! The second, who was watching this scene on the side, sighed helplessly. This sigh was a mixture of emotion for the talents of the two and for having 2 more troublesome students. Rin, Tosaka and Luvia were not problem students at first, but after they met, things became different. Luvia quickly transferred to the modern magic department of the second after the auction, and the two of them were at loggerheads, which led to this duel in the practical class. As a magician, it is naturally not a theoretical class. In fact, there are more practical classes. It hurts, that violent girl, where does she get so much strength from? It hurts, that muscular girl, she's so cruel. After the duel, Rin, Tosaka and Luvia went back to their respective homes. In front of others, they both looked as if nothing had happened, but after returning home, they both started to scream in pain at the same time. Even though their bodies were strengthened by magic and they were not seriously injured, the pain was real. Okay, stop screaming, I'll heal you, Shen Fei said as he used runes to treat Tosaka Rin. Magicians have healing magic, but runes, especially the original runes, are more effective in this regard. What a coincidence that you are here too. In a coffee shop closest to the modern magic department, when Shen Fei and Tosaka Rin went there to eat, they happened to see Rhinus, Luvia, as well as the second in gray. Judging from their appearance, they should have just returned not long ago. After returning from the Peeling City incident, the second did not stop his detective work. Rhinus would find him some things to do from time to time. For example, this time, Mary's father from the astronomy department was suddenly killed, and he went to investigate. Originally, the affairs of the astronomy department should have been handled by the monarch of the astronomy department, that is, Olga Mary's father, Marispoli, but it seems that he has been very busy recently and is not on the clock tower. In addition, Mary did not want to alarm the main family, so the second went to investigate. It didn't take long, only one day. Yet, speaking of it, the clock tower has been really uneasy recently. Ernest Fargo died not long ago, and Cardron was assassinated again. Although Rhinus's tone seemed to be expressing pity for the two people, the smile on her face made it look like she was watching the fun. You mean Cardron from the animal class? The second asked in surprise while eating a sandwich. Before he left, this person seemed to be still alive. Yet, it's probably a power struggle within the animal department, so brother, you have something to do again, Lannis said, smiling at the tired-looking second. I just came back. The second's tone sounded a little depressed. Although he felt a little sorry that a colleague was assassinated, this was too normal inside the clock tower. Lord Rockbullfeebang will find you later. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that the last spot to participate in the Holy Grail War has been confirmed. It is an executor of the SEAL Designation Bureau. My dear brother, if you want to participate, you have to speed up. As soon as Lannis said this, the second immediately lost his appetite. Wanting to see the King of Conquerors again was the driving force behind the second's efforts over the past 10 years. This Holy Grail War was his chance, but even if he was a monarch, there was no way to directly use this spot to participate in the Holy Grail War unless he paid for it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 991 Twin Princesses, Part 2. The second is now the monarch of the clock tower. Naturally, he can't just steal the holy relic from Kenneth's teacher and run to Fuyuki City to directly participate in the Holy Grail War as he did 10 years ago. Although in Shen Fei's opinion, it is actually entirely possible to participate in the Holy Grail War without spending a lot of money to buy any qualifications. Just look at the Fourth Holy Grail War. In the end, because they couldn't gather 7 magicians, they had to select from among ordinary people, and the sunny boy Ryunosuke was chosen. Of course, this method is purely based on probability, so it is normal not to be selected. Speaking of which, the second was lucky to be chosen as the master after running to Fuyuki City so recklessly 10 years ago. Gray, you should have a good rest first. After knowing that the 2 places were taken, the second quickly finished his sandwich, and after giving Gray some instructions, he left. Shen Fei's participation in the Holy Grail War naturally wasn't based on such chance. He had Da Vinci on his side. Even if the 7 masters weren't all present, becoming one of them was easy. Even if all 7 were full, he could still perform an illegal summoning. Of course, this was a last resort. Obtaining master qualifications normally was naturally the best option. My brother, Rinish smiled and shook her head as she watched the second leave. Honestly, she didn't want the second to participate in this Holy Grail war. The second had returned alive last time by sheer luck, but this time would be different. However, directly stopping the second was clearly impossible, so Rinish laid out two conditions for the second. One was to help the El-Meloy family pay off their debts. While the El-Meloy family's debts weren't entirely unpayable without external assistance, it was impossible for the second to pay them off by the time the Fifth Holy Grail War began. The second condition, repairing the El-Meloy family's seal, was even more difficult. These two conditions effectively eliminated the second's chances of participating in the Fifth Holy Grail War. But the second was clearly not going to give up so easily, and if he really insisted on attending, Linus wouldn't stop him. After all, this was second's obsession, and this was also the beginning of the princess's explanation. That teacher, Gray, clearly wanted to say something, but in the end, she kept it to herself. Such a cute face, but you've been hiding it all the time, my brother. Linus turned around and started teasing Gray. No, I asked the teacher to do that. Second didn't want to see Gray's face. From Gray's perspective, it was exactly what she expected, King Arthur's face, which she also hated. Because of this, Gray rarely looked in the mirror, and there wasn't even a mirror in her room. Okay, I get it, Flat, who told you to just replace pyrite with rock salt? They're both minerals, belonging to the realm of the earth, but their properties are different. I've stressed this countless times in class. You're wasting your talent like this every day. If I had such talent, I wouldn't have done it back then. In the modern magic class, Second seemed unusually furious. He used his claws to grab Flat's head and lift him up. His anger was evident, as he even resorted to strengthening magic. Mr. Big Ben, I just wanted to see the results. Faced with Second's anger, Flat acted oblivious, maintaining his playful smile, which only infuriated Second even more. From now on, you have to copy the homework 10 times. Siphon, you supervise him. Second seemed to realize something was wrong with his attitude, so he let Flat go and punished him by making him copy the homework. Flat immediately shouted in protest, but was quickly silenced by Siphon. Blocks, the magic of this world is quite impressive, but it's a shame it's been limited by those two. The magic of the moon world isn't as weak as it appears. It's only modern magic that's weak. Magic from the Age of Gods is a different story. For example, while modern magic is as powerful as a bullet or a grenade, Age of Gods magic is as powerful as rockets, missiles, or even nuclear bombs. For Shen Fei, the magic of the moon world is a perfect opportunity to enrich his knowledge of magic, especially regarding barriers, workshops, and temples. According to the moon world's classification system, the 3 sacred temples of Kamar-Taj are undoubtedly temple-level magic workshops, even those of the main deity. The moon world has gods, and these gods haven't died, but have gone to the inner world. Albion, the tomb of the spirits beneath the clock tower, is said to contain a passage to the inner world, but that's just a rumor. The origin of the soul tomb Albion stems from a giant dragon from the Age of Gods. Having missed countless moments on the inner world, it was left stranded on the outer world. Frustrated, the dragon attempted to carve a path to the inner world, but apparently perished midway, forming the present-day soul tomb Albion. This is reminiscent of a whale fall. When a whale falls, all things come into being. Now, with a dragon's fall, all things come into being. The fantastical creatures now spawned by the soul tomb Albion are all descended from the fall of this giant dragon from the Age of Gods. Of course, another theory is that this giant dragon from the Age of Gods hasn't completely perished, but may still be alive, simply dormant due to environmental changes. Gray, what's wrong with that guy today? After class, Luvia immediately approached Gray to inquire about the second world's behavior. While others might not have noticed, the attentive Luvia noticed something was wrong with the second world today. Flat's penchant for pranks wasn't new, and the second world should have been used to it by now. It's because the nearby coffee shop is closed. They have my favorite coffee and sandwiches, so I'm a little unhappy today. Gray slowly explained the reason why the second was so irritable today. Is it the same place we went to before? Luvia asked again, as if to confirm. Yes, Gray nodded. That's true. Such a reason left Luvia speechless. The second had shattered her perception of monarchs. After all, for ordinary magicians, the 12 monarchs of the clock tower were at the pinnacle of magic. Don't worry, Miss Luvia, I'll go to the coffee shop after school. I'm sure the problem will be resolved soon. I understand, Luvia nodded helplessly. Miss Luvia, Miss Lannis seems to be calling you, Gray said, signaling Luvia with her eyes. Lannis was waving in the distance from the left front. Goodbye, Luvia nodded, then immediately walked towards Lannis. After Luvia joined the modern magic department, Lannis's relationship with her improved rapidly, something Rin Tossica couldn't compare to. A serial killer, a modern-day Jack the Ripper, who murdered so many people without being discovered. Must have been a magician. After school, Shen Fei returned home and sat in the pavilion in the courtyard, practicing projection magic while reading the latest newspaper. Although the internet had already appeared in this era, it was still in its infancy, and newspapers were the main source of information. Why do you like projection magic so much? Rin Tossica walked across from Shen Fei, carrying snacks and tea, and curiously looked at the object he projected, a lifelike unicorn. Basic magic isn't so useless. For example, displacement magic, if prepared, can allow for spatial transfer. Indeed, the moon world's displacement magic could theoretically achieve the same spatial exchange as the Operation Fruit. Of course, this was only theoretical. Limited by the rituals and conditions required to perform this magic, displacement magic couldn't be used in sudden encounters. It could only be used in pre-planned battles or within one's own magic workshop. Perhaps because of its extreme difficulty, few, outside of magi from certain worlds, would employ displacement magic in combat. However, for Shen Fei, possessing the Herrscher of Reason core, he could also create anything that projection magic could project. Previously, perhaps due to Walter's influence, his Herrscher of Reason creations were all modern technology, but now he's discovered that he can even create living things. Combining the Herrscher of Reason core with projection magic might allow him to project Avalon's scabbard, perhaps creating a counterfeit infinite blade works. And projection magic isn't so useless. I just don't understand why the people in the clock tower haven't thought of using it to project modern weapons, Shen Fei said. The unicorn in his hand transformed into a desert eagle. Looking at the firearm in Shen Fei's hand, Tossica Rin's mouth dropped open. This was a complete blind spot for the clock tower. Of course, this was just Shen Fei. For anyone else, projecting a firearm wouldn't be so easy, just like Shirao's projected sword. His method was backed by immense strength. I wonder when the Mystic Eye train will appear. If it doesn't, I won't wait. There are several parallel worlds I want to explore. Just as Shen Fei was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. Gray, seeing the caller ID, Shen Fei was surprised. She hadn't expected Gray to call him. Oh no. The teacher went to the sewers and hasn't come back, Gray's anxious voice rang out as the call connected. Perhaps due to her anxiety, her words were somewhat incoherent. Gray, don't be nervous. Take your time, Shen Fei reassured her. I see. I'll go check it out right away. After hearing Gray's story, Shen Fei immediately understood what was going on. After hanging up, he briefly explained the situation to Rin Tossica. As a teacher, you actually make your students so worried. It's really something, Rin said, standing up, apparently wanting to go along. We're going to the sewers. If you're sure you want to go, I'll go alone and be back soon. There was no need to elaborate on what the sewers were. It's just the sewers. Upon hearing the sewers, Rin Tossica's face faltered, but her unyielding nature ultimately prevailed. Gray called you guys over too. When Shen Fei and Rin Tossica arrived at the coffee shop, Gray had already arrived, and standing beside her were two people, Flat and Sven, the two strongest male members of the modern magic department. Before Rin Tossica and Luvia arrived at the modern magic department, Sven and Flat were the two strongest students in the department. However, after the competition between Rin Tossica and Luvia, and the subsequent practical classes, Sven and Flat are now the strongest in the male group. Rin Tossica and Luvia are the strongest in the female group. Sorry, I couldn't get through to Flat before, so I called now. Gray apologized immediately after seeing Shen Fei and Rin Tossica. She had originally wanted to call Flat, but because the call didn't go through, she called Shen Fei's cell phone. Who knew Flat called back? After that, the two of them used magic to rush to the scene as quickly as possible after learning that their teacher was in danger. The reason Flat and the others hadn't received the call earlier was because a classmate was assembling a computer. Computers are extremely rare in the clock tower, not many have them, and even fewer know how to use them. Flat also has a computer, but he's not very familiar with how to use them. Now that a seemingly skilled classmate has arrived, he wants to learn. Similarly, Second has a computer and even an internet connection. After all, as a lecturer in the modern magic department, he naturally needs to stay abreast of advances in modern science, though Second's knowledge comes from online games. Within the clock tower, the modern magic department has the highest percentage of computer owners. It's okay. We'll talk about it after we find Second. Now as the time tracked, the 5 of them quickly entered the sewers from the cafe. Upon entering, they all frowned. It was a sewer, after all, and the smell was unpredictable. Especially Sven, who only felt a little better after performing a magic trick on him. Sven's animalistic magic gave him a naturally keen sense of smell, which is why Flat kept calling him Dog. When it comes to smell, Sven is as good as a head pillar. He can tell a person's general appearance by scent and distinguish them by color. For example, Gray, whom Sven finds the most fragrant, was considered a pervert. As a result, he was ordered by the Second to stay within 5 meters of her. Furthermore, whenever he saw Gray, he would babble nonsense, leading Gray to believe that Sven disliked him. With such a keen sense of smell, the impact of entering the sewers is unimaginable. Consider the 9-tailed brat who defeated his opponent by farting. Fortunately, this is the moon world, where magic can solve this problem. If someone defeated by a fart were to enter here, they would probably be immediately disoriented. There's the scent of the teacher here. After performing his magic, Sifin immediately began sniffing out the Second's scent. It was a remarkable feat, and he quickly located the Second's scent in the sewers. The group then followed Sifin through the sewers, darting wildly, turning left and right. Without Sifin's nose, finding the Second in this complex network of sewers would have been a long, long task. Teacher, the group soon discovered a severely injured Second, lying on the ground. A simple defensive barrier, similar to that used by Cigar, was in front of him, clearly indicating they had encountered an enemy. Chapter 992, Twin Princesses, Part 2. Upon discovering Second's serious injury, Gray, Flat, and Sven rushed over immediately. Flat was the first to use healing magic, but since he wasn't particularly skilled in that area of magic, the healing was less than satisfactory. Most magicians in the moon world possess some healing magic, and Second himself also possesses some. Of course, due to individual differences in strength, the effectiveness of the healing naturally varies greatly. You're too slow. Let me do it, Shen Fei said, pulling Flat aside. With his left hand, he drew several runes in the air and began to heal Second. With his treatment, Second's wounds were quickly and completely healed. Primordial rune. Second, having recovered from his injuries, looked at Shen Fei in surprise. Although he had never actually seen a primordial rune, after experiencing the effects of magic firsthand, he felt unworthy of being a magician if he couldn't recognize it. However, it was precisely because of this that he was so astonished. The original runes had long been lost. Any single one of them was priceless in the clock tower. Fafnir's blood seemed a step below them. Beyond this, what astonished him even more was Shen Fei's ability to unleash the power of the original runes. After all, this wasn't the Age of Gods, where many knew the original runes. But in modern times, even with the original runes, few could truly unleash their power. In fact, let alone the original runes, even the modern runes developed by Aozuki Taoko were rarely wielded. The original runes held such high value because of their research value. The mysteries they held captivated Magi. You truly are worthy of the perceptive eyes. Because of his exceptional ability to teach his disciples, the Second was known as the perceptive eyes in the clock tower. Teacher, what happened? Before the Second could continue, Gray looked at him with a worried look. For Gray, the primordial rune and the like were irrelevant. The Second's safety was paramount. I almost forgot, you've arrived just in time. There's trouble here that needs to be resolved, Second explained. He had intended to help the cafe resolve the situation so it could remain open. Although he had initially confirmed the involvement of magicians, he hadn't paid much attention to the clock tower. The clock tower's reputation within the magic world was well known. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to cause trouble under its nose. Only ignorant, lesser-known magicians would have such audacity. While Second's strength was weak, it was only relative to the others within the clock tower. Compared to those lesser-known magicians, Second was still quite formidable. While most magicians rely on family traditions, there are also those who stumble into the magic world by accident, as well as those who are newly born, the first generation. For example, Emilia Shirao, whose biological parents are ordinary, enters the magic circuit, making him a first-generation magician. Of course, the first generation mentioned here is the normal first generation. While Shirao is also a first generation, he is not a normal first generation. Later, the second encountered trouble. Fortunately, his suit and cigar, both of which were magic ceremonial attire, bought him time and a chance to escape. He then set up a barrier until Shen Fei and the others arrived. If the second had known from the outset that they would encounter a powerful enemy, he would have definitely brought Ray with him. She was his bodyguard. Be careful, they're about to appear. Flat, watch out for the magic reversal. After the second gave a brief explanation of the enemy, the group continued on their way. Led by the second, they soon encountered the same place where they had previously encountered the enemy. A rabbit created by electrical condensation quickly appeared before them. Rabbits are generally cute, but if this rabbit has the body of a wolf, sharp claws, razor-sharp teeth, and red eyes, no one would call it cute. Seeing the electric rabbit appear, the second emperor hurriedly spoke. Understood, Mr. Big Ben. Flatten stepped forward and simultaneously threw out 4 cubes. As he chanted softly, the 4 cubes tumbled in midair, emitting beams of light, forming a triangular shape in midair, trapping the electric rabbit. Gray, Yard. As the second emperor called out Gray's name, the yard in Gray's hand instantly transforming into a massive scythe. With a single blow, Gray cleaved the trapped electric rabbit in 2. Again, with the coordinated efforts of Flat and Gray, the charging electric rabbits were slain one by one. Their rapport was so seamless that Sven, standing nearby, looked displeased. He also wanted to coordinate with Gray in the same way, but unfortunately, his magic attributes prevented him from doing so. This is it. After slaying about 6 electric rabbits, the group continued on their way and discovered numerous corpses deep in the sewers. If nothing unexpected happened, the serial murders reported in the newspapers were likely the work of this monster. Flat, understood, Mr. London Star. When Second called him again, Flat addressed Second with a new name, one that made Second seem a little queasy. This was Flat, the student who had given Second the stomachache. After the other subjects realized they couldn't teach him, they immediately handed him over to Second. While Second could teach, the stomachache still arose. Flat walked to the wall deep in the sewers, drawing a spell with his hands and chanting softly. As he moved, a door appeared where there had once been only a wall. Magical interference? Sora's attributes. Tao Sakarin's talent is truly remarkable. It's a shame it wasn't developed later. Flat's magicraft expertise lies in Sora, and he's S.H.I.E.L.D's most accomplished disciple in over 1,000 years. His family is one of the few with a long history in the magic world, rumored to have existed before the clock tower was even built. However, despite their long history, they haven't produced any notable figures, and their magic circuits are considered mediocre among other magi. It wasn't until Flat's birth, with his exceptional magic circuits, that he immediately became a household name. At the age of 8, he completed a family research project that was deemed impossible. This should have marked the beginning of his family's revival, but unfortunately, Flat lacked the mindset to become ambiguous. His mindset was too much like a normal person's. While Flat would have been popular in ordinary society, he was an anomaly in the magic world. This anomaly even led his parents and some members of his family to believe he wasn't their son, but rather an inexplicable entity from another world. Several assassination attempts followed, but Flat foiled them all. Flat then left the family and entered the clock tower. Naturally, the clock tower welcomed such a talent, but his mindset ultimately led Flat to enroll in the modern magic department. Flat's magical talent was formidable. He could interfere with the magic of others, effectively reducing their success rate and even backfiring them if they were unlucky. Later, he even appeared to interfere with the magic of the Atlas Academy. Therefore, barriers and the like were easily destroyed by Flat. Flat, this is a magic workshop. Don't rush in. After unlocking the door, Flat immediately strode forward without hesitation, leaving the second master unable to stop him. For a magician, entering another's magic workshop without hesitation was unacceptable. However, since Flat had already entered, the second master naturally wouldn't abandon his disciple, so they followed through the door and entered the magic workshop. I thought it was that little thief who dared to break into my magic workshop. It turns out it's you, the upstart. As the group entered the workshop, a figure quickly appeared before the massive altar. It was an elderly man wearing a green cloak, glasses, and clutching a wand in his right hand. Upon seeing the second, His eyes flashed with disdain and a hint of jealousy. "Lord Davenant, do you know what you're doing?" Seeing the master of the magic workshop appear, the second immediately pushed past Sven and Flat and came to the front. He knew the old man. He was one of the instructors at the clock tower. "What are you doing?" "I'm in my magic workshop, and you've barged in." "Lord Elmeloi, shouldn't you apologize for this? For a magician, barging into another's magic workshop is practically a declaration of war. You killed so many innocent people outside." Gray couldn't help but speak. As a gravikeeper, she valued life highly. "Innocent people? What innocent people? As long as we can reach the source, what do thousands or tens of thousands of casualties matter?" The old man sneered at Gray's accusation. "To Magus, ordinary people are just materials, resources. If the death or injury of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, can lead to the source, there are magi willing to do it." "Hey, old man, what you just said is wrong. The teacher is the first generation to become a monarch. He's not just an upstart, he's the clock tower's most powerful upstart." Flat's sudden words silenced both the second and the old man across from him. They had never imagined that someone would even consider such a thing under such circumstances. "You've violated the principle of concealment in magic. I advise you to surrender to the Law and Politics Department. For Magus, concealment is paramount, and anyone who violates this principle will be punished by the clock tower." "I violated the principle. Everyone did the same thing 100 years ago," the old man roared angrily. As a Magus of the clock tower, he knew the consequences of violating this principle. "You said that was 100 years ago, old man. Times have advanced, magic has advanced too. You're outdated," Flat said with a smile, his head in his hands. While magicians often say that modern magic isn't as good as ancient magic, that refers to the power of magic, not its diversity. When it comes to diversity, ancient magic isn't as good as modern magic. When power is lacking, skills naturally develop. How dare you report me? You all stay here today. Wake up, my pets," as the old man slammed his wand into the ground. A flood of lightning erupted from the workshop, and dozens of electric rabbits, each the size of a human, appeared around them. "Nice magic, but a little silly. The principle of concealment in magic is indeed the first principle of the modern magic world, but how it's actually enforced depends on the circumstances. Magicians killing people is all too common. Just look at the previous incident in Peeling City, where the dense ghosts within the angel statues revealed how many people died there, yet no one investigated. And then there was Atram, the one who bought children to extract magical energy, who was also ignored. Davenant's biggest mistake was causing trouble right under the clock tower's nose, making it known to everyone and forcing the clock tower to intervene. Even if Second hadn't appeared today, the Law and Politics Department would have quickly dealt with him. If he were in some desolate place like Africa, no one would have bothered him. "Trouble," Second said, glancing at Shen Fei. "If there were too many electric bunnies, even the powerful Gray, Flat, and Sven would have been difficult to deal with. Moreover, this was the enemy's workshop, and they could summon more electric bunnies at will. Want to attack? Come on," Flat said, launching his latest attack. With his gestures and chant, the electric bunnies at the forefront instantly dissipated into electricity, their formation prevented by Second's interference. Over there, Sven was also preparing to attack. After she finished chanting the spell, magical energy gathered around her, transforming her into a towering werewolf. This was Sven's bestial magic. With a single paw, the werewolf swatted away an electric rabbit. "Do you want to use it? Do you want to use it?" Gray naturally took action as well. Meanwhile, Yade kept asking questions. He was asking whether to use the noble phantasm, the spear of the end. If used, it could easily destroy the magic workshop in a single blow. However, Gray didn't intend to use her noble phantasm until the second age spoke. Each time she used the noble phantasm, she would only use it when the second age allowed it. Meanwhile, Tasakarin also took action. In such a critical situation, she didn't care about consuming gems and immediately used gem magic. Really good magic, but the weakness is too obvious. Shen Fei didn't attack, but instead observed the electric rabbits with interest. This magic workshop was a reference for him. After observing it for a while, he quickly discovered its fatal weakness. As expected of the elites of the Elmeloi classroom, come again, after watching dozens of electric rabbits being destroyed one by Gray and the others, the old man summoned dozens more electric rabbits. This was his magic workshop. As long as there was enough energy, He could summon an unlimited number of electric rabbits. However, just as these electric rabbits were about to take action and the second allowed Ray to use her noble phantasm, the electric rabbits' bodies suddenly began to flicker and then all disappeared. How is this possible? Davnant watched all this in disbelief. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't summon a single electric rabbit. Don't waste your time. I've cut off all the electricity around here. This was the fatal weakness of Davnant's magic workshop. It relied on electricity. Once the power went out, it was over. Chapter 993 Twin Princesses, and you. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Davnant's body trembled violently. He pointed at Shen Fei with his left hand, his lips moving, and a pool of blood gushed out of his mouth. He then collapsed with a pale face. No way, Shen Fei was speechless as he watched Davnant collapse from the spurting blood. He really hadn't done anything just now. The second couldn't help but slap his palm to his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. While Shen Fei was puzzled as to why Davnant collapsed with blood gushing out, he was quite understanding. As a magician, even if the magic studio was breached, it was not unacceptable. After all, it took a certain level of strength to do so. However, Shen Fei's direct action of cutting off the power supply was not the way of a magician. After all, magicians have their own pride. Well done. So there's actually a way to break the magic workshop, while the second generation sighed, Flat nodded excitedly. In his opinion, Shen Fei's action was a stroke of genius. Why hadn't he thought of it before? Flat, don't let your imagination run wild. This is just a special case. The second generation saw Flat's expression and immediately understood what his prized disciple was thinking. He quickly dispelled his thoughts. As the second generation had said, this was a special case. Davnant's choice of building the magic workshop here was a complete mistake. Normally, a magic workshop would be built on a spiritual vein, using the vein's magic power as its energy source. In this case, cutting off the energy source was impossible. Davnant, however, had chosen the sewers, not a spiritual location, so he used electricity instead. The coffee shop second generation frequented had closed down due to power issues. He had built a magic workshop in the sewers to facilitate the theft of electricity, which was why Shen Fei had cut off the power supply. Understood, Mr. Big Ben. After listening to the second's explanation, Flat nodded vigorously. Hey, Sven, go back and tell the legal affairs department to come over. The second sighed softly and immediately ordered Sven, still in werewolf mode, to find someone to clean up the mess. Davnant had violated the rules of concealment, and the numerous corpses in the sewers needed to be dealt with. I didn't expect this to be the outcome. Magicians are magicians after all. A few days later, the outcome of Gulder Davnant's case was announced. Although he had killed many innocent people, no one in the clock tower cared. For most magicians, the lives of ordinary people were of little concern. They cared about whether the secrets were leaked. Naturally, Gulder Davnant didn't receive the death penalty. After contributing a large amount of wealth, the final result was stripping him of his teaching qualifications at the clock tower and temporarily detaining him. As for the murdered animal lecturer, Calderon, aside from the second's desire to uncover the true culprit, no one else paid any attention. Instead, they were focused on the clock tower's distribution of profits following the lecturer's death. Gulder Davnant's eagerness to build a magic workshop in the sewers was to improve his abilities and compete for future profits. It's undeniable that this was quite clock tower-esque. Here's what you wanted. My brother told me you already have the original runes, so why do you need modern runes and these things? Lannis said, pushing the items she'd purchased from the clock tower in front of Shen Fei. I'll use them for reference. As for these things, I have other uses. While both the original and modern runes contained runes, the differences between them were significant. He was deeply curious about the modern rune system constructed by Aozuki Orange. Aozuki Tauko gave the patents for the modern rune to the clock tower, so anyone with money could buy one at the clock tower. Now that he had plenty of money, he naturally didn't need to be stingy with what money could buy. He had acquired nearly all of Aozuki Tauko's patents from the clock tower, including the modern rune and the orange teleport. While Moon World magic also possessed teleportation capabilities, they were generally limited to short distances, not long ones. Orange teleport was a rare long-distance travel magic. After setting a destination, the person was launched like an arrow, similar to a certain hero's noble phantasm, and similar to the noble phantasm of the meatball fruit. The only difference was that upon landing, the person had to figure out how to protect themselves. While transporting people with this magic was somewhat dangerous, transporting supplies was different. While Shen Fei had various long-distance transportation methods like quantum teleportation, orange teleport was the cheapest. He didn't need it himself, but it would be necessary for the nation. By the way, my brother has something to investigate tomorrow. Are you interested? You really don't give him any free time. What's it this time? Although he said this, Shen Fei was still very interested in what the second was investigating. He was not interested in the case, but the magician behind the second's case. Following the second, you can see different magic. Is it the spirit summoning department this time? It's really interesting, not to mention the Peeling Castle incident. The previous cases the second had investigated were the astronomy department, then the murder of the animal class lecturer, and now it was the spirit summoning department's turn. Come to think of it, these things the second has experienced seem like the beginning of someone's conspiracy. Madam, aren't there too many people sitting in the luxury car? The second frowned as he looked at the people inside. In the past, Gray and the second had been the only ones to investigate, but this time, not only was Lannis there, but Shen Fei, Tasakarin, and Luvia had also come along. Originally, the second had planned to travel to their destination by train with Gray and Rhaenys, but after Luvia joined them, they opted for her family's luxury car instead. I didn't want to come either, but this is Plum's commission, and it's very important to him. The second fell silent at the mention of Plum. He knew who Plum was, the brother and elder brother-in-law of Kenneth's fiancée, Sora. He was also the son of the Lord, the Minister of Advent Science, and the future Minister of Advent Science. The deceased was the head of a branch family in the Advent Science Department. If the incident wasn't resolved quickly, it would have a significant impact on Plum's future as Minister of Advent Science. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with Rhaenys. Although Kenneth and Sora were engaged, their deaths had shattered the marriage. Given Rhaenys's character, she wouldn't help her elder brother-in-law just because of her deceased brother and sister-in-law. The reason Rhaenys was so focused was primarily a deal. She would help Bram resolve this issue, while Bram would find a way to help the second qualify for this Holy Grail War. While the 2 spots for the 5th Holy Grail War seemed already secured, anything could be changed until the very last minute. Although Rhaenys opposed the second's participation in the Holy Grail War, she also understood that it was his obsession. If he didn't participate in this Holy Grail War, he would deeply regret it. Neither Rhaenys nor the second knew that he would eventually abandon this Holy Grail War. Wells Pelham Codrington, the clock tower's most popular lecturer among women, to think it was his father who died this time, murdered in his own magic workshop. It's quite surprising, but they weren't the necromancers, were they? Such matters required the intervention of the monarch. The necromancer's specialty was necromancy. Summoning the spirits of the dead was a simple task for them. Simply summoning the spirits would reveal the murderer. Actually, someone has used necromancy, but unfortunately, no spirits have been summoned, Lannis said slowly. Someone's disrupted the necromancy. So, it's a civil war within the necromancy department. I don't know. That's up to my brother to investigate. Lannis said this, then suddenly groaned, and her sapphire-like pupils turned the color of fire. She immediately pulled eye drops from her pocket and dripped them in, returning her pupils to their normal color. Is the magic so chaotic here? Lannis's transformation made the second master look out a window. Lannis's previous transformations were due to her mystic eye, a magical eye that could see through the changes in magic. It was an innate magical eye, but Lannis hadn't mastered it yet, so it would change as soon as it came into contact with the magic. Looks like we've arrived. The magic power that could cause Lannis's mystic eye to change could only be found in the spiritual veins. There was no doubt they had reached their destination. Soon, the group arrived in front of a luxurious castle. As expected of magicians, they were generally very wealthy. Wells, you are under arrest for the murder of Trevor Pelham Codrington. As the group entered the hall of the Wells family castle, 2 enormous white snakes suddenly burst forth from the front and bound them tightly. The moment they completed their binding, the snakes transformed into white Rubens. Hishori Hanano, why are you here? The sudden change caught the second emperor by surprise. He had never expected to encounter someone from the law and politics department here, and the most formidable one at that. This is a misunderstanding, Wells shouted, tearing open the ribbon that bound his mouth. As a lecturer at the clock tower, Wells was no less powerful. He had simply been caught off guard. Shut up. You must have killed your uncle, a woman with brown hair and dark skin said, emerging from behind Hanano Hisori. Valletta, this is a misunderstanding, Wells shouted again upon seeing the woman. Shut up. I couldn't summon my uncle's thoughts with my necromancy. I couldn't summon the thoughts of those who died in the lightning strikes before. And you were in the magic workshop when they died. This time, Wells didn't object. It was true. Mom, it's going to rain heavily outside now. It's very dangerous to leave in such weather. While you're here, could I investigate? The second said this, looking out the gate at the sudden flash of lightning. After a few flashes, accompanied by rumbling thunder, torrential rain poured down. Such weather is extremely dangerous for a magician, especially since it's not a normal storm. Okay, Kanano Hisari considered, then nodded in agreement, untying the bandages that bound Wells. Miss Kanano, Walter wanted to say something, but was silenced by Kanano Hisari's indifferent gaze. Don't worry, he can't escape anyway. With that, Hanano Hisari turned and left. Walter glared at Wells angrily, then turned and followed. She only dared glare at Wells, she wouldn't dare disrespect the second emperor, who is the monarch after all. Why is she targeting you? After the two left, the group immediately arrived at a large room. Judging by the bookshelves and the numerous books, it must be a study. I rejected her proposal, and if anything happens to me, this magic workshop will be hers, Wells recounted his grudge against Walter. He was the most popular instructor in the clock tower, and that wasn't just an exaggeration, it was a fact. Many women in the clock tower had confessed their love to him. Well, let's all go and rest. Wells, come with me. The second emperor nodded and quickly sent everyone to rest. The castle was large, with many rooms for everyone to choose from. The only problem was the lack of servants. From their previous conversation, it was clear that most of the servants had been killed by lightning. I didn't expect another death. This is unbelievable. Before the second could investigate, another person died in the castle. Also struck by lightning, the necromancy spell failed. This time it was Valletta. The second then confronted Hisori Kanano again. Hisori Kanano claimed Wells was responsible, as that would eliminate his competition. However, the second retorted that if Wells had done it, there would be no need to ask him to investigate. Ultimately, they agreed to follow their previous agreement and allow the second to investigate during a storm. Once the storm subsided, Hisori Kanano would take Wells away to the Law and Politics Department. I didn't expect this to be the case. King Arthur's Wild Hunt, thanks to the second's investigation, and with the help of the lion Gigi Li, who arrived shortly after, the true culprit was finally discovered. It wasn't Wells, but the magic workshop itself, a murderous device from the beginning. It was created specifically by Wells's father to exploit his demonic eye, the fairy eye. True to magic, a loving father and a filial son. Wells's father intended to use his fairy eyes to create artificial elves, thereby reaching his source. Admittedly, the idea was brilliant and successful, but the problem was that the artificial elves fell in love with Wells, and Wells, too. Why had Wells remained unmoved despite so many confessions in the clock tower? It was because he had seen the artificial elves as a child, and their beauty was unmatched by ordinary humans. Wells was also the most important to the artificial elves, hence his father and Valletta's death. However, after Wells's father's death, the magic workshop went haywire. The storm outside was the result of this devastation, and now, due to the ritual used by the second generation, the workshop has spiraled out of control, leading to the appearance of King Arthur's Wild Hunt. I wonder what Altria would think of this scene, looking at the sudden appearance of numerous giant black dogs. Shen Fei struggled to imagine any connection to King Arthur, but since it was a legend, it certainly had some truth to it. Chapter 994 Twin Princesses, Supplement. The Kingdom of Fairies, what luck. I really don't know how to describe it. Following the appearance of numerous giant black dogs, a magnificent green gate appeared hundreds of meters in front of the castle. It was the gateway to the Kingdom of Fairies. The castle's own magic workshop, the ritual performed by the second emperor, and the seal cast by Kanano Hisari had unexpectedly transformed the Kingdom of Fairies, allowing it to manifest. Her sole purpose was to capture Wells, the possessor of the fairy eyes. I'll leave it to you now. I'll take care of Lannis, Kanano Hisari said as countless ribbons suddenly flew from her sleeves, reinforcing the seals throughout the castle. Then, he and Lannis stood by the second-floor window, watching the group at the castle gates come to deal with the incoming black dogs. Given the second emperor's character, it was clear that he would never surrender Wells. There are quite a few of them, Shen Fei observed the incoming black dogs, drawing runes in the air to attack them. This time, he didn't use the original runes, but the modern runes he had purchased from the clock tower. With his strength, even modern runes could unleash immense power. The second stood at the back, occasionally attacking the black dogs with curse bullets. Luvia and Tasukarin flanked him, each using magic. Luvia naturally used gem magic, while Tasukarin used Yinki bullets. Although she had gems, there was no need to waste them given the current situation. With Shen Fei's help, Tasukarin was now far stronger than before. With the support of her family's magic seal, she could use Yinki bullets, a common magic, like a machine gun. Gray, wielding her death scythe, blocked the charging black dogs head-on. On either side of her were Wells, armed with 2 daggers, and Shishigili, wielding a shotgun. "Sir, can you ask the clock tower for reimbursement?" Lion Gigili, while attacking the black dogs, said to the second generation behind him. His magic suit was consumable, and every attack cost money. "Ask the legal affairs department for reimbursement," second generation said grumpily. His previous investigation had informed him that the legal affairs department was at least half responsible for the unrest here. Okay, with the Lord's promise, Lion Gigili acted without hesitation. First, he fired 3 bullets, dispatching 3 black dogs. Then, he threw a heart grenade, dispatching the 5 gathered black dogs. Lion Gigili used necromancy, and his bullets and grenades were crafted from human organs, making them far more powerful than ordinary bullets and grenades. Rest for a while, the second wave is coming. Lion Gigili spared no expense, and the black dogs were all eliminated. However, this was only temporary. As long as the ferry gate remained open, the black dogs would continue their attacks. Be careful, they're coming. Soon, a second wave of black dogs burst out of the ferry gate ahead. This time, they were twice as numerous as the previous wave and even larger. "No way, with this number, Your Majesty, do you have any ideas?" Lion Gigili frowned at the number of black dogs and looked at the second. Gray, "Yes, Master." Hearing the second call her name, Gray immediately understood that he was asking her to use her noble phantasm, and she began to chant softly. "Gray, jubilant, longing for depravity, engraved in me, dig in your grave, buy Gray some time." The black dogs, perhaps sensing Gray's threat, immediately abandoned their attacks and rushed towards Gray. Gray was now concentrating her magic, unable to move at all. The second shouted hurriedly. "Got it, Luvia." Tasukarin and Shishigili responded in unison. Shishigili then threw 2 heart grenades at the black dogs. Luvia and Tasukarin simultaneously threw several gems. This time, Tasukarin didn't skimp on the gems. Although her poverty made her frugal with gem magic, she never hesitated when it was necessary. Stop simulating personality. Magic output rate exceeds the set value. The second stage begins. The limit is lifted. Holy Lance, draw anchor, shine in the lance of the end. A massive golden spear of light transformed into a golden ray that pierced the sky, instantly destroying all the black dogs in front and striking directly at the ferry gate. The second's purpose for Gray using the noble phantasm wasn't the black dogs, but the ferry gate. "I didn't expect this thing to actually exist." Shishigili stared in shock at the golden light that streaked across the sky. In this land of King Arthur, every magician knew the legend of the Holy Lance. This attack not only destroyed all the black dogs but also brought the raging storm to a halt. Unfortunately, even after the light faded, the ferry gate in the distance remained. "It seems we're still too late. Trevor's ritual has finally been completed." Looking at the still standing ferry gate, the second couldn't help but sigh. His discovery was a little too late. If he had discovered it sooner, things wouldn't have turned out this way. "There's another way. Dig out Wells's mystic eye and then dismantle this magic workshop." After the storm dissipated, Kanano Hisari emerged from the room and directly stated her plan. Behind her, Lannis followed. "Are you guys avoiding the battle because you're afraid of getting wet?" Shen Fei, watching the 2 men emerge, suddenly had this thought. It's too late. The ritual has already been completed. Forcibly dismantling the magic workshop would cause the spiritual veins here to run wild, the second said. "If we want to use the decomposition ritual to disintegrate this place, it will probably take several months," Lion Gigili interjected. Even though he was a magus, his understanding of magic was far greater than that of ordinary magi. In a normal magic workshop, they could easily use sheer force to disintegrate it, but not here. The ritual had already been completed, and the ferry gate had appeared. If sheer force could do that, Grey's holy spear would have destroyed it. Across from the fairy gate lay the power of the entire fairy kingdom, a realm belonging to another world. Actually, there's another way. After a moment's silence, Wells suddenly dropped his dual-channel dagger and walked toward the fairy gate ahead, demonstrating with his actions how to resolve the current situation. Wells, you don't have to do this. There must be another solution. The moment Wells took action, Second knew what he was planning. The female fairy across the way was after Wells. As long as Wells and he left, the fairy gate would naturally close. No, I figured it out. I fell in love with her the moment I first laid eyes on her. Being with her is the fulfillment of my dreams. Your Majesty, thank you for clearing up the doubts that have plagued me for years. Wells walked to the fairy gate and exchanged a few words with a fairy woman standing nearby. He then turned and waved to the second, then walked through the fairy gate with a fairy woman. The fairy gate vanished as soon as they entered, averting a crisis. Had the fairy gate remained, a war between the clock tower and the fairy kingdom would have erupted. Wells, the second, sighed deeply as he watched Wells disappear. He was one of the few people in the clock tower that the second admired. Who would have guessed that, since his childhood, his father had been thinking of sacrificing him? It's true that ambiguous' values are difficult for anyone with normal intelligence to comprehend. To pass on their legacy, ambiguous will stop at nothing, and if there's a chance to pursue the route, even blood relatives will be sacrificed. This wasn't the first Magus the Second Emperor had encountered to do this. The previous incident with the Celestial Body Department involved a similar situation. The Magus had intended to achieve immortality after death in pursuit of the root, but his ritual was incomplete. His daughter, though aware of this, failed to warn him. It's undeniable that the disciples the Second Emperor had trained over the years were truly exceptional. Next, it's the Law and Politics Department. While the matter had been resolved, there were still many challenges to deal with. Especially with the entire family's heirs wiped out, the subsequent inheritance was sure to be a complex matter. Why are you here too? In the limousine, the Second Emperor looked at Shi-Ji, who had followed him, and was surprised. Magi rarely interacted with monarchs. The reimbursement you promised, Shi-Ji explained directly. He had expended considerable effort on bullets and grenades. I understand. When we get back, you can compile a document. By the way, don't go too far. As a monarch, the Second Emperor had some authority. After all, he had solved a major problem this time. Don't worry, I won't write too much, Lion Ji said with a smile, implying that he would definitely write more. After all, this was a rare opportunity for the clock tower to reimburse him, so naturally he had to explain his expenses several times over. Otherwise, Lion Ji would not have returned with the Second Emperor. Fairy Kingdom, Inside World, Outside World. Shen Fei remained silent after getting in the car. He appeared to be resting his eyes, but in reality, he was thinking about the previous incident in the Fairy Kingdom. If he had taken action before, he could have destroyed the Fairy Gate. However, after seeing the magician's loving father and son, he no longer wanted to care about this matter. However, the Fairy Kingdom reminded him of the inside world. The gods of the moon world had not disappeared, but had gone to the inside world. This meant that it was a place where gods abounded, and the power was not greatly restricted. Remember, there's an awakener in this world. He seems to have left in the end. You have no friends, do you, dear brother? Are you trying to hurt me? In the second's study, Linus's smile froze immediately after Second spoke, but then so did Second's. For both of them, these words meant mutual harm. Neither of them had any friends in the clock tower. Alright, you shouldn't have come to me about this. You should have spoken directly to Gray. Second was silent for a moment before his composure finally settled. Then I'll be gracious. I'll borrow your lovely disciple. Linus had come to Gray to attend the upcoming Izaluma family unveiling banquet for the gold and silver princesses. Originally, Linus hadn't planned to approach Gray. She had gone directly to Shen Fei. At a banquet like this, it was unpredictable what might happen, so Linus needed a strong bodyguard. Without Shen Fei, Gray would have been the natural choice. But now, Shen Fei had appeared. However, Shen Fei then suggested that she bring Gray along, so she could interact with more people. I never thought this existed in this day and age. Sitting in the carriage, looking out the window at the scenery, Shen Fei shook his head with a hint of emotion. He had never imagined that the vehicle that would bring them to the banquet would be this kind of thing. It was truly a noble tradition. He wasn't used to it, but in England, It was the aristocratic way. So its magic, truly worthy of the Department of Creation. After disembarking and the greeters approached, the carriage and its driver began to shrink, transforming a moment later into a toy figure and carriage. This result piqued Shen Fei's interest, but Lannis's expression remained unchanged, evidently predictable. Of the 4 people in the group, only she had dealt with aristocrats. Shen Fei, Tasakarin, and Gray had little experience interacting with them. Even though Shen Fei now held the title of Imperial Preceptor of the Qin Empire and the Emperor of the Tang Empire, at his level, he didn't need to care about what the nobles thought. Just like an ordinary person wearing shabby clothes would be mistaken for a beggar, a billionaire dressing that way would be considered stylish and simple, all that nonsense. The visitor was Byron, the head of Izaroma. Lannis was speaking with him. After all, Lannis was from the line of the monarch, so courtesy was essential. "You're just arriving." As the 4 of them entered the first-floor lobby of Izaroma's Sun Tower, Luvia immediately approached. As the next heir to the Edelfelt family, she was naturally among the invited guests. "I heard a Grand Master is coming today. Is that true?" Luvia asked Lannis. "Yes, but I don't know which one." As a member of the line of the monarch, Lannis was naturally more informed than Luvia. However, even she only knew that a Grand Master would appear, not which one. Over the years of the Clock Tower, while there haven't been many Grand Masters, there have been several. "I see. Let's go over there." A sudden commotion erupted from the once bustling hall. It was the magicians arguing. Lannis was all too familiar with this situation. It was a must-see at every large gathering at the Clock Tower, especially when the 3 major factions gathered. Lannis didn't want to be drawn into it, so she naturally avoided it. However, the commotion didn't last long, as someone stepped forward and resolved the dispute. Later, at the announcement of Izaluma's master, Byron, the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess emerged from a second-floor balcony. With their appearance, the entire hall fell silent. At that moment, both men and women were captivated by the beauty of the Golden and Silver Princesses. The sound of shattering wine glasses could be heard from time to time in the banquet hall, as someone dropped their glass to the ground. However, no one was drawn to the sound at this moment. Beauty is indeed a form of magic. Chapter 995 Aozaki Orange. Beauty is a kind of magic. This is what Shen Fei had said during their earlier conversation with the Second Emperor. Many magicians believe that by gazing at beautiful things, they can become more beautiful themselves. Whether magicians or ordinary people, everyone yearns for beautiful things, just like love at first sight, which is definitely only seen between handsome men and beautiful women. No one would fall in love at first sight with an ugly person. Of course, beauty isn't limited to humans. Environments, objects, and people all share a universal appreciation for beauty, just as people prefer to live in beautiful environments and wouldn't actively seek to live in a sewer. Antiques, artwork, and other objects are also sought after because of this pursuit of beauty. Consequently, a group of magicians dedicated to this pursuit have emerged in the Clock Tower. According to the Second Emperor, beauty is like a resonance spell. Appreciating beauty purifies one's soul and spirit, a feeling that is truly the true nature of beauty. The Izaluma family exemplifies this approach. Each generation of the family creates a golden princess and a silver princess to publicly demonstrate their pursuit of beauty. However, this display was undoubtedly the most perfect of all, as even Aozaki Taoko, standing nearby, stared at the twin princesses with a hint of shock. In the moon world, beauty is also a powerful art, as evidenced by the discomfiture of the crowd in the hall when the twin princesses appeared. Had anyone attacked, few would have stood a chance against them. A magician's attack required the activation of magic circuits, but with all of them stunned by the twin princesses, there was no chance of activation. Is that why there's a goddess of beauty? The second generation's explanation gave Shen Fei a deeper understanding of beauty and its origins. The twin princesses departed quickly after their appearance. As the saying goes, distance creates beauty, and naturally, they would not participate in the subsequent banquet. Even after their departure, the shock they caused still left everyone in the hall in a state of shock. After a long moment, everyone regained their composure, and the banquet slowly returned to normal. However, the twin princesses were still the subject of much conversation. Those who had seen the previous twin princesses were especially enthusiastic in their congratulations to Izaluma's master, Baron. The twin princesses' impeccable performance represented a new advancement in Izaluma family magic. Such progress in this modern era was truly remarkable. By ordinary standards, The twin princess's success was almost worthy of a Nobel Prize. Of course, this was just an analogy, as there were no universally accepted standards in the magic world. Baron, on his part, accepted the congratulations with a smile, appearing delighted. After recovering, Lenise, as always, immediately distanced herself from both the aristocratic and democratic factions. Although the twin princesses' previous appearance had kept most of the attention focused on them, the clock tower's aristocratic and democratic factions, after only a few words together, shifted the conversation back to their mutual hatred. Although restraint was exercised this time, and no major disturbances were caused, Rinus still didn't want to get involved. The clock tower was quite interesting. It was originally an organization established to study magic. But now it was dominated by a struggle for power. Neither the second nor Rinus wanted to get involved in such a conflict, but unfortunately, some things can't be avoided simply by wanting to. Rinus had barely taken a few steps when a silver-haired old man blocked her path. "Your Excellency, Barrier." Upon seeing the newcomer, Rinus immediately bowed respectfully. The newcomer was the monarch of the clock tower's democratic faction. While Rinus was a monarch, her status and power were far inferior. "It's about time we switched factions." The blunt question caused Rinus's expression to change. After taking several deep breaths, she regained her composure and spoke in a steady tone. "Lord Valire, please spare us. We are a weak faction, straining to survive. El Meloy is a noble faction. Switching to the democratic faction would be considered a traitor to the aristocracy, and sometimes traitors are even more detestable than their opponents. Don't worry. Since I've made the offer, I'll naturally protect you. If El Meloy is willing to prioritize teaching for us, I'll transfer 1 or 2 classrooms to you without any problem." The offer was generous. In the clock tower, classrooms were equivalent to spiritual lands. If the El Meloy family could secure 1 or 2, the remaining debt would be quickly repaid. "I'm sorry, El Meloy doesn't have the ability to utilize more spiritual lands," Rinus declined without further consideration. The offer was excellent, but the problem was that the El Meloy family couldn't afford it. If the or Rinus had the strength of Kenneth, there wouldn't be any problem. But with such power, the El Meloy family wouldn't be marginalized by the aristocratic faction. Rinus has always been clear about her own and the El Meloy clan's role, never coveting what they currently cannot afford. If she had simply spoken to Shen Fei, matters would have been much simpler. As a magician, Shen Fei could easily provide protection for an El Meloy faction. Even their debts could be easily settled by Shen Fei. In truth, if Rinus had asked, Shen Fei would have certainly helped, but since she didn't, he remained silent. "That's a shame." Despite Rinus's refusal, Balaire's expression remained unchanged, as if she already knew Rinus's answer. "Well, why isn't Balaire aristocratic? Aren't magicians in the creative department artists? Artists should be very close to the nobility, right?" Gray suddenly spoke up, causing Rinus to stiffen. It was a simple question, yet a crucial one. Rinus knew the reason, but Gray, naive as she was, asked it out of pure curiosity. "Ha ha ha, no one's asked me that question in decades." Barrier suddenly burst into laughter, looking genuinely delighted. "Because art, first and foremost, should shock contemporary people. Some say true art is that which has undergone a testament to its time, but in my opinion, that's not art, but history. Of course, history deserves respect, but that's something aristocrats value, not something we pursue." Gray nodded, half understanding. "Lord Enola, you're here." Just as Barrier was about to continue, someone approached. "Byron, this banquet is truly fascinating. I have something I want to discuss with you. Is that so?" "That's a shame. You're a disciple of El Meloy, right? You can visit me anytime." Barrier wanted to say something more to Gray, but since Byron had something to ask her, she had to go. "Hello, I'm Aozuki Taoko." Shortly after Barrier left, a mature woman with short red hair approached and introduced herself to Lannis. "You're the S.H.I.E.L.D designated." Hearing the name startled Rinus. This was a renowned figure, a grandmaster magician. At that moment, Rinus regretted attending the banquet. She hadn't expected the grandmaster magician to appear, but it was Aozuki Taoko. "Don't be so nervous. The S.H.I.E.L.D designated was lifted years ago." Aozuki Taoko's words relieved Rinus. If the other party remained in the S.H.I.E.L.D designated state, she might be in danger. "Well, I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D designated states are always absolute. Why would they be lifted?" Gray asked curiously. During her time at the clock tower, Gray had learned a lot about the clock tower. Gray, the question is simple. Nothing is absolute in this world. As long as you're strong enough, sealed designated states are nothing. Take the second magician for example. He also met the requirements to be sealed designated, but who in the clock tower dares to speak up? Shen Fei's words silenced both Aozuki Taoko and Rinus. They emphasized the fact that the clock tower was a bully. I don't deserve such compliments. I presume the items the Meloy family auctioned off earlier came from you. Yes, I brought them out. Why are you interested? This fact couldn't be hidden from the others. Most people in the clock tower were probably aware of it. Of course I'm interested, but unfortunately, I don't have the money to buy them. Materials from such mythical creatures would be of interest to any magician. That's a shame. Naturally, Aozuki Taoko possessed what Shen Fei desired. Not to mention the modern rune. Just her masterful puppet-making skills were enough to make him want them. But such matters couldn't be rushed. Lord Aozuki, Lord Balin invites you. A waiter approached, addressing Aozuki Taoko respectfully. I understand. I guess we'll have to talk next time. This place is truly lovely. By the time the banquet had dispersed, it was already evening, and most people had left. Some locals had gone home, while others from other areas had checked into hotels. Because it was a bit far to go back home, Rinus stayed in the Sun Tower in Izaluma. The Izaluma family had two towers, the Sun Tower and the Moon Tower. Shen Fei thought the Yin Tower was more appropriate, considering it was yin and yang, but perhaps it was called the Moon Tower because it sounded unpleasant. The Moon Tower was where the master lived, while the Sun Tower was where guests were received. Why didn't you leave? In Rinus's room in the Sun Tower, she looked at Luvia, who had remained behind, and she felt curious. Luvia had come with a housekeeper, and unlike the Meloy family, she couldn't have afforded to stay in a star-rated hotel. I'm curious about the twin princesses, Luvia explained. Before meeting the twin princesses, she had been very confident, but after meeting them, she realized they were truly beautiful. I see, Rinus nodded gently. Excuse me, she said, may I come in? At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and a sweet voice echoed from outside. Please come in, Lannis said softly, glancing at the people in the room. Hello, Lady Lannis, I'm Karina. A maid-like girl pushed open the door and stood at the entrance, bowing to Lannis. May I help you? Lady Hydra wishes to speak with you privately. As the maid spoke, a figure emerged from behind her. It was none other than the Golden Princess who had appeared at the banquet earlier. Lannis couldn't help but moan softly at the sight of her. Then I'll take my leave, Luvia said, standing up to leave, dragging Rin Tosaka out with her. Shen Fei then glanced at Lannis and left the room as well. It was clear that the other party wanted to speak with Lannis. It was inappropriate for him to stay here. With Gray and the Moon Marrow essence in the room, Lannis wouldn't be in danger. The Golden Princess is defecting. How interesting. The Golden Princess and Lannis soon finished their conversation and left. When Shen Fei re-entered, Lannis briefly explained the reason for the Golden Princess's visit. As a creation of Izaluma, although the Golden Princess was incredibly impressive when she debuted, that was only in public. Behind the scenes, she suffered constant pain. This was because both the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess were transformed through magic, requiring meticulous transformation from a young age. The Golden Princess and the Silver Princess situations were somewhat similar to Gray's. Gray's face was transformed to resemble King Arthur's, but the methods used were vastly different. Gray's transformation was gradual, without any pain in between. The twin princesses, however, were different. They had been using techniques and drugs from the very beginning, all for the sake of that one moment of debut. This was Izaluma's path to the root of things, and they preferred to reach that root through beauty. Shen Fei was speechless. To reach the root through this method, they would have to elevate the twin princess's beauty to that of a goddess of beauty, and that was impossible. You don't seem to care at all, why should I? This has nothing to do with me. It's up to you what you think. Although the twin princess's plight was somewhat pitiful, Shen Fei couldn't do anything about it. Such incidents were all too common in the moon world. I don't know. I'll see tomorrow. Lannis naturally didn't dare take the twin princesses in, but if she refused outright, she feared a conspiracy. Furthermore, she was curious about what the Golden Princess was planning to use to win her over, so she decided to buy time. Once they left and returned to Elmeloy's territory, the rest would be easy. Lannis now regretted staying. If she had known this would happen, she would have left without a care in the world. How could this happen? The next day, Lannis went to the Golden Princess's room at the appointed time. As she broke in, she was stunned to see the Golden Princess's body lying on the bed. She had considered many possibilities, but not this one. Chapter 996 Rune vs. Rune. What's going on? As news of the Golden Princess's death spread, everyone who could attend from the Twin Towers arrived. Balin, the head of the Izaluma clan, arrived and, upon seeing the Golden Princess's body lying on the bed, his expression sullen. He then glared coldly at Lannis. How could this happen? Why did my costume become like this? A male magician, his hair braided in thin plaits, collapsed to the ground upon seeing the Golden Princess's body. His emotional outburst wasn't due to the Golden Princess's condition, but rather to the fact that her clothes were ruined. He was more concerned with the costumes he had made than the Golden Princess's life or death. This was the magician who had made the clothes for the twin princesses. As the saying goes, clothes are the best, and gold is the best. To embody the twin princesses' ultimate beauty, their clothes had to be meticulously selected, no, custom-made. This is a magician, Shen Fei said, speechless, watching the magician slumped on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Sister Hydra, how could this happen? The Silver Princess also rushed over, looking at her sister on the bed, her body trembling. Oh my, there really was a commotion. Aozaki Tauko, with short red hair, appeared. Her voice sounded very indifferent. After glancing around, she continued, it seems that everyone at the scene could be the murderer. Although I don't dislike detective novels, I'm more suitable to be a victim than a suspect. If you are the victim, then the murderer will be at a loss. Aozaki Tauko's words made Shen Fei laugh inwardly. In her current situation, she had only died as a puppet. But this person is really boring. What's the point of doing this in front of so many magicians? Granted, the Golden Princess's body was extremely miserable, but it also held a certain strange beauty. If an ordinary person were to face such a thing, it would definitely be shocking, but for a magician, it was completely insignificant. Of the many magicians present, only Gray and Rin Tosaka, who had arrived later, had grim expressions, somewhat unable to accept such a situation. The other magicians, including Luvia, showed little concern. I heard you were the first to discover the body. As is customary in detective novels, the first person to discover the crime scene is suspected. Looking at her injuries, it seems the magician's ceremonial robe behind you could be a clue. As Aozaki Tauko spoke, everyone's attention turned to Lannis. Based on the facts, Lannis was indeed a prime suspect, and for a magician, that was enough. Magicians, after all, weren't police officers. They didn't need proof, merely suspicion was enough. Not everyone could pull off the same feat as the second, finding sufficient evidence. Magicians possessed countless ways to kill without leaving any evidence. Lannis's expression remained unchanged, despite Aozaki Tauko's words and the gazes of the crowd. She had known this would happen before she sent Gray to fetch them. The truth had already been revealed to her, and there was no way to avoid it. Miss Lannis, could you please tell me why you came to see Hydra so early in the morning? Lannis had chosen to avoid notice by visiting the Golden Princess early in the morning, planning to leave the Twin Towers immediately after their conversation. In response to Byron's question, Lannis remained silent again, already wondering if she had fallen prey to conspiracy. The coincidences were too complete, and she couldn't explain why she had come so early. Claiming she wanted to flee to the Elmeloi clan would only make matters worse. Kalina, Byron said, summoning the Golden Princess's maid. Lady Hydra wants to flee to the Elmeloi clan. This statement immediately caused a stir among the crowd. The crowd had never imagined that the Golden Princess, who had just appeared the previous evening, would actually be planning to flee. Miss Renus, is that so? I did discuss Miss Hydra, but I swear I didn't kill her. After all, killing someone trying to escape wouldn't benefit me in any way, Renus immediately retorted. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps we didn't reach an agreement on the terms, a dark-skinned male magician said. I'm sorry, Miss Renus, it seems you'll need to submit to the investigation. I hope to be treated appropriately, and I hope to assist in the investigation. Gazing at the glances around her, Renus knew she couldn't refuse now. As for escaping, that was the worst option. All she could do now was buy time and wait for the second to arrive. After the Golden Princess announced her plan to flee to the Elmeloi clan, Renus informed the second in the clock tower via text message. Within the clock tower, the second and Renus were among the few with cell phones. Wait a minute, this is really interesting, Just as Byron was about to take Rhaenys's moon marrow essence, Shen Fei suddenly stopped him. While Rhaenys negotiated with Byron and the others, Shen Fei curiously examined the Golden Princess's corpse. This observation revealed something. After all, he was a world-renowned doctor, well-versed in cadavers. Then, using the power of the surgery fruit, he examined it and immediately confirmed his suspicions. "Excuse me, is this really the Golden Princess?" Shen Fei suddenly asked, noticing the group's attention. "What do you mean?" Byron's face darkened, but a closer look revealed a flicker of panic. "Interesting. You mean this isn't the Golden Princess?" Aozaki Taoko seemed interested, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Impossible. She's Hydra," a male magician suddenly shouted. Looking at him, Shen Fei immediately remembered who he was. Rhaenys had previously introduced him as a pharmacist who specialized in serving the twin princesses. "I'm certain she's not the Golden Princess who appeared yesterday. From what I can tell, she's been dead for at least a week. If she died recently, her blood and organs wouldn't be like this, even if preserved by magic. If you don't believe me, go check it out for yourself." "Oh, it's true. This is truly fascinating," Aozaki Taoko said, walking over to the Golden Princess body and examining it. Then, a sudden flash of laughter struck her. Other magicians might have hesitated to investigate the Golden Princess due to Byron's presence, but Aozaki Taoko had no qualms. "Then who is the Golden Princess we saw last night?" Gray asked, raising the question on everyone's mind. Lannis's gaze immediately turned to the Silver Princess. If anyone could impersonate the Golden Princess without being exposed, it was the Silver Princess. The twin princesses, as their name suggests, were twin sisters, just like the twin maids. Even so, there's still a problem. It's possible that what Rhaenys saw was the Silver Princess in disguise, but the Golden Princess made her true appearance at yesterday's banquet, and her beauty couldn't be replaced by someone else. "Lord Byron, are you planning a war with the Almaloi?" As Rhaenys spoke, the moon marrow efficacy behind her immediately moved to her side. The Almaloi family was now defeated, and Rhaenys was cautious in her actions, trying to avoid any trouble. But that didn't mean she would tolerate them endlessly. Endless concessions would only lead to further pressure, so a bit of flexing her muscles was necessary. Judging from the current situation, the Golden Princess had been dead for so many days. As the head of the Izaluma family, he couldn't have been unaware of this. This situation, then, was a trap set by the enemy, deliberately luring the Almaloi family into a trap. If it hadn't been discovered, it would have been a brilliant plan. But if it had been discovered, then the Almaloi family was in the right. Originally, if only Shen Fei had spoken, Bailong could have easily claimed he came with Lannis, naturally siding with her. But now that Aozaki Orange had confirmed it, that excuse couldn't be used. "Lannis, are you sure you really saw the Golden Princess yesterday?" Aozaki Orange suddenly asked. "Yes," Lannis nodded. "Is there something wrong with her eyes?" Aozaki Orange continued. "No," Lannis thought for a moment, confirming. "Then it can't be the Silver Princess. There's something wrong with her eyes. She can't see." This familiar feeling of déjà vu is getting more and more interesting. What? Hearing Aozaki Orange say the Silver Princess couldn't see, Lannis was stunned. This meant the Golden Princess she'd seen yesterday wasn't the Silver Princess in disguise. For an ordinary person, blindness would be a serious problem, but for a magician, there are many ways to replace vision. Just like the Golden Princess's hearing loss, it didn't prevent her from communicating. There wasn't even anything wrong with her voice. These problems could be solved with magic. "Lannis, how about leaving this to me?" Just as Byron was unsure how to respond to her pressing questioning, Balair spoke up. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Since the monarch had spoken, Byron naturally obliged. For Byron, the current situation was already quite favorable. "That foolish apprentice, come here too." Before Balair and Byron left, she called over Orange, her apprentice. "I can't believe this has happened. Who do you think the Golden Princess was yesterday?" While Balair investigated, Byron returned to the Tower of the Sun. They gathered in her room, discussing the identity of the Golden Princess. "It could be a puppet. From what I know, Orange is very skilled in puppet magic." "A puppet? Could it possibly be this level of magic?" Luvio is the first to raise her doubts. If puppet magic could be this high, wouldn't that make the Izaluma family's pursuit of beauty and magic a joke? Hundreds of meters of effort, only to be outdone by a puppet. Nothing is impossible. You should know that sometimes the gap between people is even greater than that between humans and pigs. Shen Fei's words silenced everyone present. Of course, this is just my speculation. I have no knowledge of magic like beauty. If you want to know the specifics, perhaps the second generation can provide the answer. When it comes to analyzing magic formulas, the second generation is the undisputed leader in the clock tower, hence the title of Magic Destroyer. For Shen Fei, magic is just a tool. In this sense, he is a magician, not a magician. It seems there's no way to get an answer today. Let's get out of here. By late afternoon, no one had come to give Renishi an explanation. Renishi, unwilling to wait any longer, prepared to leave and return to the clock tower, to El Meloi's territory. They could discuss the next matters later. This time, the Izaluma family couldn't afford to not give an explanation. Then let's go. Renishi made her decision, and no one in the group objected. They immediately agreed. Luvio was also there, so they could take her car and leave. I'm sorry, little girl from the El Meloi family, but you can't leave just yet. Just as the group exited the Tower of the Sun and reached the edge of the small forest, a woman with short red hair stopped them. It was Aozuki Taoko. Sir, I wonder what this means. Rinus looked at Aozuki Taoko in confusion. She had never expected a Grand Mage to stop her from leaving, considering she had no connection to him. I'm sorry, I was asked to do this. Actually, I had some friendship with El Meloi's predecessor, but unfortunately, he never returned from Fuayuki. You knew Brother Kenneth. Rinus had never expected Kenneth to know Aozuki Taoko. That's all in the past. Please stay. I'm sorry, even if it's your excellency, I'm leaving now. Although she didn't know why Aozuki Taoko wanted her to stay, the more she acted like that, the more she refused to let her go. The previous incident with the Golden Princess would have been a huge problem for her if Shen Fei hadn't discovered the problem. Now that the Grand Mage had intervened, it meant even more trouble. Gray, it's Miss Linus. As she spoke, the moon marrow spirit liquid around Linus transformed into sharp blades. Linus's moon marrow spirit liquid was very different from Kenneth's. It was not liquid, but human-shaped. She gave it the name Trinwa. It usually appeared beside her in the form of a maid, but once it was in combat mode, its entire body could become a weapon. In this respect, Linus had surpassed Kenneth. After Trinwa was ready for battle, Gray also released Jade, and the Death Scythe appeared between her hands. This is really surprising. Looking at the Death Scythe in Gray's hand, even Aozuki Taoko couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. She had sensed something strange about Gray before, but she didn't expect it to be of this level. Since you are interested, then I'll play with you. Chapter 997 Rune vs. Rune, Part 2. A puppet in a cat. Aozuki Taoko finished her words, puffing out a light puff of smoke before retreating. Two shadowy figures instantly appeared before her, one a strange puppet with blades slashing across its arms, the other an ordinary-looking black cat. Miss Lanise, Gray declared, brandishing her death scythe and charging at the black cat. Her intuition told her it was extremely dangerous. As she moved, the cat roared and lunged at her. The scythe then severed the cat in two. Before Gray could even breathe a sigh of relief, the scythe in its hand suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Gray quickly raised her scythe in defense, only to hear a clang. A dazzling flash of fire flashed from the scythe. The black cat, having been split in two, had somehow returned to its original form. The fire was the result of the collision between its claws and the scythe. What is this thing? Is it really the work of a modern magician? Yade's voice echoed again. The group now clearly saw the true nature of the black cat. While it still looked like a black cat, it was in reality disembodied, like a shadow. Even if severed, a shadow would quickly regenerate. Not bad, little girl from the El Meloi family. Your skill in this area has surpassed that of your predecessors. While Gray and the black cat were fighting, Rinus's moon marrow efficacy, Trinwa, also engaged in a battle with Aozuki Taoko's puppet. The situation here was completely different from Gray's. Even if struck or severed by the puppet, the moon marrow efficacy would quickly regenerate. After all, its main body was liquid mercury. However, Trinwa's attacks had no effect on the puppet. The puppet was clearly specially crafted by Aozuki Taoko for combat. While still humanoid, it had 4 arms, likely specialized for both attack and defense. Rinus didn't respond, or perhaps it was simply too late to do so. She needed to focus entirely on controlling the moon marrow efficacy. Is this the reflection magic of Aozuki Orange? Watching the black cat being cut into pieces by Gray and then constantly recovering, Shen Fei's eyes lightly swept over the trunk of a tree on the right, and then nodded thoughtfully. This magic of Aozaki Orange is very difficult to deal with if you don't know its principle. Even if you cut a black cat into hundreds of pieces in an instant, you can't kill it. Gray obviously didn't discover the secret of this magic, and could only keep chopping the black cat with jade. For a while, the situation fell into a stalemate. Boom. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, suddenly an explosion resounded throughout the Twin Tower, and the ground shook. The sudden change made Gray and Lannis immediately retreat and leave the battlefield. Aozaki Orange also stopped the action. Someone's broken the barrier. Who has the nerve to do that? Lannis looked west in surprise. The sound was the sound of the Twin Towers barrier being broken. Simultaneously, a surge of chaotic magic could be heard in the distance, clearly indicating a significant force had stormed into the Izaluma clan. It's weather magic, but on such a large scale. Is this a must-do? Then, everyone looked up at the sky. The previously cloudless sky was now thick with dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, the entire Twin Towers darkened. A storm, punctuated by lightning, instantly enveloped the Izaluma clan. Things are getting more and more interesting, bathed in this sudden downpour. Aozaki Taoko's expression seemed to grow somewhat excited. Gray, use your noble phantasm to disperse it. Using the Herrscher's power, Shen Fei summoned a massive umbrella to block the rain. While the incoming forces were supposedly targeting the Izaluma clan, the fact that they were affected was simply bad luck. Understood. Gray glanced at Lannis, then nodded and immediately began chanting. Sacred Lance, draw anchor, shine with the Lance of Doom. A golden spear of light instantly pierced through the dark clouds in the sky, spreading in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky immediately dissipated without a trace, and the storm ceased. So that's what it is. It really is. Aozaki Taoko watched the black cat disappear in front of her, speechless. Although Gray's previous attack had primarily targeted the dark clouds in the sky, the aftermath had also affected her familiar, hidden in the tree trunk. It fell from the trunk, revealing its true form, a bird-like familiar, its body and wings woven from brass wire, and its eyes shaped like rubies. Inside its body, something resembling a tiny, old-fashioned film revolved, projecting a light through the jewels in its eyes. So that's how it is. Lannis stared at the familiar on the ground for a moment, immediately understanding why Gray's previous opponent, the Black Cat, was immortal. Lord Orange, would you like to continue? Although chaotic magical fluctuations erupted on the other side, suggesting a battle between magicians, Reince paid no attention. The incoming forces were clearly targeting the Izaluma family, so that was none of her business. She simply wanted to escape as quickly as possible to avoid being caught up in the fight. Sorry, I've been asked to do this. Aozaki Orange also ignored the fighting on the other side. I see. Gray, how are you? Are you still able to fight? Reince walked over to Gray and whispered in her ear. I need to rest for a while, Gray whispered. The previous noble phantasm had nearly depleted her magical energy, but with aid constantly absorbing external magical energy to replenish it, a short rest would restore some of her fighting power. Then let's do this, Reince whispered softly beside Gray. I understand, Gray nodded vigorously. Preparing any tactics? Feel free. Even though Reince was discussing tactics in front of her, Aozaki Orange didn't seem to care. Now, Gray, got it. Just as Gray was about to rest, Lenny's immediately activated Tremor, the moon marrow efficacy, calling out to Gray. As Gray responded, Tremor's body suddenly shattered, transforming into liquid mercury, instantly binding the feet of Aozaki Orange's puppet. Yod, got it, Gray shouted, and the death scythe in her hand transformed once again, becoming a heavy hammer. Then, Gray leaped high, swinging the hammer at the puppet bound by the moon marrow efficacy. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the puppet shattered under the immense force, along with the moon marrow efficacy. The next moment, the moon marrow efficacy returned to Tremor's form. Gray's magic costume, Yod, was a form that could transform into various forms, including a shield, a spear, a boomerang, a bow and arrow, a greatsword, and so on. Impressive, but that's all. Seeing the puppet destroyed, Aozaki Taoko clapped her hands with a smile. But just as Lannis was about to say something, something unexpected happened. A large number of runes appeared out of nowhere around Tremor. The moon marrow efficacy, and upon its reaction, they froze it. Runes. Aozaki Taoko had drawn so many runes in the air at some point, using a technique that perfectly countered the moon marrow efficacy. The moon marrow efficacy was immune to slashing blows, but it would lose its freedom of movement if it encountered ice. Legend has it that Odin, the father of the gods, saw greater wisdom by hanging himself upside down from the world tree. After sacrificing one of his eyes, he gained the secrets of the runes. Therefore, runes are said to contain the secrets of the universe. This is why Shen Fei values runes, especially the primordial runes. The runes' offensive capabilities are secondary, the key lies in the secrets of wisdom they hold. Of course, Shen Fei couldn't compare to Odin, but that didn't stop him from learning from runes. Runes, in theory, could be combined to achieve anything. Of course, this was only theoretical. For example, Aozaki Orange once used runes to deprive a park of its night attribute, making it permanently daytime behind the park. With sufficient power, depriving a planet of its night attribute wouldn't be impossible. Of course, this was only theoretical. In reality, even Odin might not be able to deprive a planet of its night attribute. While Orange had deprived a park of its night attribute, that was only for a limited time. Is it your turn this time? Watching Shen Fei emerge, Orange silently extinguished her half-smoked cigarette and placed it back in the box. Strangely, despite the torrential downpour, Orange's cigarette hadn't gone out. So frugal, Shen Fei observed Orange's actions with some confusion. As a grandmaster magician, one could imagine her wealth, yet she still kept half a cigarette. It can't be helped. This brand of cigarettes isn't exactly rare, but it's out of print now. Perhaps sensing Shen Fei's confusion, Chengzi offered a brief explanation. Her cigarettes, even among ordinary people, were relatively inexpensive. Just like second generation, although he always smoked cigars, his cigars were the cheapest of the bunch. Second generation, however, could afford the finer ones. Chengzi, on the other hand, was being nostalgic. The cigarettes in her hand were a gift from a friend. Only one box had been produced, and all of them were given to her. They were truly out of print. Even if Chengzi had been frugal over the years, there weren't many left. Aozaki Chengzi, can I ask you a question? Looking at her, Shen Fei suddenly had an idea. Go ahead, she nodded. Do you know Ryaoji Shiki? Shen Fei hadn't researched Ryaoji Shiki, but now, seeing Aozaki Chengzi, it suddenly occurred to him. You actually know Shiki? Aozaki Chengzi looked at Shen Fei in surprise. I see. I understand. Shen Fei knew from Aozaki Taoko's words that Ryaoji Shiki also existed in this world. Please, Shen Fei said, quickly drawing a rune in the air, shattering the ice surrounding Tremor, the moon marrow efficacy. After discovering Tremor had escaped, Lannis quickly retrieved it. You intend to use runes against me? Aozaki Taoko suddenly laughed. While rune magic wasn't her strongest form, no one in the clock tower, or indeed the entire magic world, could surpass her in rune magic. I just wanted to ask for your advice, Shen Fei said, drawing 5 runes in the air. 5 fireballs shot towards Aozaki Taoko. Taoko responded with a similar rune, summoning an ice wall to block the fireballs. What a swift speed. Could this be the realm of creating runes with runes that the second world spoke of? Next came a rune duel between Shen Fei and Chengzi. Shen Fei, primarily interested in witnessing the power of Chengzi's runes, didn't overwhelm her with sheer force. Instead, he opted for an evenly matched match, seizing the opportunity to steal a glimpse of Chengzi's rune combinations. The 24 runes, when combined, unleash varying powers. Even the order in which they are written can alter the power. Simply put, runes are like the underlying code that programmers use to write programs. Different combinations create distinct program files. Perhaps Shen Fei could spend time slowly learning these combinations later, but right now, it was clear that learning from Aozaki Chengzi was faster. Beyond anything else, the ability to generate runes on their own was enough to make him battle Chengzi today worthwhile. Mom, this is, a familiar voice echoed from the audience as Shen Fei and Chengzi engaged. Lannis's nervous expression immediately relaxed upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than the second emperor. Flanked by Flad and Sven, along with Balin, Balieli, and a young man with short blonde hair, they arrived. This is Rune, right? Flat stared in shock at the battle between Shen Fei and Chengzi. The space around them was now densely packed with runes. He was certainly familiar with them, but seeing them on this scale was new. The others, including the monarch Balieli, felt the same way. This feels a bit like Xiameng versus Xiaoyaozi. Let's switch things up, Shen Fei thought to himself as he suddenly switched the rune to the Tao Te Ching. This sudden change heightened Cheng Zi's excitement. Magic naturally existed in the Eastern Moon world. The Dao De Jing, Tao Te Ching, held a profound mystique within this world. The main difference between Eastern and Western magic stemmed from differing magical bases. Simply put, the magic circles used to activate them differed, but a simple transformation was all that was needed, much like how the Second Emperor was possessed by Huge Kongming. By the way, if the Second Emperor and Lannis summoned Huge Kongming and Sima Yi, respectively, I wonder if it would turn out the same as with Mash. Upon noticing the Second Emperor's arrival, Shen Fei suddenly had this thought, abandoning the fight. Orange, perhaps sensing Shen Fei's thoughts, exchanged a glance before the two engaged in a final confrontation. Suddenly, the runic power in the air erupted. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth for a moment, destroying a nearby grove, leaving a crater several dozen meters deep. This scene brought a sullen look to the local master, Byron, but upon seeing the two culprits, he immediately fell silent. With such power, he couldn't afford to provoke them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 998, Demon Eye Train, Part 1. I see, Mom. Call everyone over. After Shen Fei and Aozuki Taoko's fight, the Second Emperor immediately intervened. While his title, Second Emperor, sounded somewhat unassuming, he was one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower, technically holding equal status with Barair. After listening to Lannis and Shen Fei's accounts, and after personally examining the Golden Princess's body and walking around the Twin Towers, he seemed to understand the answer. They soon reunited in the lobby of the Sun Tower. Atram, a young man with golden hair, glared at the Second Emperor from the moment he entered. He had prepared for today's operation for a long time, paying a heavy price. Success would have been worth the cost, but failure had been the outcome. First, a dark cloud, summoned by numerous magicians using a combined ritual to enhance the power of their lightning magic, was dispersed by Gray's noble phantasm. Then, just as he finally defeated Byron and was about to achieve his goal, two of the Second Emperor's disciples, Flad and Sfin, suddenly appeared and defeated dozens of his men. More importantly, Sfin called him a mage, a profound insult to someone who considered himself a legitimate magus. The difference between the two, though a single letter, is a world of difference. Had the Second Emperor not promised to give him an explanation, he would have likely continued his attack. Atram was a formidable magus, especially after purchasing the original Baghdad battery at a significant price. This was the source of his ability to penetrate the Izaluma family's barrier. Byron, as the head of the Izaluma family and a veteran magus, was naturally formidable. Unfortunately, his barrier, his greatest strength, was destroyed early on. Coupled with Atram's superior numbers, he was no match. If I'm not mistaken, the Golden Princess who appeared earlier must be you, Kalina. After everyone arrived, the Second Emperor's gaze remained fixed on Kalina, one of the twins' maids. While the others were puzzled, his words immediately focused everyone's attention on her. How is that possible? Lannis exclaimed. She had come into close contact with a Golden Princess, but hadn't noticed any signs of this. Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. Kalina looked nervous under the pressure of everyone's gaze. That's interesting. So, where's the evidence? Val'Air spoke. It's simple. Although I didn't personally witness the twin princesses' appearance, I'm certain they weren't puppets. At this point, the Second Emperor glanced at Aozuki Taoko. This was also the view of most of the magicians present. The real Golden Princess had long since died, and the one who appeared at the banquet was a puppet of Aozuki Taoko, which was why the crowned magician was there. While it's unclear why the Golden Princess puppet surpassed the years of effort of Izaluma's predecessors, it's understandable when considering Orange's title as a Grand Magus. Of course, to have her replace the Golden Princess in such a short time, Miss Aozuki's power is essential. She must have undergone some of Miss Aozuki's transformation. I wonder if Miss Aozuki could examine her. If my guess is correct, she has the same flaws as the Golden Princess, the second said, looking at Aozuki Orange. I don't remember such a thing, Aozuki Orange said, but she still walked over to Kalina and began to examine her. This examination brought a hint of surprise to her face. It's really my work. How strange. Why don't I remember such a thing? Orange said, tapping her head with a finger before returning to her seat. Orange's words were undoubtedly conclusive evidence. It could be a memory-destroying potion. Isn't there a pharmacist here? Of course, Miss Orange wouldn't drink it unprepared. It must be some kind of agreement between the two parties, the second continued. In my opinion, if the situation is sufficiently interesting, I would indeed make such a decision. Orange's words once again confirmed the second's statement. Although my foolish apprentice is capable, I don't believe she has the ability to surpass the Izaluma family's years of research. Bolelli asked the biggest question in the minds of the magicians present. If it's so easy to create twin princesses of such a level, why not involve Aozuki Orange from the beginning? This is a magic that might even reach the root of the problem. If it's just ordinary methods, it won't work. But if we use special means, it's possible. Before coming here, I did some research. Lord Bylong bought a holy relic at an auction, a blood-stained Bodhi leaf. If we use it in conjunction with the Cinderella ritual, the situation will be different. A blood-stained Bodhi leaf, a Cinderella ritual, I see. Balair was the first to react. As the monarch of the Department of Creation, if the second emperor didn't understand something like this, she would appear somewhat ignorant. Lord Aozuki, that holy relic is your reward, Bylong also realized. As a magus from a family dedicated to the study of the art of creating beauty, he naturally knew what the Cinderella ritual was. However, that was precisely why he was so confused and looked at Aozuki Taoko with a hint of resentment. If it were me, I would certainly go to such lengths. That holy relic must have been specially prepared for the use of the Cinderella ritual. Aozuki Taoko nodded in agreement. Even without her previous memories, she knew that she would do such a thing. For her, as long as something was interesting, she would participate, even if it meant sacrificing her own reward. What are you talking about? Atram looked at Orange in disbelief. He had never imagined that the relic he had prepared so hard for and paid so much for would be treated as a disposable item. Relics are extremely valuable and can be used over and over again, just like the fragments of the Emperor's cloak that the second Emperor had preserved. Now he understood what the second Emperor had told him. The relic had been consumed, and there was no way he could summon Byron. This was precisely why he was deeply frustrated and angry. He had bribed Lord Barair to obtain the relic. Byron was a member of the Creation Department, and Barair was the monarch of the Creation Department. When her subordinates were attacked, she was present but did not intervene. This was because Atram had communicated with her. Orange ignored Atram. For ordinary magi, Atram was a figure to be reckoned with. Just look at Balin, whose family barrier had been broken. But to Orange, he was just a nobody. Atram wasn't the only one feeling frustrated. Balin felt the same way. Things hadn't turned out the way he'd imagined. His original plan was to seek Aozuki Orange's help to scuttle the banquet, motivated by the unexpected death of the Golden Princess and the need to preserve the family's reputation. After all, the twin princesses' appearance had already been announced, and their cancellation was a huge blow to the Izaluma family. But he never expected the unexpected surprise Orange offered. It was something the Izaluma family couldn't possibly achieve even after 100 years of hard work. Balair's presence was a sign of something amiss and had come to investigate. A magus unfamiliar with the Izaluma family might believe they've achieved a significant breakthrough with the twin princesses technique. However, Balair is the monarch of the Creation Department, and she knows the Izaluma family intimately. Add to that the appearance of her disciple, Aozuki Taoko, and this raises even more questions. In my original investigation, Lord Byron's purchase of the relics was incorrect, but after arriving here, I discovered a mistake. The Tower of the Sun doesn't necessarily refer to the sun, it could also refer to Venus. During the silence, the second continued, explaining the Izaluma ritual. The Tower of the Sun and Tower of the Moon and the Twin Towers are actually sundials and moondials. To use the ritual, one must find an optimal time, and the previous optimal time was before the relics were purchased. During the creation of the twin princesses, the laws of planetary motion must be transferred into the human body, creating a resonance between the microcosm and the macrocosm, a resonance between the microsource and the macrosource. Enough. Just as the second was speaking, Bylong suddenly roared, halting him. Any further would reveal the secret of the Izaluma family's magic formula for creating the twin princesses. This was a centuries-old secret, and yet the second had instantly penetrated its source, earning him the title of Magic Destroyer. You're really becoming like a detective. You feel uncomfortable if you don't get to the bottom of it. So, this is the reason for the facial markings on ancient people. After being interrupted, the second immediately fell silent. Although he seemed unsatisfied, he understood that continuing would be taboo. Not only by Long, but even Balieli certainly didn't want the magic formula of the creation department to be revealed. However, his words did give Shen Fei a new understanding of magic. Ultimately, magic's pursuit of its roots is actually a pursuit of the laws that govern the world. Lord Aozaki, I'm curious about who told you to keep me here. After the second's silence, Rines asked Aozaki Taoko her question, deeply curious as to why she had stopped her from leaving. According to the agreement, I wasn't supposed to reveal my employer's whereabouts, but she tricked me. It was this person who told me to keep you here, Aozaki Taoko said, pointing at Regina, one of the twin maids behind the Silver Princess. I didn't want my sister to die. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on her, Regina remained silent for a moment before finally revealing her reason. Lady Hydra died from the backlash of the spell. Our original plan was to escape during the chaos. Perhaps because her plan had been exposed, Regina revealed their full plan. While it was true that the Golden Princess had come to Rines to defect, she wasn't defecting to the Elmeloi clan, but rather escaping directly from the Twin Towers. The Izaluma clan was unlikely to abandon the princess's research. Therefore, Karina, the maid temporarily impersonating the Golden Princess, would soon become the true Golden Princess. Considering the Golden Princess's previous death, her fate is foreseeable. And Byron indeed harbors such thoughts. If things had unfolded normally, the discovery of the Golden Princess's sudden death would undoubtedly have thrown the Twin Towers into chaos. Even if Byron knew the real Golden Princess was dead, he would have sought to exploit this opportunity to plot against the Elmeloi family. In this scenario, Regina, the Silver Princess, and the others, who had been well prepared, could easily escape with the help of their childhood friends. Do it again, the group exclaimed, as the pharmacist nearby suddenly looked at Orange with a passionate expression. I see. Seeing the pharmacist's enthusiastic expression, many of the magicians present immediately understood what he meant. This was a fervent supporter of the Golden Princess. The twin princesses, though twins, were actually a primary and a secondary. The Golden Princess was the primary, the Silver Princess the secondary, much like a red flower needs green leaves to complement it. Mayo, you, the twin maids, the Silver Princess, and the tailor all stared at the pharmacist in surprise. They hadn't expected the pharmacist to behave like this. That's impossible. Cinderella, that's Cinderella. Without waiting for Aozaki Taoko to speak, the second spoke. Cinderella, after all, is a fleeting beauty, a beauty that's time-limited. While in the story, Cinderella ultimately enjoys the best ending, recreating that kind of ending in magic is impossible. After all, magic is just magic, not magic. Just as Aozaki Taoko was about to speak, she suddenly groaned, and everyone stared at her in surprise. Suddenly, what looked like several green strands emerged from her chest. It worked, Lord Aozaki. I knew you could do it. The pharmacist, now holding a strange incense stick, looked as if he had aged decades in an instant. His youthful appearance had transformed into that of an old man. So it's medicine. Despite the strange plant emerging from her chest, Aozaki Taoko's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she looked as if she had suddenly realized the cause of her attack. It's the drug that blocked my memory. It must have been spiked with something else, and now it's been triggered. The second understood instantly. What's a grand mage? Such a thing is meaningless. Only she truly holds true meaning. That's the end of Izaluma and I's dream. Lord Balin, will you do it again? Perhaps seeing how Aozaki Taoko was restraining her, Mayo's expression became even more enthusiastic. Balin, on the other hand, looked bewildered, clearly having exceeded his expectations. Are you threatening me? Aozaki Taoko looked at Mai with a calm expression. That expression exuded an unusual pressure, but Mai, in his current state of excitement, seemed oblivious. However, Valkyrie quickly left her seat, moving away from Aozaki Taoko. Chapter 999, Demon Eye Train, Part 2. Even a Grandmaster wouldn't think of removing this. Its roots have already crawled through your internal organs. If you try to remove the magic seal will be destroyed as well. For an Amagus, a magic seal is sometimes more important than their own life. If Mayo had threatened someone else today, he would likely have succeeded, but Aozaki Taoko was an exception. Magic seal? I don't have one. As she spoke, Aozaki Taoko drew a rune on her chest. The next moment, Roots burst forth from her body, then withered and vanished. Strangely, even with a hole in her chest, no trace of blood flowed from her body. The hole in her chest was like a black hole, pitch black and without any luster. It seems I haven't remembered what I thought before. I've been a bit slack lately, Taoko said, tapping her head lightly with her fingers. Then, she pulled a half-pack of cigarettes from her pocket and tossed it to the second. I'm sorry, please keep it for me. I'll get it back from you later. I'm sorry, everyone, that my final curtain call spoiled your fun. But I couldn't help it. Things have come to this. Recently, all my cards have been exposed, so no one wants to kill me anymore. By the way, you don't seem to know about this. As he spoke, Orange's upper body began to crumble. It was not flesh and blood, but rather some kind of puppet material. As its body crumbled, a dark and strange aura continued to spread in the room. I used to get attacked so often, so I came up with a plan and put it in here. Oh, and don't worry, it's programmed to automatically strike back, only targeting those who harm me. As long as you don't attack, you'll be fine. Lord Elmeloi, I'll come get the cigarettes from you. And teacher, I'll leave that to you. After pointing to a travel bag and leaving a final message for his teacher, Valire, Orange's entire body began to disintegrate, leaving behind a door-like structure. Within the door was endless darkness, but the next moment, two blood-red lights suddenly appeared in the darkness. They were the eyes of some creature. Then, several blood-red, thorn-like tentacles suddenly burst out from the door, piercing the body of the pharmacist Mao. Other tentacles bound him and swiftly pulled him into the dark doorway. Mao, Kalina, Regina, and the others cried out in surprise, but no sound of Mao could be heard. Instead, the scene was filled with a sound of thousands of sharp teeth gnawing. As the chewing sound faded, the eyes within the dark portal slowly vanished, and then the dark portal itself vanished. Only then did the hall begin to hear the rapid breathing of people. Fear, the Magi, including the second, remained silent, completely unaware of the fear emanating from the portal, an aura that filled them with dread. This was one of Aozuki Taoko's ultimate trump cards, and one of the reasons why the clock tower didn't pursue her or impose a seal. Back then, the clock tower's seal-designated team suffered heavy losses from this very trick. Just think of the clock tower team back then. They painstakingly defeated Taoko, only to have a powerful demon suddenly emerge from within. After finally repelling the demon, they realized they had only managed to defeat Taoko's puppet form. If this had happened a few more times, the clock tower would have been devastated. Taoko's demon was incredibly powerful, almost rivaling Gray's noble phantasm, the Spear of the End. Most importantly, it was immortal. A perfect match for Taoko. Lord Baron, Lord Valire, we bid you farewell. After Mao was defeated by Orange's counterattack, the second emperor immediately said goodbye to Baron and Valire. The next matter was the internal affairs of the creation department, and he could not interfere. So the biggest question is who provided Izaluma with such a huge amount of funds to purchase the blood-stained Bodhi leaf. The legal affairs department also intervened in the subsequent handling of the issue. It was not because of the twin princesses' death, but because they discovered that Baron's funds for purchasing the blood-stained Bodhi leaf were problematic. The Izaluma family, while wealthy, had long invested in the creation of the twin princesses. Despite their wealth, they simply could not afford to come up with such a large amount of cash to compete with Atram for the relic. Furthermore, Baron, like Aozuki Orange before him, seemed to have lost some of his memories. Even though the legal affairs department was unable to identify the person behind the funds, it was certain that they were not simple people. Several incidents that the second emperor had previously encountered had traces of this person behind the scenes. I'm not sure about that. Although the Elmeloi family has been in the spotlight this time, it's not a good thing in the clock tower. This scandal in the creation department was a major blow to the democratic school, but it was naturally a good thing for the aristocratic faction. What will happen to the rest of the people? Shen Fei asked about the Silver Princess and the twin maids. The legal affairs department has temporarily detained them and is currently interrogating them, but they should be released soon. Considering the problems with Lord Byron, it's unlikely that the twin princesses will appear in the future. That's a good result for them. Without the twin princesses being created, the Silver Princess and the twin maids no longer need to be transformed. By the way, how's the search for that relic going? No news yet, but I've put a hefty reward on it. Second Master, Gray, you're both here. It's a good thing, Gray. I have something to discuss with you. That day, Shen Fei arrived at Second Master's rented room and unexpectedly saw Lannis there. This surprised him somewhat. Normally, Lannis rarely appeared there. If she needed help from Second Master, she would either call or visit the clock tower. But this didn't bother Shen Fei. Looking for me, Gray looked at Shen Fei in surprise. Yes, I want to borrow S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei stated his purpose directly. S.H.I.E.L.D, Gray fell silent immediately. If it were any other matter, any other item, she wouldn't hesitate, but with S.H.I.E.L.D, it was different. What do you want to borrow S.H.I.E.L.D for? As a relic, Lannis looked at the silent Gray, then her eyes shifted, as if she had thought of something, and she immediately asked. The broad-minded spear-class Artoria, Shen Fei had indeed considered what Lannis had mentioned. Both the white spear and the black spear were of the broad-minded type, and using S.H.I.E.L.D's words, summoning them was a sure thing. However, after some consideration, Shen Fei decided to summon the sword-class King Arthur. No, I'm borrowing S.H.I.E.L.D to perform a magic trick and project him, Shen Fei stated his purpose without hiding it. While studying magic, he had also been studying Avalon. Although he was anti-Maya, with the power of the Herrscher of Reason, he could already project Avalon, and now was the perfect time to try projecting the Holy Lance. I won't take it away. Just lend it to me while you're not using it. It shouldn't take long, I can complete it. To Gray, Arthur was more than just a magic accoutrement or a weapon, he was a friend who had been with her since childhood. Is this even possible? Second was so shocked he forgot to smoke his cigar. As a theoretical magician, he knew all too well the difficulty involved. If projection magic could achieve this, then there would be no shortage of people practicing it. Others might not be able to do it, but neither can I consider me a hire for the S.H.I.E.L.D $50 million, how about that? Haha, I didn't expect I'd be so valuable. But I'm different from other magic costumes. Not everyone can wield them. S.H.I.E.L.D, hidden within Gray's sleeve, spoke up. While regular magic costumes could be used by any magician who found the method, the S.H.I.E.L.D was unique. This was specially crafted, usable only by those of King Arthur's lineage. Gray possessed the legendary noble phantasm, the Spear of Doom. Many in the clock tower knew of this by now. According to the clock tower's usual rules, Gray would have been a designated target for the seal. However, the clock tower seemed to be unaware of this. This was because Gray had connections. The S.H.I.E.L.D was manufactured by the Atlas Institute, one of the three major organizations in the Magic Association. I know. If I can't use it, that's my problem. I'll pay the rent. You're really generous. Lannis looked at Shen Fei in surprise. This amount was not low. Compared to the Holy Lands, this is nothing. This is the Lance of the End. Even if it is just a projection, it is a priceless treasure. Miss Lannis, can this money allow the teacher to participate in the Holy Grail War? Gray looked at Lannis and asked. For Gray, she didn't have much concept of money. Gray, you don't have to be like this, the second said hurriedly. I just hope to help the teacher. For Gray, the second, who brought her out of that village, is the person she respects the most. Although it won't pay off the debt, this money will solve a lot of problems. As for my brother wanting to die, I can't stop him. I agree, thank you. Well, now that I have money, this is a rare opportunity. I'll buy you some clothes. I'm such a poor brother, I really don't take care of my students. Lannis came to the second's place today to find Gray. After being ridiculed by the second for having no friends, Lannis decided to show the second that she did have friends. It just so happened that Lannis was very fond of Gray's personality. Whose store is this? The decor is so tacky. Inside the luxuriously decorated department store closest to the clock tower, the four of them arrived. As they took in the surroundings, Rin Tosaka frowned. What do you, a muscle girl? No. This is art, a familiar voice echoed from the side. The four turned to see Luvia, the long, golden-haired woman. This is your shop? Yes, I just bought it from Davenant, renovated it, and opened today, Luvia said proudly. She had fought off many competitors to secure this primely located department store. You're quite lucky, Luvia, having come all the way from Finland to the clock tower, had secured this so easily, thanks in no small part to Davenant's haste to raise funds to deal with the law and politics department. What do you want to buy? It's a rare opportunity to find it today. I'll give you a 50% discount. No need. Great, Gray and Tosaka Rin said in quick succession. For Tosaka, even though she and Luvia didn't get along, it was a free deal, perfect for replenishing her gems. Gray, come here, Lannis said, dragging Gray to the clothing section. Her goal today was to dress Gray up so she wouldn't have to wear the hooded dress every day. I see. We have the latest styles here, perfect for you. After learning of Rhaenys's intentions, Luvia also became interested, and soon Rin Tosaka joined in, leaving Shen Fei suddenly alone. The place they were heading to also had a lingerie section, which was inconvenient for him to get to. As expected, clothes are what matter to you, Gray. You can wear this all the time from now on. With the help of Rhaenys, Luvia, and Rin Tosaka, Gray changed into princess dress. It must be said that the change of clothes transformed Gray's demeanor. Yod, upon hearing Yod's words, Gray was about to treat Yod as she had before, only to realize that Yod was no longer by her side. As for the Holy Grail War, I don't know much. I only know that the heroic spirit my brother summoned was the king of conquerors, and after he returned, he changed. In Luvia's office, Rhaenys told Gray some of the seconds past, including how she had made him the monarch. However, she truly didn't know what happened during the Second Holy Grail War. The second had never spoken to her about it. Lannis had also asked Rin Tosaka about the Fourth Holy Grail War, but of course, she knew nothing about it either. Just as Gray finished listening to Lannis's words and was about to ask more questions, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Lannis immediately covered her eyes and quickly pulled out her eye drops. Be careful, there might be enemies, Tremoy said, immediately taking alert. A moment later, the lights in the room came back on. No enemies found, but we seem to be trapped within a barrier, Shen Fei said, handing aid to Gray. Let's go out and take a look. The group then left the room and went outside, finding the department store, which should have been bustling with people, now deserted. It was impossible for everyone there to disappear so quickly, so there was only one possibility: they were trapped within a barrier. Come out, Luvia shouted to the people around her in the hall. After waiting for a while and finding no one responded, she immediately launched a curse bullet and attacked forward. However, the next moment, the curse bullet appeared from behind her. This seems to be an infinite corridor space. Shen Fei, who caught the curse bullet, asked Tosaka, Rin and others to stay where they were. He went to explore for a while and then walked back. It's not easy to break through the department store with force. It seems that we can only find a way to break this magic barrier, according to the teacher. Why is that? Chapter 1000, Magic Eye Train, Part 2. Why did this happen? This was the first question Second considered after handling so many clock tower incidents. While a magician's abilities rendered ordinary methods ineffective against them, they were still human, and indiscriminate killings were rare among them. Gray, having handled so many cases alongside Second, and her penchant for reading detective stories, had grown considerably since she first left the village. First, why didn't the enemy appear? If there truly were an enemy, they'd have trapped me within the barrier, so they couldn't have appeared. So what if there weren't any enemies? Lannis continued. It wasn't just Gray who was influenced by Second. Lannis herself felt the same way. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with me? That's impossible. I never use those second-rate spells. Luvia's voice sounded a little annoyed, but she wasn't stupid. She naturally understood what Gray and Lannis were saying. If there were no enemies, then there must be something wrong with the magic barrier. For Magi, problems with magic or enchantments aren't uncommon. Every year, many newcomers to the magic world find themselves trapped by their own enchantments, and eventually starving to death. Of course, this primarily applies to those who enter the magic world by chance. Magi with even a modicum of experience wouldn't make such a mistake. It's because you used the best that this went wrong. I sensed something was amiss when I first came in here, and now I finally understand. You're being wasteful. I think you've also attended my brother's enchantment lessons. That, Luvia hesitated. She had only denied it out of fear of embarrassment in front of Tosaka Rin. But after hearing what Gray and Lannis said, she immediately realized her own fault. After all, she had personally set up the enchantment. This way, with that, Luvia led the group to the building's basement, where the magic core was located. On the way, she explained the purpose of her enchantment. This magic barrier amplifies people's desire to buy, a kind of expanded version of suggestion magic. If you don't want to buy something, the barrier is useless. However, if you do want to buy something but are struggling to decide, the barrier will force you to make a decision immediately. It's a truly impressive barrier. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately decided to return and discuss it with Luvia. He manages a number of companies, and this barrier could be a perfect opportunity for them. What a nouveau riche, After Luvia unlocked the magic lock, the group entered a secret chamber underground. Upon taking in the chamber's contents, Tasukarin's eyes lit up. The chamber's mask was large, flanked by bronze statues of various figures. A variety of gems covered the statues and the surroundings. The ancient-looking bronze statue on the dais in front was particularly adorned with gems, each one worth a fortune. As expected, after seeing the situation in the secret room clearly, Lannis couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Luvia also understood the reason at this time, and her face flushed a little. Then she prepared to dismantle the magic barrier and remove the gems from the bronze statue on the platform. The reason why the magic barrier was out of control was that Luvia added a lot of unnecessary decorations to it. For magic barriers, the key is balance. Too much or too little will affect the magic barrier. If it were just ordinary decorations, it would naturally not affect the magic barrier. But who made Luvia use magic gems to show off their family's financial strength? Just when Luvia was about to remove the gems from the bronze statue, an alarm suddenly sounded in the secret room, and then the bronze statues on both sides, which seemed to be just decorations, began to move. This was the magic barrier's security system. If anyone intruded, it would activate and eliminate the enemy. But now, Luvia's expression darkened. She, the master, had been mistaken for an enemy within the magic barrier she had set up. If it were a third-rate magus, such a thing wouldn't matter, but she wasn't one. Trimwa, seeing the moving bronze figures, Lannis immediately readied her moon marrow efficacy Trimwa for battle. But the next moment, Luvia stopped her. Don't attack, I'll handle it. Seeing Luvia's determination, Gray and Tasukarin, who had been about to attack, immediately stopped. Boom boom boom. 5 consecutive gems of varying colors instantly destroyed the bronze figure charging forward. Then, Luvia appeared behind one of them and threw it back, breaking its body into several pieces. Look at that nimble figure, that graceful movement. Just as Luvia was battling the bronze figures alone, Trimor, the moon marrow efficacy, suddenly roared. She seemed to be a commentator, narrating a spectacular wrestling match. Flat, seeing Shen Fei, Gray, and Tasukarin staring at her in surprise, Lannis unconsciously clenched her fists. As her own magic ceremonial attire, she knew Trimwa better than anyone else. Now, with this sudden change, Flat was the only one left in the clock tower. Curious about Trimwa's mechanics, Flat had once taught Trimwa some strange things, which Lannis had finally stopped. But now, it seemed, Flat had found another opportunity to teach Trimwa some strange knowledge. Ladies are wrestling. Having vented her anger after defeating the last bronze figure, Luvia's mood clearly brightened. Is that so, Miss Linus? She's different. Seeing that Gray seemed to believe Luvia's words, Linus sighed helplessly, unsure how to explain it to her. After destroying the bronze statue that served as the barrier's core, the barrier immediately dissipated. They left Luvia's office and headed to the mall, which was still packed. Aside from a few broken windows for unknown reasons, nothing else had happened. Those windows had been shattered when the group was trapped inside the barrier. After buying what they needed, they prepared to return. Luvia, however, stayed behind to repair and adjust the magic barrier. Linus didn't buy anything for herself, she bought everything for Gray, 3 sets of clothes. As for herself, she only bought a diary for the younger brother. Tasukarin took the opportunity to buy a few gems. Do you know why the barrier just happened? It's designed to gather wealth and treasure. Apparently, we're all considered treasure, and it can't let us leave, so the barrier is activated. On the way, Lannis explained the barrier to the group. As the younger sister of the second, she was accustomed to getting to the bottom of magic. Miss Lannis, Miss Luvia, and Miss Tausica, you are the treasures. I'm not a treasure, don't be so demeaning. Believe in yourself. You, too, our rare treasure. Lannis smiled and pinched Gray's cheek. For someone like Lannis, simple people like Gray are her favorite, and of course, her favorite to bully. Chaldea. Da Vinci's magic studio. Hey, who are you? Where is this place? One of the fragments of jade, broken into dozens, cried out loudly. He had never imagined he would be broken into pieces. This is Chaldea, an organization dedicated to saving humanity. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm just curious. As expected of a creation of the Atlas Academy, Da Vinci observed the disintegrated Yod with delight. Naturally, Yod hadn't disintegrated automatically, but rather had been disintegrated by Shen Fei using the Operation Fruit. Holy Lance, draw anchor, shine in the lance of the end. Within the mirrored space, a blue Rubik's Cube suddenly appeared out of thin air in Shen Fei's hands. The cube then began to transforming from a death scythe, to a warhammer, a great shield, a bow, and finally, a great sword. Finally, brimming with magical power, S.H.I.E.L.D transformed into a 3-meter-long golden spear. A golden light instantly pierced the sky, and the atmosphere seemed to be torn in two by the light. It's about as powerful as the divine key. Actually, if the divine key existed in this world, it would indeed be a noble phantasm of similar rank. It's a shame that its final greatsword form doesn't resemble the sort of promised victory at all. Otherwise, it might have been able to complement Avalon. S.H.I.E.L.D's native form was a blue cube, quite similar to the Void Manifestation, except that the Void Manifestation was golden. As a projection of the Holy Lands, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't need to create a greatsword form. However, perhaps as a tribute to King Arthur, a greatsword form was added to S.H.I.E.L.D. It resembled the sort of promised victory, but only in appearance, not in power. Shen Fei could easily project such a weapon. Gray, I'll return the S.H.I.E.L.D to you. After the projection was complete, Shen Fei went directly to the second's room and returned the S.H.I.E.L.D to Gray, who was tidying up. Unfortunately, although Lannis had bought her a lot of clothes, Gray usually wore her hooded outfit. After all, the second didn't want to see her King Arthur face. But those clothes weren't wasted. When she wasn't with the second, and Rhaenys dragged her off to some girls' gathering, Gray would wear them. This gathering, naturally, consisted of Rhaenys, Gray, Tassa Corinne, and Luvia. Since it was a girls' gathering, Shen Fei naturally had nothing to do. By the way, where's the second? It's rare he's not here today, the teacher's still asleep. Yesterday, he went to meet the students and got drunk, Gray said, recounting the events of the previous day. Normally, Gray wouldn't be far from the second, especially when he was out and about. She was his bodyguard. A magician running an internet company? I didn't expect there would be such a magician. But Olga Marie, has she finally appeared? The second's classmates were, of course, Kenneth's former students. Over the past 10 years, they had all changed dramatically. Some had died, some had fallen on hard times, some had prospered, and some had also given up their careers. The second was the one who fared the best among them, having become the monarch of the clock tower. Even if many considered him a lesser-known monarch, a monarch was still a monarch. Originally, the second had little contact with his classmates. Back then, he was a bullied member of his class, his family background and magical talent inferior to the others. Now, as a monarch, he felt unattainable to others. Even if the second didn't harbor such thoughts himself, others couldn't help but think so. Olga Marie stepped in and acted as a go-between. Just as Shen Fei was about to leave, the second's strange cry suddenly emanated from the inner room. Upon hearing it, Gray immediately dropped the books she was organizing and rushed to the bedroom. What's going on? As Gray and Shen Fei entered the bedroom, they saw the second, staring into the mirror and exclaiming. He looked completely transformed, 10 years younger, resembling the Weber of yesteryear. Teacher, what happened? Although the second's youthful appearance was drastically different from before, Gray was certain it was her teacher. How adorable! S.H.I.E.L.D's laughter emanated from Gray's sleeve. S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had cancelled his teacher, Gray immediately took S.H.I.E.L.D. out and shook him vigorously. To some extent, shaking S.H.I.E.L.D. could be considered a form of entertainment for Gray. I don't know if I was tricked yesterday. Fortunately, there was no scent of a curse. After confirming that it was not a curse, the second immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, it's really cute. Soon, Lannis heard the news and rushed over quickly. After seeing the second's appearance, she immediately laughed out loud. Then, after knowing that it was not a curse and that there was no danger to his life, she laughed even more unscrupulously. Are you still going to class? Why not take a leave? Seeing the second preparing books, Lannis immediately knew what he was going to do. Today's class is very important, and I need to confirm something. It's the teacher's scent. Inside the modern magic classroom, despite his altered appearance, magicians have many ways to confirm their identities. Sven's method is the simplest, just smell it. After confirming their identities, class began. However, because of his current appearance, today's class was particularly joyful. Even when he tried to appear majestic, his lovely, innocent features obscured any sense of authority. These guys just want to see me have fun. After class, he immediately contacted the other monarchs of the clock tower, hoping for help. However, upon seeing his appearance, they all laughed, and no one offered any help. Projection magic? What's that guy trying to do? With his wit, he quickly deduced what was happening. It was a form of projection magic. A classmate he'd met yesterday, thanks to Mary, was skilled in projection magic. Flat, Sven, after confirming that he was under the spell, the second immediately began to look for a way to remove it. His own strength in magic was very weak, but there were many powerful disciples among him. So, Flat, Sven, Tossakarin, Luvia, and Yvette, who volunteered, formed a pentagram formation, ready to remove the projection magic on him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.